Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Blackjack by Elizabeth Knox, narrated by Gillian Macy and Aidan Snow. Chapter 1. Ashley.
Ashley, baby.
Harry breathed into my ear, a warm rinse of dread pooling down my consciousness. I can't recall when my heart sank that night. Was it the moment my husband's face changed for the worst when I told him I was pregnant with his child? Or was it the moment I started sinking into my thoughts after the only thing he could think of to mutter out was,
"Are you fucking kidding me?"
I don't know. I can't remember, because not even a second after that look did I end up pinned to our bedroom door with his hands around my neck.
"You stupid, stupid girl,"
he spoke through clenched teeth.
"Why do you have to make life so difficult?"
When his thumbs pressed into the hollow of my throat, whatever was left of my breath ran up to my mouth in a choked protest. I tried to scream. Each time I tried, he squeezed harder. The grip he had on my throat was fixed, and I could see my face turning white with fear in the reflection of his cold eyes. With my fingers scraping into his hand, he still refused to ease off in the slightest. It was when I slid my hands down to his wrists to dig my nails hard into his skin did he finally let out a frustrated growl. His arms pried me away from the door, pulling me forward by my throat only, to bash my skull back into the wooden frame again and again and again. My eyes closed shut at the blunt pains building at every hit. The fire-like sensation was spreading across my skull in flares until it consumed every inch of my thoughts. When he stopped, I opened my eyes and felt my wet tears break down in streams across my cheeks. I, Ashley Monroe, was not a woman to be broken, and yet my husband did that. He broke me down into something I didn't even recognize. I didn't even realize he had slid his hands away from my throat to keep me still on my shoulders. I didn't even realize that I was holding on to my own throat, scared senseless that he'd take my neck again and snap it in half if he had the chance. I jumped when his right hand left my shoulder. "Harry." The pounding in my head became stronger and stronger. At this point, I thought he was going to hit me again, but he didn't. Instead, he took it upon himself to glide his fingers up to my cheek. I restrained every inch of my body from flinching as he took the side of my face in his enormous hand, holding it gingerly.
"Oh, baby,"
he whispers, the coarseness of his breath smelling wet with the Heineken on his tongue.
"Why are you shaking so bad, baby? Can't you see?"
I blinked hard, trying to understand what he meant. The tears were swelling back down from my eyes, but his expression remained hard to read. I couldn't think for the life of me, no matter how much I tried. I thought... I spoke softly, but my own voice sounded strained under my bruised throat. "I thought you'd be happy about this." With a stifled cough, I expressed myself again. "We haven't been ourselves lately, and I thought maybe this would help."
"And what's this exactly?"
He dropped his voice. I swallowed down my fear. "A family." Just hearing me say it gave him something to think about as he stood hovering over me with his thumb forming hard circles on my cheek. I closed my eyes again in the quiet of the moment, trying to breathe. Every inhale I took was slow, but the exhale that followed was practically a shudder tearing out of my body. I was shaking in front of him, a crying figure that couldn't explain herself. Just where did I go wrong? The only problem was, I didn't. I didn't go wrong at all.
Of course, baby.
Harry breaks me from my thoughts, speaking aloud.
You thought I'd be happy with one extra mouth to feed on top of taking care of your sorry ass.
What? My eyes flashed open the moment his hand closed into a fist and swung down over my face. The sound cracked between the two of us as I hit the floor in defeat, legs unwilling to hold me up to my aggressor. Every nerve of pain that was screaming in the back of my head was traveling back to my face. As he stood there, watching me, my arm slowly went up to hold my eye, but he left me no time to catch my breath. I didn't see his arm reach forward until his fingers clawed through my hair and yanked my head back from the floor. My voice escaped me as I yelped at the agony splitting from my scalp. When I reached up into his arms to stop him, he pulled harder, and the sting made me grab his wrist in panic. "Stop, Harry, please!" He chuckled at the sight of me and forced me back on my feet.
Baby, I'm only doing what's best for you.
With his free hand, he opened the door and pulled me out of the room with his legs moving fast. Every step was followed with a jerk to my hair, and I could only follow him down the stairs with my knees threatening to quit on me. Everything felt dizzy at this rate. When we reached the kitchen, even the walls were spinning around me. Harry pulled me close to his side and buried his mouth against my ear.
Bend over that table.
I didn't have a chance to blink before he pushed me into our dining room table with a thick grunt. My legs took a fumble, but my arms shot out to the edge and I caught myself in time. I steadied my body to stand and looked over my shoulder, only to see that his back was facing me. He was making his way up to the garage with the drag of his feet, as if he was looking for something specific. I didn't question it, especially when I didn't have much time to begin with. My hand automatically went down to my back pocket to check for my phone, only to find it missing. Did I have it on me in the bedroom? What if I dropped it when I fell? God help me. Was there enough time to find out? No, I can't take the risk without the time. Thoughts ravaged my mind over and over. I couldn't just stay here and think. I needed to act. Instead, I ripped myself away from the table and started into the living room. We have a house phone perched on one of our end tables by the ottoman. My hand grabbed the receiver and pulled it up to my ear, only to wince when my bruised face touched the cold surface. With a shallow breath, I stared hard at the panel of numbers before me. I honestly didn't know who to call, who to reach out to. Did I want the police involved? Certainly not. That wasn't an option for me to get involved with, police who were probably best buddies with Harry at the old bar up the road. I went over and over who I could call in my mind. The truth was, I didn't have hardly anyone, and the only person I did have, well, I walked away from him years ago. My father. Would my father pick up in time? There was only one way to find out. I looked over my shoulder to check the kitchen if Harry was back from his search, only to see that he was still gone. With a shaken breath, I started my fingers on the first set of digits that came to mind. So far, so good. Only, I couldn't remember the last 4. Shit, I whisper in complete panic. Ashley, come on. Now wasn't the time to forget. I was trying to tap out the remaining 2 when suddenly a hand shot down at my wrist. "Ah!" I cried out as he bent my arm up until my hand reached my shoulder blades.
"Just what do you think you're doing?"
he growled into the back of my neck. "I didn't."
"Who the fuck did you call?"
The level of his voice escalated with his demand. When I tried moving in the opposite direction, he squeezed the mobility out of my wrist, and I hissed. "No one, Harry. Jesus Christ, let me go." From there, he didn't waste time with making me comply. Harry dragged me back to the kitchen with a steel-firm grip on my arm and hip. As soon as we reached the dining room table, I felt the ominous dread filling my head as to what he intended for me to do next. He looked to me, then the table, and when he looked back to match eyes with me, his eyes were almost as mad as the words that came out of his mouth.
"We're going to fix this, baby."
He nods and strokes the width of my wrist slowly.
"You're going to bend over right now, and we're going to fix this."
I couldn't believe what I just heard. "Harry, no!" The hand that was on my hip grabbed my shoulder and dug its fingers into my bones. I cringed the second he touched that sensitive, aching nerve, only to find myself leaning forward into the table. His hand proceeded from my shoulder to the back of my head, and he forced my face down to the tabletop, my aching cheek pressed into the surface. The table held my body against the chest and up, but my stomach was the only thing that wasn't parallel to the surface top. A thick sob escaped my lungs, and I could hear him drag something behind my head, something metal. His hand was still on my arm at the base of my back, and had I tried, I didn't even think I would shake him loose. My shoulder felt numb. My arm was strained to the point that I couldn't move my hand, and I didn't know what to do. I could only wait as the metal left the table with a thickening skid that made my stomach sick. I was breathing so hard in a room that felt so small. The oxygen was leaving at the rate my fear was settling in. I closed my eyes, expecting the first hit. But it wasn't until I started to breathe again did I feel the pipe smash into my abdomen. My body doubled over at once, and I gave out a wrenching groan. Harry kept me up against the table, forcing me to keep standing, even if my body was weak from the blow. He swung again, and the hit took the air out of my lungs. What was left of me was spilling out in cruel whimpers against the wood, and felt my body twisting against his arm. The pain was caving into my abdomen, and I could feel its weight telling me not to run, but to curl into the nearest corner until he stops. I choked on my cough, sputtering with my fingers digging into the wood. My broken voice filled the room, but the only thing my ears could pick up was the way the metal whistled at each swing. And then the doorbell rang. The beating stopped, and his hand pushed off my back. I fell back to the floor, and my good arm followed me down to cradle the pit of my stomach. As soon as I hit the linoleum, the pain was too much. My opposing arm couldn't catch me in time, and I groaned hard at overwhelming nausea filling my body.
"Quiet, you bitch,"
he hissed. When I lifted my head, I realized he was already at the front window to check who was at our door. The thing he used to beat me was a metal pipe that he was propping up to the wall beside him. I tucked my legs below me and came up to my knees, my eyes going back to the phone. When I looked back to Harry, he had just opened the door with a suburban smile spreading across his red face.
"Jack Jones."
He laughs, and my heart clenches as I see the man's face from my position. Jack Grizzly Jones. He was the prez of the Bears MC, a man I hadn't seen in years, a man I shouldn't see here in Tennessee. Tennessee is a long way home from Montana. Some of the men called him Grizzly because he had enough hair on his body to make 11 bald men happy. Others say it was because he was a ruthless fighter in his youth. I didn't know what to think of him personally. What I did know was that it didn't matter if he was a WWE champion or whatever. My daddy would rip him to shreds and use his body as a bearskin rug if he hurt me. Just thinking about what he'd do to Harry made me feel a little better. "Harry, don't wake the neighbors now, eh?" Jones chuckled lowly. "Where's the missus?" I watched Harry take a thick gulp. Well, we're going through a spat. She's upstairs sleeping it off right now." Jack laughed at that. "That kind of spat, eh? That's a shame. I was hoping to talk to her personally." "Yeah?" Harry nodded. "What do you want with Ashley?" What did Jack Jones want with me? We'd only been introduced on my wedding day, and even then, he seemed greasier than a grizzly. Knew how to talk to women and tell them what they wanted to hear. I could still remember him telling me that Harry would take care of me as the man of the family. God help me. With Harry showing his true colors, I didn't even want to think what this man was capable of. Were they working together? "Just a talk. It involves you too, so why don't you just let us in and we'll have a beer or two over it?" Jack started in, but Harry stopped him there. "Give me a moment, Prez." Harry coughed. "Ashley just washed the hardwood. Why don't you guys take off your shoes out there while I get some of those beers?" I wanted to fucking scream my head off. See what'd happen if Harry fucking Vale got caught on a lie. Wouldn't that just upset the big bear himself? But no, that wouldn't do a bit. I wanted to know what Grizzly had in store for me. If he was willing to talk to Harry off to the side from me, then obviously they were in on something that I wasn't supposed to know. "Sure, Harry. Your house, your rules." Grizzly chuckled languidly. "Thank you, sir." Harry put on his best hunky-dory smile and closed the door. The room went quiet for only a moment. Finally, Harry reared his head back at me with an expression that made my stomach tighten. "Can you walk?" I bit my bottom lip and nodded slowly. "Good." He gestured his head up to the stairs. "Get yourself in bed and keep that mouth shut." From there, I was left to pick myself up with the help of the table. The screaming pain roaring in my stomach was telling me to stop. But Harry's threatening stare kept me moving. Once I was on my 2 feet, I held on to the limp form of my arm and started my way up to the stairs, climbing my way with Harry's stare uninterrupted. I dragged myself up to the bedroom door, took the door handle, and stood there opening the room before closing it behind me. With my back up against the wood, I found myself in the reflection of our dresser mirror and gasped. My face was almost unrecognizable, with my skin already turning purple and my left eye swelling shut from where he hit me. I collected my face in horror and felt the tears stinging against my raw skin. He did this to me, drunk and angry, and now he could carry on a friendly conversation with his friends downstairs? Just who the hell did I marry? I stifled my soft cries when I heard their voices below me, laughing like drunk hyenas. My hand came up to my mouth to calm my body down, and eventually I could feel my breathing grow slower. "You sly dog." I could recognize Grizzly's voice. "How you ended up with the daughter of our rival MC is beyond me, honestly." "Last I saw, she had a good set of legs." Someone else's voice chided with the men, and they laughed all over again. If my stomach wasn't already upset, I'd be repulsed to no end. Harry's voice finally spoke up. "Well, let's just say she was in my cards." "Oh, we know about those cards of yours, boy," Grizzly hummed. "Which is why we want to borrow her, as our ace." "Ace?" Harry inquires. "Leverage, Harry," Grizzly chuckled. "I want to use her to get to the Reaper, sons of bitches," the other man responded. At that point, my eyes widened in shock. I spun my body to face the door, hand already at the knob, but my head told me not to leave the room. Not yet. Still, I was gritting my teeth just at the nerve of them. Did they honestly think it was going to be that easy to get to my father? The prez of the Reaper's MC? They had another thing coming. My daddy wasn't the type of man you could push around. The man that carved his life work and family line into this foundation of notorious bikers? Hell, they didn't know what they were getting into. If they honestly thought I'd sit around and let that happen, they could break every bone in my body trying to stop me from getting back home. That's the one place I needed to be right now. Like primal instinct, I knew I needed to leave this shithole and get back home to Montana as soon as I possibly could. "You honestly think it could work?" Harry sounded unsure. "What you talking about, boy?" Grizzly was firm. "These people are loyal to Fist and all. I've seen them myself." "Doesn't mean shit," the other man spats. Grizzly added to that. "Fist is a father who would do anything to get his daughter back. We'll threaten him to step down if he ever wants to see sweet Ashley back in one piece. Pictures, videos, maybe even send the old man some of her lush blonde hair in a box. Hell, maybe we'll spice the pot a little bit and send him one of her fingers. We'll arrange for a meet to offer little Ashley back over to Fist, and that's when we'll strike. We'll take him out right then and there." I scoffed under my breath. "Once he's down, we'll storm the place, using Ashley as a shield. Or better yet, kill every single fucker one by one." A dirty cackle suggested. "Death to the Reapers," Grizzly added. "Could work then," Harry muttered to the men. "Let's do it." "There we go." Grizzly's voice booms in the living room, followed by a hard laugh. "We'll plan another night, boys. Let's celebrate the soon-to-be demise of the Reapers." And drink they did. Glass clanked hard between the men as they spent themselves with bottles in hand. I heard their dirty laughs rolling underneath the floorboards. I was left to sit there for what felt like hours, but I listened. Boy, did I listen. The things they'd share between the three of them. Harry was working for Grizzly this entire time, probably before we even got married. That wasn't the only thing that put my mind to unrest. The drugs Harry had been moving left and right within the Bear's MC. All those strip joints he visited to sell at while I was home, waiting for him to join me for dinner during those lonely nights. God knows what he was doing during his break time. certainly not texting me back while I was waiting for him. It took me a trip around the bedroom to look for my phone, just so I could push my thoughts aside. Still, I couldn't find my cell phone. But I did find Harry's car keys to pocket. I couldn't find anything or anywhere to put my thoughts, so I returned to my spot on the floor with my back to the door and an arm up to my stomach. When my anger subsided, I was left to stroke my stomach with swelling fear. I didn't know if the baby was going to be okay. Were we going to be okay? I couldn't sit here any longer. I needed to get up on my feet and move. I took the doorknob and steadied my back to the wooden frame, pulling myself up. With a deep inhale, I stopped myself from breathing whilst turning the knob slowly, centimeter by centimeter. The door was loose and barely made a sound as I pulled the door to me with my eyes reaching the edge of the stairs. The house was quiet, or at least quiet enough for me to make my next move. My legs started their trek to the stairs, and once I was there, it took every grain of effort in my body not to make a peep from the steps. Halfway down, and the living room was already in view. Harry had passed out on the couch, one leg sprawled off the edge while his arm took the board. The color of his face was flushed with the alcohol, which meant I was practically in the clear. Exactly where was Grizzly and the other guy, though? My eyes went from the kitchen bar to the front door where the welcome mat lay. The only shoes I could recognize was Harry's brown cluttered boots. Had they gone? I didn't have much time to find out. I continued down the remaining steps and peered out the window to see if there were any cars in our driveway. None. Relief was splashed into my heart, and I could breathe. I darted my way past to the living room that leads to the kitchen until I noticed the phone sitting at the end table by Harry's feet. Those numbers were staring back at me with the green monitor. Should I call my father? No, I learned my lesson. Get out while he's down and don't look back. I pulled my body away from the door and stepped into the open kitchen, just in time to spot something familiar. Harry's phone was sitting on the countertop by the stove. I didn't know if it had been sitting there this entire time, but I cursed at not noticing it until now. Sure, I couldn't finish the dial of numbers for my father's cell, but I knew Harry's passcode, and using his data would help me find my way back home. My hand snatched the phone, and I was already on my way to the garage with a swelling confidence building in my chest. So close. I had to be careful. The garage was closed, and if I opened it with the remote, there's that risk of waking him up, so I'd have to pull the door up myself. With the close of the kitchen door behind me, I continued to the wide door with the freedom to move quickly. I dropped to my knees before the latch and inched my fingers underneath the handle. My endurance strained itself, trying to slide the weight of the door up with one hand, but I held my breath, trying not to make another sound while I was so close to freedom. It took some time trying to slide the damn thing up to the halfway point, but once I was there, the rest seemed to lift on its own like a feather. I rolled it quietly up onto the garage ceiling and saw the dark night clearing of my neighborhood before my eyes. The cool air rolled up to my heated face and distressed my mind all at once. At that moment, I could have cried to have made it this far. After everything, never did I think I'd walk out on my husband. Until now, our spats had been purely emotional. He'd never laid a hand on me until tonight. And tonight was the last fucking time he'd lay a hand on me. Harry wasn't a model husband by any means. He knew exactly the right things to say that would break me down. He would apologize from the bottom of his heart, and I could only sit there and believe him. Not anymore. This was the last damn time he'd ever do anything to hurt me. I picked my head up and walked away from the entrance to get into the car. When I slid that key in the ignition and turned it, I didn't care if Harry woke up from his drunken slumber. I didn't give a shit if he freezes to death in his sleep when the cold escaped the garage and filled up the rest of our house. My foot lifted off the brake, and as the car followed on forward, I didn't stop. As soon as I was up to the lip of my driveway, I hit the gas and turned the wheel with the arm he didn't fuck up. Chapter 2. Ashley. The road ahead of me was a slow trek up to Montana. Everything passed my windows, every tree, every farm, every person that watched the car burn rubber the second the overhead stoplight flashed green. If I seemed like a reckless driver, that was because my bad arm ended up dislocated, no thanks to Harry. 5 or 6 cars had honked furiously behind me to change lanes or smash the gas pedal, but I didn't give a fucking care. I'll gladly drive the speed limit, and if they didn't like it, they could change lanes and pass me. It didn't make a difference if they gave me looks or gave me the bird. With one hand on the steering wheel, I drove with a smile on my face and no regrets for the remaining 5 hours on the road. Hell, the journey felt like nothing after the 3 years of marriage I had left behind me. When I finally reached Montana, it felt like the landscape stretched wider before my tired eyes. We say that Montana stretches like a smile into the American soil. Texas was known for its muscle, New York for its skylight eyes, but Montana had a smile that could light up the town in stars. I used to walk the fields at night with those twinkling gems winking back down at me. Now, the morning sun was the only eye welcoming me back home from the restless night spent driving. Alongside the road, I saw that the fields were healthy and plentiful of crops. Barley sprigs waiting to be brewed for Oktoberfest, potatoes that were probably bigger than my fist, and the sugar beets. I wonder if Dad still carried jars of his special black cherry jam. My thoughts pondered over my dad until I came to the road that would lead me back to my childhood home. Many things crossed my mind at this moment. Would he be happy to see me? Would he tell me to go back to Harry? I didn't leave on the best terms, but I was determined to make up for every horrible thing I put my father through. I've been gone for almost 4 years. I'd just graduated and was so very naive. I can only hope that Dad will understand that everyone makes mistakes, even his little girl. I kept driving until I pulled Harry's shitty Honda Accord up to the gates of the Reaper's MC, waiting for a prospect to let me through. As I rolled down the window of the car, I pulled my hoodie up over my head to cover up the swollen side of my face, not wanting anyone to gossip about me, but also not wanting to get pity from anyone in the club. I winced as the fabric brushed against the side of my cheek, but didn't say a word as I saw the man slowly approaching the driver's side of the car. By the look of him, he seemed new on the job. He was trash-looking, with his dirty blonde hair that was obviously unkept. Across the cusp of his narrow jaw was roadkill for facial hair, but I couldn't recognize his face with those shades he had on. I knew exactly at this moment that he wasn't someone I'd know. Where were the usual boys that came for their shift? Wasn't it usually Joey or Pete? At least those boys didn't have the audacity to keep a woman waiting. "You lost, lady?" the prospect asks as he reaches the car. His hands were gripping his belt with both hands like he owned the place, and frankly, that pissed me off. "I don't believe so," I said flatly, looking him dead in the eye. "I believe I happen to be in the right place, dipshit." That made his mouth purse. Obviously, he wasn't happy with my attitude.
Listen, bitch. I cut him off right then and there. With a dislocated arm, a black eye, and a body full of hurt, I have had enough of this bullshit. Men were starting to forget who the hell they were dealing with, and no one spoke to me that way and got away with it. Well, no one besides Harry, but don't worry, he'll get what's coming to him soon enough. Listen here, prospect, I emphasized, with venom on my tongue. If you want to get voted into this club, you need to let me through this damn gate. That caught his attention up to the point that he slowly released the grip on his belt. I'm Ashley. Ashley? Fucking Monroe. I spoon-fed him the threat while he stood there, stupid, wide-eyed, and not understanding one lick of what I was telling him. My daddy really won't like hearing about the tough time you've been giving me. Either let me in or I'll crush you like a fucking cockroach. He reconsidered with a slow gulp lodged in his throat. I watched him open his phone and drill some number in before putting it up to his ear. When he got uncomfortable with my cold stare, he turned his back to me and started muttering into the receiver. While he took his sweet time talking, I repositioned myself into the car seat with the weight of my body's aching. My good hand finally left the steering wheel to touch the base of my stomach, and I realized that from the tip of my finger to the wrist, I was trembling. The entirety of my body was trembling at the memory of last night. It was marring the recollection of my memories and swelling like a sort of sickness that refused to go away the day after, like a hangover on the back burner. Damn it. How stupid did I have to be not to see his true character? Just what did I deserve to end up like this? My thoughts were interrupted by a low rumble of bikes coming from behind the Honda. My eyes slid to the right mirror and searched for faces amongst the crowd. As they stalled, there were two men getting off their bikes with a kick of the stand. I looked for anyone who could vouch for me. I even started looking for my father. What's going on here? I recognized that hard spit, the chuckle of a voice immediately. It couldn't have belonged to anyone else but my Uncle Cracker. This bitch is trying to get in the club, the Roach says, his confidence sparking back up. Says she's the Ashley Monroe. He came up to the side of the driver's window, lowering his face, and sure enough, I could recognize him. He's aged a bit over the past few years, but he almost looks the same. Didn't I tell you to stop smoking those cancer sticks before I left? I muttered to him, offering him a small smile. Well, I'll be, he whispered to himself as he took in my face. A sly grin that could make a fox jealous crept underneath the crisp hay mustache that rested on his upper lip. He carried the same blue eyes that I inherited from my father. The Monroe sapphires, so he claims. Uncle Cracker, I swear. I shook my head at the nerve of his prospect. I'm going to be a lot harder on this shit than Daddy ever was. He broke his expression into a low chuckle. I bet you will be, darling. Now what the fuck happened here? His hand went past the window to try to touch my face, but I immediately turned away. Not in shame. No, fuck that. That side of my face felt so tender that even my cotton hoodie felt like sandpaper every time it touched the bruising. When I looked back to Uncle Cracker, his own face appeared soaked in melancholy. I could tell he was trying his best not to imagine the cause of my damage, but his expression pushed me close to tears. It was going to be hard enough trying to get out of this damn car. I'm not going to start crying now. Not when I have so much to do, so much to make up for. I'll tell you later, I promise, lowering my eyes to the door handle. Can you just tell your lovely little boy who I am? I need to see my father. Cracker nodded at me and turned on his shoulder to pinch his lip before whistling a hard pitch. The prospect buzzed the gate open. I gave my uncle a nod of thanks before lifting my foot up to roll on through. As I drove, Cracker's smile in the reflection of my mirror was the biggest signal to tell me that things were going to be okay. I tried not to think about it while I parked at the main house. Along the pathway was a full park lot with a line of bikes winking with shine as they sunbathed. Some of the men were out on the porch with their whores wiggling in their laps, giggling about something stupid. The sad part is, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a couple or two fucking out here in the open. That was the life, though. This is the Grand Ole Reaper's compound. This is my birthright, and I'm finally home. Just seeing that the clubhouse was packed tonight gave me no doubt that they were having a party. Whether it was a barbecue or a football game, I didn't care. As long as it wasn't gambling, because I couldn't stand to walk in on another bar fight with the prospects claiming that they got cheated by the full patches. I unbuckled my seatbelt and automatically cringed at the pain ripping along my arms. I didn't even realize how hard it was to move my shoulders, as I had to move my arm to get the width of the band off me. As I turned the car off, I pulled out my keys to stuff them into the cushion of my bra before I opened the door. I swung it all the way open without much force, but I didn't give a damn if the piece of crap fell off its hinges. Now, getting out of the car? That was a completely different story. I had been driving so long that my body was practically molded into my seat. I gathered all of my willpower and strength to start sliding my legs out. A grunt escaped me as my arms rooted themselves to the doorframe, and then I pulled myself out. The steady wind came rolling up to my face, collecting the cold that ran down my face in wet tears. "Darling, you don't look too good." My uncle had been following my car the entire time with his bike. As I was wobbling from my car, he had parked his bike across my car to come back up to my side. My voice cracked, and I had to adjust my words with a thick cough. "I'm all right, Cracker." He didn't believe that. As I closed the door of the car with a thick slam, he watched me lean into my car with a quivering lip. My uncle's brow furrows in disagreement, and he couldn't stand it any longer. With a slide of his hand up to the back of my hood, pulled it off of my face, only to stand there, looking down at me. "Jesus Christ," he mutters. The line of his mouth thinned with the stiffness holding onto his jaw. God, the look on my face must have really broken his heart in two. I could only stand there while he shook his head in hard disapproval. "Your good-for-nothing husband do this?" I didn't answer. There was too much grief filling up my heart, and I was afraid that just one word would dissolve me back into tears that I so desperately needed to shed. I simply looked back up into his eyes, and he knew. "Fucking bastard," he swore, and looked down at me dead in the eye. "For how long, Ash?" I couldn't look him in the eyes. I couldn't bear the shame that was riddled with my body. My arms wrapped themselves around me as I simply shook my head. "Jesus." Cracker breathed in and pulled me close to what I thought was a hug, only to realize he was picking me up. When he brought me up from the floor, I griped at the soreness of my abdomen. "Fuck, that hurts." "I'm sorry, kid," he apologized while he adjusted his arms underneath my legs. "I gotta get you to your father. It'll be over in a minute." I had to bite my lip to hold back from groaning. He was right. It wouldn't do to walk my way up to the house in the condition that my body was in. I wrapped my arms around my uncle's shoulders, and he trekked forward. There was enough attention coming from the deck as I could spot the guys peeking over their chairs. As we passed them, I shot them a dirty look to mind their own fucking business, and even the club whores pursed their lips in contempt of me. Uncle Cracker didn't notice as he carried me up the little hill that my childhood home sat atop. It was only a few 100 yards away from the clubhouse, but those yards were a slow walk, with my weight slowing us down. When my uncle started up the stairs, the throbbing aches were weighing me down to the floor with every step. I winced at bobbing it took to finally reach the deck, but sure enough, we had reached the deck and were on our way to the door. Cracker had to balance me somehow to get a free hand on the knob of the door, seeing as how the door was already unlocked. I wondered right then if my dad was home, if his first time seeing me in 4 years would be like this. I didn't want them to. I didn't want him to see me so broken. He walked into the peaceful ambiance of my home after shutting the door behind us. All these years, and this house hadn't changed a bit. Everything that my mom did was still exactly in place. I would have expected Daddy to give the place a facelift, with a couple of paint jobs and carpeting instead of the usual woodwork. But I was happy to see that the place still felt like home. The walls were an eggshell white, with a fine oakwood finish for the paneling. Every window sported on these peach schnapps-tinted curtains so that every sunrise filled each room with orange marmalade light. Even now, the living room filled my heart with longing to return home. I can't believe I chose to leave all of this behind. With Cracker's help, I was settled onto a sofa where I rolled my hoodie up to my shoulders. When I pulled it over my head to roll it up on my lap, his face tensed at the injuries on my body. When I looked down, even I winced at the embedded purples and blues scattered across my natural sun-kissed arms. I knew that the bruises underneath my cami had to have been 10 times worse, but I didn't check in fear that I'd go sick at the sight. I was right not to check. Unbelievable, Ash. My uncle uncrossed his arms. Let me get your pops. Just don't go anywhere. I gave him a look. Do I really look like I'm capable of getting anywhere on my own right now? Cracker pursed his bottom lip and nodded. He turned his back to me and proceeded to walk out the front door. I'd wondered if I was too cold in my tone, knowing that I wasn't. I was just a girl who's been through a hell of a lot in the last 24 hours. I've sure as fuck surpassed my threshold. When I looked down to my bruises, that was enough for my tears to start welling up behind my eyes. But as soon as my uncle left, they broke. All alone, and I just wanted to cringe into the pain, accept my disdain, and dissolve into the tears for as long as I wanted. It wasn't just the pain that consumed my emotions. It was everything that came with it. From my husband beating me into the next weekend, to being scared if I lost the baby. God, and coming back home. I've never felt so scared, yet so safe in my entire life. It made me wrap my arms around my body, squeezing my arms as the sobs escaped my mouth. I've never cried like this in my entire life. This cry meant so much. Finally accepting that I'm away from Harry. Making the hard decision to come back home into my safety net. Then, there was the uncertainty of the unknown. No matter what happened, I was proud of myself for getting out there alive. To come back home bruised and broken was a shame that I'd have to swallow down. Years ago, I had left home with the idea that being part of the MC was nothing more than a dangerous cage. I felt trapped in this town, in this club, never able to reach for the dreams that I wanted. When I met Harry, he felt like a key to escaping the cage and run to the sky's limit. Now, I couldn't have been more wrong. This cage was what kept me safe, away from the dangers that resided within men like him. I was so lost in thought that I hadn't noticed the footsteps leading up to the back porch until the door shot open with a thud. My iron-blood father stood there before my eyes, the color drained from his face as worry was stricken in his eyes. He found me on the couch, curled into myself, and there was no warning. "Jesus fucking Christ!" His voice roared down the house, and I shook when it hit my ears. I didn't know if his outburst was because of my current state, or if it was the anger that has been building up over the past few years. I couldn't help trembling at the sound. Everything about this house was safe. My daddy was no doubt someone I could count on for the rest of my life. However, my body rejected anything that reminded me the slightest of Harry, and with that, I felt my fear slowly die into itself as my father walked into the room.
"Shit, baby, I'm sorry."
He knelt in front of the couch, hands taking my shoulders like he couldn't believe I was really here.
"I didn't mean to scare you, not my baby girl."
Over the years, my mind developed numerous scenarios of what any type of homecoming would be.
"I'm so sorry for everything. I should have never left. Look where it got me,"
I cried on the spot and threw my arms over his shoulders. He rose, pulling me into his hug, and slowly came to a sit beside my legs.
"Let it out, baby girl. Let all that shit out."
The width of his hand stroked my back, and slowly his comfort reigned against my fear.
"I'm gonna kill him. Fucking rip his throat out for hurting you."
His words sank into the back of my head as I closed my eyes. I was just so happy to be back home. I know he and I had a lot of shit to work through, but it was going to be okay. My fears faded away, and comfort enveloped me like a blanket. That was the last thing I remembered before I fell into a dark sleep.
Chapter 3. Blackjack. The day had barely just begun, and yet I found myself sitting at the club bar downstairs with a half-empty drink in my hand, swirling it around. Carrie Underwood was singing something sweet from the speakers upstairs, but I couldn't hear the lyrics with the amount of noise coming from the women drinking their hearts out. They were whining something awful, and had I been sitting up there, my ears would have bled me out dry. Even as I held my drink, their vocals were making my liquor shake in tremors. Like liquid gold, the Jack Daniels glazed the bottom of my glass, and I found my face's reflection frowning before me. Just what was I doing here so early? Hell, even when I arrived, the place was a bombshell. I was half convinced this was the after-party to whatever party I missed yesterday. But Fist proved me wrong yet again. As soon as I came rolling in with the Tundra strapped to my back, his arm had swung around my shoulder with a beer shoved into my chest before I could start asking him about business. By the looks of the party, his family was doing more than fine, and I'd just have to sit back and finally enjoy myself for once. And I did, for a time. But that was back at 10 in the morning. It was well enough noon, and 2 hours of drinking, poker, and trash talk with the fellas eventually wore me out some. I gave up on convincing Hank that climate change was a real thing and that I wasn't some posh artist medic for saying so. I also let his girlfriend know that I wasn't looking for just any woman, whether it be a fresh date or a babysitter for Dex. By the time I'd realized exactly where giving up had led me to, I had stumbled in the downstairs where Crow and Dixon were watching themselves a game of football at the club bar. Crow had poured me what felt like the 5th glass of whiskey, but I was tired enough to know that I was moving into the 3rd. It was too early for this. The game had finished, the boys went their way upstairs, and I was stuck in a spot asking myself how I got here in the first place. I let that question simmer into the back of my throat as I lift my drink to finish it whole, only for the door to bust open downstairs with a heavy start. "Quiet down!" a voice bellowed loud enough to get the people to shut their mouths. I waited in my seat, putting my drink down long enough to listen. It sounded a lot like Cracker, just from the way he threw his voice. The man always knew how to get an audience. "God, you all smell like your own piss. Where the fuck is Blackjack?" Crow's voice came forward. "Last I saw him, we were drinking downstairs." "At the bar?" Cracker asked, and I raised a brow to myself. "Sure enough." "Shit." That didn't sound good. I was just about ready to get my ass off the stool and climb the stairs when Cracker was already thundering down the steps in his boots. I stood up just as he was at the bottom of the steps. With a hand at the edge of the counter, I looked at him with curiosity at the stark expression he carried before me. "What in the hell is going on?" He shook his head with a sinking grief. "Boy, you better be sober enough for this." I didn't ask a question when he told me to put my drink down and follow him to Fist's house. We were beelining through the shortcut field, and the only thing that came out of that man's mouth was profanities. One, because we were jogging up to the porch, and the man hadn't exercised a day in his life since he turned 30, and two, because of the very reason he brought me here to the Prez's house. It was rare for the man to act like this. You would think that the devil lit a fire to his feet, but he was desperate. As much as I wanted to ask, to reach out for some information, I knew it was best to keep my mouth shut until I was spoken to. We had just reached the porch steps when he gave out a hard cough and bent down with his hands collected to his knees. I had just reached the last step when I turned around to see him breathing hard. When his face toned down from its flushed red, he settled on his decision to look up at me with his cold blue eyes and give me the answer I was so desperately seeking. "It's Ashley, my boy," he says finally. "She's back." That struck my heart like an arrow. My eyes widened, but I couldn't see it as true. Ashley Monroe, daughter of Fist himself, heiress to the Reapers, and the most stunning creature that ever walked on Montana soil. I couldn't remember the last time I saw her since I took my place in the Army. Maybe she was in high school. But the fact that I couldn't so much as tell her goodbye made my heart ache with regret for too long. Just what made her return home after so long after staying away. Cracker collected himself up to the stairs and placed his hand up to my shoulder, a deep sigh releasing from his lungs. "Come on, boy. We have work to do." I nodded, but the tone of his voice didn't clear my conscience. There was a part of me that didn't know whether I should question Cracker while the topic was fresh on the table or just rush my steps forward to see the truth for myself. I didn't let the moment hang in my head in dread, but instead kept my eyes open as we ventured past the front hall dividing the dining and living rooms in two. We headed into the living room, and as the soles of our shoes touched the carpet, I saw Fist himself sitting beside the vision that was his daughter. I couldn't believe my fucking eyes. Her eyes were closed, with the bareness of her face lilting like a flower to the sun that was cast from the shadows. Ashley looked paler than I last saw her, as if all the Montana sun had been drained from her skin ever since she left her home. Her frame looked so much smaller in comparison to the burly height of her father, but it wasn't just because she was a woman. She didn't look well-fed at all. The light collecting on her face made me feel sure it was her. But the bruising cast across her cheek up to her forehead, that made my stomach tighten with anger. Just what happened to her all these years? Fist finally looked up from the couch and saw me right then and there. He stood up halfway too fast and stopped the second he heard her shift beside him. With a slow urgency, he stood fully before us and treaded up to where we watched her quietly. "Blackjack. Thank God," he mutters passively. "She just came back all beaten up. I haven't seen my fucking little girl in years, and this is what I see. This." I furrowed my brow. Just what happened to her? Was there an accident? I knew very well that no accident would have her looking like this. She looked as if she'd barely eaten in years. Those bruises, everything added up to one thing: abuse. "I'll tell you what happened." The Prez looked up at me with brazen anger. "That fucking bastard, Harry fucking Vale. I swear to God Almighty, I'll shove my gun down his throat and—" "Easy there, brother." Cracker takes his shoulder, but Fist shook his head. "Her uncle had to carry her back to the house, Rob." His voice shook with grief. "My baby couldn't even walk back home. She got here, stayed conscious enough to see me, and just knocked out like a light before my eyes. Just what the fuck did he do to her?" "Let me see her," I asked of him, partly because I wanted to check her, to assess her injuries and see just how extensive her injuries were. The other part, that was for purely selfish reasons. The man nodded solemnly before stepping aside to let me through. I strode forward with my eyes holding her face as she grew closer and closer. The sun did her skin such justice as the color of the bruises appeared soft against the light. I knelt to her side at the couch and slowly took her face to tilt her cheek to face me. The corner of my lips stiffened, but I kept my cool to start studying the rest of her body. Apart from her face, there were a pattern of lavender welts running along her shoulders, even the circumference of her arms. When I started at the hem of her camisole, I looked over my shoulder to gather some hint of approval from Fist. He was her father, after all. Fist nodded quietly, and my focus returned to her stomach as I started to roll the material up along her abdomen. What I saw made me stop dead in my tracks. I couldn't fucking breathe. The entire surface of her pale stomach was blotched with bruises running black. Without a doubt, there was a chance of internal bleeding, if not severe trauma to her organs. My hand softly pressed up against her stomach, and I could feel it rising with the breath she took before she groaned at the inspection. I lifted my hand up and realized that the swelling wasn't out of pure breath. No. Her stomach was a formed dome against the palm of my hand. I could feel it when my hand returned to the area. Ashley was pregnant. Jesus, Ashley, I muttered to myself as I smoothed my fingers along the pronounced edge incurring the swell. "What is it, Rob?" Fist inquired with urgency in his voice. I opened my mouth to answer him, but the words couldn't come out when my eyes fell on the stain spreading throughout her pants. It was a thick color that had started from between her legs. The air ran cold in my lungs, and I automatically stood up to turn and face them. "I need you guys to leave the room," I stated plainly, uncaring of what outrage Fist would bestow upon me for speaking to him in such a tone. The man's face twisted in confusion and then anger. Cracker had a tough time understanding it himself. "Hold on there, boy. Exactly what's going on?" I shook my head. "There's not much time to explain. I'm going to need you guys to trust me." "You can't be serious." Fist shook angrily. Cracker's hands were on his shoulders the second he lunged forward. "Get your hands off me!" the man roared, but Cracker wouldn't budge. "Lloyd, the boy knows what he's doing." I could only wince at the sight of them given that there was a lack of time. With a heavy heart, I forced myself to turn my back on them as Cracker forced the man to backtrack their steps to the door. My hand grabbed my phone, and I dialed the number in with adrenaline running through my veins. As I raised the phone to my ear, Cracker shut the door with a slam. Ashley and I were left in silence with the only sound drawn from the idle tone. When the phone picked up, I breathed a sigh of relief when a woman's voice came over the receiver. "Hello?" "Carter, you close to the club?" I spoke without hesitation. A cough emitted from the phone. 15 minutes, give or take." I stilled. "Are you sick?" "No, hon, I choked on my drink," she grunted. "What do you need so early in the day?" "Come on down to the Fists. You know the address?" She chuckles. "Ever since I started making house calls for the big guy himself." "It's for Ashley," I deadpanned. A brief pause allowed the thought to sink in. "Shit." She finally breathes, and I glance back to Ash's form behind me. "It's pretty bad, Carter." She was shuffling on the other end of the phone. A thick heave filled my ear, and I could tell she was lifting her heavy bag, getting ready to leave. "You wouldn't be calling me if it wasn't," the starched woman retorted. "What exactly happened so I know what I'm walking into?" I knelt back down to the floor and felt my way around Ashley's stomach again. The bruising felt tender, raw, and warm. "Possible miscarriage. Listen, I need you here as soon as possible. How long you got now?" The engine roared into the receiver, and relief filled my head. "Soon," she finally replied before hanging up. I shoved the phone back into my back pocket and resumed looking over the bruising. As I inspected, I noticed how her shoulder was swelled and red. My brows furrowed at the length of her arm, and I let my hands handle the opposition of her elbow to her shoulder. With a thumb circling the indent underneath her armpit, I could feel the heat and pressure of her shoulder press back into my thumb. The skin practically inflamed. She must have dislocated it by moving against some pressure. I rolled it, slowly aligning it in place, but the pain was enough to make her body tense up all at once. Ashley's face twisted up with a whimper escaping her lips, and I stopped at that moment to let her breathe. It hurt me to just watch her writhe like that in pain, but the shoulder had been dislocated enough to the point that just a touch would hurt it. The swelling was severe, and the soreness would triple that effect, given the lengths it took for her to get here. Jesus. Just how did she manage driving herself up here? It didn't matter. I had to try my best to relocate her arm back to her shoulder socket. Otherwise, the swelling wasn't going to be my last problem. I could say I had enough experience in the medic field to perform the gritty task without lifting a finger. But this was different. Ashley had been moving enough to make the wound highly sensitive, so it wouldn't do to go about the maneuver recklessly. I left the living room to head over to the kitchen with my fingers flexing against my sides in contemplation. With my thumb, I was cracking every bubble in my knuckles until I was met with the fridge. I opened the freezer box, and to my relief there was a bag of frozen raspberries sitting beside the ice tray. It'd do for now. I snatched the iced bag, closed the freezer, and went striding through the house back to Ashley. She was laying right where I left her, her face tense with distress. When I laid the bag of ice across her shoulder, she hissed in her deep sleep. "Shh," I whispered to her, bringing my hand up to stroke her warm cheek. "It'll be over with soon, baby." After 15 minutes of cooling, Carter still hadn't shown up, and I was left to my own devices. My right hand was placed up the cusp of her shoulder, while my left was situated to the length of her arm. I started swiveling the rotation of her arm till the lateral deltoid was no longer apparent before my eyes. Ashley's face grimaced under the sunlight as I steadied my arms to the cordial position. If I fucked up now, she'd need half a bottle of painkillers just so that she wouldn't regret waking up. With a deep breath, I pushed the arm into its place until it finally slid along the fixed position of her shoulder. The impact was enough to send a sharp yelp to my ear, and I released her shoulder instantly. I stood up from the floor, holding myself up with the backboard of the sofa to examine the arm from above. As it was, I couldn't have inspected her further with my hands, even if I wanted to. Ashley's expression was far removed from peace. Even if I wasn't handling her shoulder, she seemed lost in the darkness of her dreams to register what was going on around her. Hurt, pain, fear. Those were the feelings that sank into her pretty face. Her eyes were flinching behind closed eyelids, and her lips. God. She was breathing through her teeth, trying to get away from whatever it was chasing her. I'd seen it before from patients back at the station. That same fear of running away from your memories and the things you can never unsee again. Just watching her fight those demons made my heart go weak. Without a second thought, I reached out to her face with my steady hand. I wanted to assure her that she needn't be afraid. There was nothing coming to get her, and that when she woke up, she'd be safe with her family, her friends, with me. I was determined to coax her mind to peace until I was stunned in motion by the sound of the doorbell. I pulled my hand back to my side and looked over my shoulder, my breath still hitched to the back of my throat. That must have been Carter. God, it took her long enough to come all the way down here. I didn't let the time pass too long for me to get to the front door. When I opened it, sure enough, there was Dr. Carter smirking back at me. "Good to see you, Rob, dear." "Likewise," I mutter. She was a stubby-looking platinum blonde with 30 years of experience in her experience with obstetrics. I'm pretty sure the entire neighborhood has called her at least once to handle their litters, since she's only a heartbeat away. I moved aside, and she stepped in, her duffel bag weighing her down to the floor. I offered to take it from her hands, and she gladly let me. As she pushed her thick red glasses up the bridge of her nose, the doctor examined the house around her. "It's been too long since I've been here," the woman tutted as I guided her to the living room. "Not since Ashley was born. It feels colder since her mother left us." I interrupted her, pulling her from her trip down memory lane back into reality. "She's over here, Doc." "Ah, there's my girl." The woman passed me and started over to her slumped body. I followed her with the duffel bag across my shoulder while she took the time to inspect her wounds. The weight of it slid off my shoulder as I carefully placed the massive thing on the coffee table. Dr. Carter shook her head, and I felt my stomach go sick with her silent reflection. "Norma," I say. "Find me some scissors, Blackjack," she finally spoke, and I stilled. "We can't move her legs too much the way she is now."
Chapter 4. Ashley. I don't remember waking up. I don't even remember being moved into my old bedroom. I just felt the pain, the swirling pain that didn't stop. It was like a record on repeat, my own personal hell. "No," I whispered slowly, my voice feeling ever so real. The little white bed frame stilts were beside my legs, and I could see the little angel perched on the mirror of my vanity desk. As I slowly sat up, I felt the rustle of sheets sink away from my shoulders. A cramp came down on my abdomen, but it was nowhere near as sharp what I had felt before. The nausea was still sitting in my stomach, though. I took a deep breath to catch a hold of my lungs and stop my heart from trembling in my rib cage. As soon as I exhaled, I coughed at the chilly wind tickling the inside of my neck. My throat felt so raw. Had I been crying in my sleep all this time? The thought made me feel so tired as I blinked the tears from my moist eyes.
With a steady hand, I rubbed away the salty drops that stung to my cheeks. My eye didn't feel as bruised anymore. If anything, the swelling went down a couple notches, and my skin was naturally smooth again. I looked up at the vanity mirror before me and saw myself for the first time in what felt like forever. My face was just as it should have been. I pulled my thick hair back to take a better look. The bruising had paled into a soft lavender shadow across my brow so that it was barely noticeable. My hands were just about to pull the covers off from my body when suddenly I found myself stopping. The sheets were clenched in my hands, but I couldn't bear to pull them away. I hear the sound of the doorknob starting to turn, and I nearly jump from the shock. I watched the door as it slowly pushes away from the frame to reveal a man I hardly expected to find in my bedroom. Blackjack, otherwise known as Rob. "Rob," I mutter softly. His dark eyes looked at me for the first time in years, surprised to see me awake. "Ashley." I took a deep breath as he stepped into the room. There was that warm, sweet drop of surprise, overwhelming that sick feeling in my head. Robert Blackjack Walters and I were friends from the past. But, after all this time, we're more likely acquaintances. The thing was, I didn't know why Blackjack had that effect on me. Of course, he was one of the most genuine of men in Montana, aside from my family of men. He was also one of the most down-to-earth bachelors that made every single, and married, woman cry the day he left for the military. Every woman except for me. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye. He avoided me. Or maybe I avoided him. Our history is complicated, but right now it comes rushing back like it was just yesterday. I never could understand why I had these feelings for a man who was 14 years my senior. A man that I shouldn't have wanted. A man that shouldn't have wanted me. "How are you feeling?" he asks, as he sat beside me on the bed, snapping me out of my trip down memory lane. Based on the white container he was carrying, I could assume he wasn't just stopping in to say hello. "Better than yesterday." His expression changed in that instant. "It's been 4 days since you came home, Monroe." My eyes widened. "You're kidding me." Blackjack shook his head with soberness. I touched my palm up to my forehead, struggling to believe this was real. I'd been clocked out for 4 days, and the world was still spinning around me. My father, Jesus, he must have thought the worst when I passed out in front of him. Thank God that Cracker was with him this entire time. And Blackjack. I wouldn't even be awake by now if it weren't for him. Suddenly, he puts his warm hand on mine, and I stilled in that frame. It was so warm. "You mind if I strip away the old bandages for you?" he asks me with a soft look. I shake my head. "Not at all." With a hand at the blanket, I pry away the sheets and a slow exhale of relief escapes my lungs. No blood, just clean, fresh sheets below my mummified legs. They were bandaged up pretty good, given that the bruises were bad enough to stop me from walking. Blackjack had opened the container and prepped the gauze rolls and ointment bottle beside my feet. I watched him as he stood up to peel away the remaining bandages as carefully as he could. Whenever I so much as flinched, he automatically stopped his peeling and resumed once my leg settled down. The process was half as bad as waxing, but knowing that he was gentle made me feel safe. Honestly, I haven't felt that way in a while. Despite that, Harry was still out there, probably hunting me like a dog. If they realized that I'm out of reach by now, he just as well landed himself in a ship bath with the grizzly himself. Somehow, that made me feel better. "So, what happened?" he finally asks me, while squeezing the ointment into his palm. I looked up from my lap to catch his eyes. He looked hard at me right then, as serious as ever. I didn't expect him to ask so suddenly. But I knew that my father sent him in for a reason other than to change my bandages. He wanted the truth. "It was late." I finally find my voice. "Harry came home drunk that night." Blackjack nods slowly, eyes focused on the bruises as his hands rub the ointment over my calves. I bit the inside of my cheek when I felt the sting sink into the sensitive bruises. That didn't stop me from talking, however. I skipped forward to the threat. "I went upstairs after he beat me, and I heard his friends come into the house. Only it wasn't just a couple of guys from the bar." My voice grew hard. "It was the Bears' Prez." Blackjack looks up at me with confusion in his eyes. "Grizzly himself?" "The big lug," I confirmed. With a steady breath, I kept going. "I don't know why it's come this far, but Grizzly himself wanted to save me for an opportunity." "What opportunity?" "I don't know." I shake my head. "It's a plot to take down the Reapers." "Leverage," he states firmly. "But why?" "That's the question." I bit my bottom lip in thought. I couldn't dig any deeper once they were passed out drunk in my living room. I just knew I had to get out before they could use me to their advantage. "You did what you needed to do," he assured me, and took my hand again, giving it a soft squeeze. "But how did you come back looking like this? Did they hit you?" I blinked, unsure of what to say. This was unraveling quickly, and I didn't know if I was ready to accept what just happened in that kitchen. The table, my phone, his pipe. Harry, my husband of all people. "He beat me when he found out I was pregnant." I say it coldly, like it has no effect on me. It couldn't be further from the truth. I want to break down crying, scream from the unfairness of it all. But it wouldn't do me any good. Blackjack's hand stopped squeezing at that moment. As I looked up, I could see that the line of his mouth was thinning. He wasn't even looking at me, but I could see it plain and clear. The words that can't describe what to say. Usually, people would automatically apologize. But what for? This wasn't his fault. None of this had anything to do with him. And yet, I knew he wanted so very much to speak out before me. It was in that anger. It didn't scare me. And it didn't matter. I needed to hear it come out of his mouth, plain and clear. "Rob, please," I say softly, overlapping his hand with mine. He doesn't look up at me, but he knows what I'm asking for. "Did I lose the baby?" The anger had left his face and ran away with my hope. He was silent as I searched his expression for answers. There were only 3 words he could admit to. "I'm so sorry." A cold dread filled my heart as I sat before him. I closed my eyes slowly, broken to the point that it could overwhelm me at last. He leaned forward and took me into his arms. I couldn't catch myself in time to stop crying. I rid myself of his hand and clutched to his shirt for dear life as I felt every part of me dissolve into those tears. My forehead was buried in his chest as I felt the sobs drown my thoughts. He held me close to his body, arms pulling my broken pieces together. The palm of his hand strokes my back, while his lips hovered above my ears, whispering in those thick shh. "You're going to be okay," Rob's voice coaches. "Fucking hell, you're a survivor, Ash." I couldn't respond without another wave of cries, so I shut myself up. His hands made my back feel so warm, so safe. A soft kiss presses up against my throat, and I closed my eyes at that moment. "God, why did I ever let you leave?" he mutters, with a soft kiss pressed to my throat. "I'll never let anyone fucking hurt you again." A part of me wanted to believe him. The other part wanted me to go back to sleep. This entire conversation drained the energy out of my body. I could only release his shirt into its crumpled form before wrapping my arms around his body to pull me closer to his warmth. The embrace calmed me down enough to the point that my heart could finally settle down. I sat there in the quiet, with his hand slowly stroking my back. A soft shudder left my breath as I slowly sank back into myself. His hands guided me back to bed as I slid under the covers once again. I could close my eyes at that moment, and he would address the covers back up my legs until they reached my shoulders, shielding me from the cold. His fingers smoothed my hair away from my face, and just as he would take his hand back, I reached up to take his palm. "Please don't leave." I didn't know if he heard me or not, but I could feel his hand slip away from mine at that moment. My fingers clutched to the pillow instead, eyes refusing to open and find him walking away. Instead, I heard a chair scraping the floor with him sitting beside me. His hand came down to mine, and with his thumb, he stroked circles along my wrist until nothing could hurt me in my sleep. Chapter 5. Ashley. 2 full weeks had passed by in the blink of an eye. I didn't understand how the time had passed this quickly, or where it had gone. It was nice to just sit back in bed and relax. For the first time in a very long time, I had the pleasantry of relaxing, deciding what I wanted to do every day. I was no longer told what to do, scared into doing what Harry willed me to do. For once, it was my choice. I found myself sitting back on my bed and watching the sunset through my window. It was different to be home now, after these years. I missed the skies, the way that the auburn would slowly rise from the clouds in a soft lavender mirage. I'd stuck to myself mostly, relaxing, allowing my body to rest and recuperate from my trauma. My only visitors were usually Dad or Blackjack. Dad took the time to catch up on the 4 years we've been without each other. He'd mentioned some of the local updates that were going on in the community, including the jackass Roach that just so happened to give me a tough time at the gate. He laughed at the story Uncle Cracker told him about Roach and I meeting. Apparently, Roach received his 4th reprimand since he became a prospect. Truth be told, I wasn't shocked. I wouldn't have let him get to 4 fuck-ups. But my dad is a good man. He gives 2nd, 3rd, and 4th chances. In the last week, I've learned that the Reapers are doing well. Very well, in fact. Dad worked more and more to give us a better distribution channel. Right before I left, he'd just made the decision to get back into the drug trade after being out of it for so many years. As soon as he'd announced his return, the flock of his supporters came running. It turns out they never stopped supporting him. There was only one problem. Some of the shipments were running short. He wouldn't go into detail, even though I pushed him for answers. "It's just business, baby," he told me. "Nothing we can't handle." Or so he says.
Even as a kid, I could always tell when he was lying. He was always a terrible liar with me. It came with having to raise me by himself after my mom passed away. His troubles became my troubles. His worries were my inheritance. His voice was my mouthpiece, and so the both of us were always there for each other. Before I left home, I took it upon myself to play a governing role in the club to help level the burden on my father. When I left to get married, someone else took over for me. To this day, I'm not quite sure who exactly that was. I saw Blackjack swing by the room more often than I'd anticipated. He truly was the rogue gentleman that roamed these parts of Montana. Even I had to admit that watching him dress up my wounds was like a daily dosage of eye candy. Whenever he caught me staring, I'd end up shooting my gaze somewhere else. The window, my wardrobe, my lap, anything. Usually 5 minutes after that, he'd start a conversation with me that wasn't on the topic of how many painkillers I've had or whether my wounds were feeling itchy. He asked me what I did for fun when I moved out of my house, which surprised me. After everything, I least expected him to want to know what happened after I left. After I left him. Fun? I didn't really have fun, Rob, I admitted to him on Thursday. It was pretty uneventful, having to stay home all day long, alone. You didn't have friends over? He asked me with a puzzled look. Harry didn't want company. Jesus, Ashley. What? You really married yourself a sociopath. At the time, he caught himself saying that and ended up apologizing a boatload for being insensitive. I, on the other hand, thought the little slip was hilarious. That day, I laughed so hard I could have sworn my lungs were going to collapse. We kept up our conversation since then, and it was refreshing to get to know him every time I snuck in questions. More so, he made me feel a little bit normal again. I really fucking needed that. Blackjack had treated me with so much care, making sure that my body was growing stronger by the second. It was comforting to know that he was looking out for me, something I hadn't experienced in a while since I'd left Montana. When I woke up today, I finally walked myself up to the vanity mirror across my bed. My reflection stared back at me as I took a step closer to the figure before me. Hands came up to my face, the pads of my fingers pressing up to my cheekbones as I checked the swelling. Everything had gone down, from my cheek to my eye. There was even a healthy tinted glow coming from the smoothness in my skin. Dad and Blackjack were both making sure I was eating normally again. I'd smelled freshly baked apple pie for the first time in ages, brought up with a tub of Ben & Jerry's French vanilla, just the way Rob and I used to eat it years ago. I ended up smiling at the sight of me, so happy that I looked normal again. As I scooped up my blonde strands, I realized that even my hair was starting to regain its natural volume. When I let the soft strands leave my fingers, they fell across my shoulders in beach waves. I knew that being home was making me healthier. Or maybe it was something else. Either way, whatever it was, I put it in the corner of my mind while I got ready for the party going down tonight. My dresser was still stocked with clothes that I had left behind when I left with Harry on my wedding day. As I opened the drawers, a faint smile came across my face at my old shirts. God, I've missed this crazy place. I pulled out a spare denim 3/4 sleeved top and put it over top my black cami. The tight denim hugged up against my shoulders, perfectly snug. When I looked at myself in the mirror, my surprised expression stared back. The top looked pretty damn good on me, despite it being one of the many slutty items I wore in high school, but it'll do for tonight. I took the end of my sweatpants and shrugged them down my hips till they dropped to my ankles. With a scoop of my toe, I pulled them up to my legs and folded them back into the drawer, before replacing them with a set of faded jean shorts. I rotated the shorts in my hands skeptically, the waistband looking awfully convincing that it'd fit. I might as well try them out anyway. 2 legs pulled through the denim holes, and I tugged them up to my hips, getting ready to suck in my stomach. Only I didn't have to. My eyebrows furrowed as I looked down to see that there was some space left in the shorts where my stomach had been. I thought for sure I would have gained weight over the 2 years away, from the stress with Harry. Instead, I lost a chunk of me from the trauma I've had to endure. I released the shorts and opened another shelf where my accessories were pooled into one box. A slip-on boho belt was just what I needed. I lassoed it across my denim shorts and pulled it to the 3rd slot. With a little twirl in the mirror, I smiled and smoothed my hands down the front of my denim top. I was ready to go. The door was shut behind me as I made my way to the house entrance. My old cowgirl boots were waiting for me by Grandma's ancient coat rack. I slipped them on and made my way down the worn-out path leading up to the clubhouse. I could cut through the field and take the shortcut, but I'd be damned if I stepped on another snake again. I've learned that the hard way one too many times. On my way there, I took in a deep breath of the fresh night air. As I looked up, I could see the moon take up my sky in its transcendent glow. Its light starts to dwindle away as the torchlights coming from the clubhouse resonated with heat against my cheek, and I looked ahead to see the party in its full swing. Everyone from my childhood was here. The clubhouse was emitting loud, old-fashioned country music straight from the open windows. There was a good majority of people inside, while I saw a few stragglers standing around. I knew exactly what they were doing standing around, too. Waiting for some peace and quiet, waiting to slip away from everyone. I can remember a few times where I'd slipped away to meet someone. The wind picked back up at my hair, and more than ever. Nights like this reminded me of my life with Harry. When I thought long and hard, I realized that I was put in a position where I was careless and vulnerable to a man who didn't have a fragment of authentic love in him. He drained me of my energy, abused me of my strength, and what's worse, he made me feel like I was the antagonist for wanting more. The thought made my hands clench together in balled fists as I walked up the steps to the porch without a degree of care for the men that followed me with their eyes. When I released my hand to take the doorknob, there were aching crescents dug into the pit of my palm. I turned the knob and let myself in, the breeze leaving my shoulders as the AC kicked in. "Well, I'll be," a voice came hollering close to where I stood. I blinked, unsure of who the voice belonged to. Before I could turn my head to see him coming, he had his hand on my wrist and took me into a twirl. "Ah!" I yelped at the sudden tug. My feet danced upon the wooden floor, spinning until I hit his chest with a thud. His arms squeezed me into a hug, and before I could look up, his mouth was on me. It was a sinking kiss that triggered my hand like a flash. Pull, push, and slap. I caught his cheek on my palm, and it clapped back like whiplash. He released me in an instant, stunned at the contact. When I looked up at him, his face seemed so surprised that at first I couldn't even recognize him. That is, until his stupid mouth started laughing and sent the whole room laughing with him. "What a hit, Wonder Woman!" "Cade?" I breathed heavily, still in shock, as I wiped the saliva from the corner of my mouth. It was Cade Shotgun Nichols, son of Michael Nichols, the acclaimed Grenade himself. He also happens to be my not-so-adoptive brother and first crush. He stood there rubbing his cheek at the reddening handprint. "My gosh," I shook my head, astonished. "Do I even want to know where those lips have been?" "Is that a trick question?" Another man's laugh was heard at the corner of the room. I turned my gaze in its direction, only to meet eyes with none other than Zane, Cade's older brother by only 3 minutes. Also my other not-so-adoptive brother. "Zane!" I laugh, running up to him with open arms. He caught me just as I jumped him, twirling me around like it was high school all over again. Ashley, where have you been?" the man exaggerates, before settling me back on the floor. "Oh, man," I reply, flipping my blonde hair out of my face and chuckle. "Where do I start?" How strange it all felt to have seen the two of them after being away for so long. As we sat by the fireplace next to the bar, I told my brothers the entire story. Sure enough, they had heard it before from Dad, which saved a whole lot of swearing. Cade kept shaking his head in disbelief the entire time. For crying out loud, he shared drinks with Harry the night of my wedding. Had he known it would have turned out like this, he would have smashed the motherfucker's face in, without a second thought. Zane, on the other hand, was a tad soberer about the subject. He expressed his suspicion from the very beginning, telling me that Grizzly showing up at my wedding should have been a dead ringer for trouble. Looking back now, that was a sure-as-hell sign Harry was working with him. After being gone for the last 4 years, I asked these two knuckleheads what they were finally up to. Zane apparently took on his role as a full patch member at the age of 26. The guy had been earning his marks since he'd started following his own father's footsteps. This was hardly a surprise, of course. Shortly after, Cade followed suit. They were born and bred for this life, even if they didn't know it. As I swirled my second tequila sunrise in hand, I noticed that my drink was practically empty of its contents. Nothing but a couple cubes of ice sitting in that fruity alcohol bath. When I had gone up to get a drink from the bar half an hour ago, there was a club whore bartending the booth with polish rag in hand. Now, the booth was empty, except for the lone figure of Blackjack sitting at his preferred corner spot. I hadn't seen the man slip by. He'd been damn good at evading attention through the years. Upon my observation, Zane noticed my stare with a little scoff. "You know, the guy's been watching you since he sat down." I gave him a skeptical look. "Oh, come on." "It doesn't take a genius to figure it out, Ash." Cade pointed out with a gesture of his bourbon. "Rob hasn't seen you in so long, you might as well be water in a desert." "You're that tall glass of water that he's been begging to drown in," Zane adds with a wink. "Shut it, Fred and George," I hiss at them with a lunge. "Watch it, Ginny." Cade jumps as I almost spill my drink on him. I laugh and pull back into my seat, crossing my legs over to themselves. That was always the joke between the Nickel twins. They were so damn clever and provocative with their jokes, they might as well have been the Weasley twins from J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series. Of course, they always looked up to me as a little sister in high school, given that they had my back whenever any jock tried to get their mitts on me. Now they were making fun of the oldest joke in the book, my little crush on Blackjack at the time. I stole Zane's shot of tequila and drank it down before he could so much as protest. The contents spilled into my throat with a fire that flared my senses up. I slammed the butt of the glass back to the table with a slow sigh, my eyes searching their way back up to the bar until at last they locked with Blackjack's deep brown irises. Electricity ran across my spine as I could feel my body tingle with the thrill in our short glance. I bounced my eyes off him to distract myself with something else, but deep down, I felt like he was still staring. Waiting for the connection to reappear again. It could have been the tequila shot. Hell, maybe I drank 3 tequila sunrises and didn't notice. I didn't know how to explain it, but my body felt warm all over, with just the idea that his eyes couldn't leave me at that moment. That look he gave me just had me wondering what was going on in that mind of his. "Do you still gamble, boys?" I finally asked, twirling the shot glass between my fingers. Both Cade and Zane burst out into laughter. "Do we ever?" Cade nudges his brother's side. Zane smirks knowingly. "If we took our game to Vegas, we'd be wanted men." "What game?" I snort, unconvinced. "Oh?" Zane raises a brow. "I think Ms. Monroe is calling a bluff." "I do believe you're right, Mr. Nichols." Cade stands from his seat, dusting his jeans off. I throw my head back and laugh. "Unbelievable." "You brought this on yourself, sis." Zane joins his brother, offering his hand to me. "I say one thing, and you're already trying to start something?" I retort, but take his hand nevertheless. "Don't know what you're talking about, ma'am." Cade shakes his head. "Oh, you guys." With jabs and pokes, they lead me all the way up to the old parlor table by the center of the hall. It had been there for years, and heaven knows that it wouldn't be leaving the clubhouse anytime soon. As I sat down and got comfortable, I could still see Blackjack sitting at his spot by the bar, while Zane began shuffling the cards. His back was facing me, so I could observe him all I wanted. But if anything, it was just an invitation for me to call him up to join us. Before I had a chance to say anything, the cards were already dealt, and the twins were more than eager to start placing bets on the table. We played with pennies instead of chips, since the clubhouse ran out of chips the second people started losing them. Stacks of pennies were lined up in tinfoil, while Zane dealt us our starting cards. He even allowed us to see the first card before we had a chance to flip it. "That kind of confidence is going to cost you the game," I point out. Zane scoffs. "Everyone knows the house always wins." Cade just put his card back down after peeking a look. "Hit me," he nods. Zane put his card down, face up. It was a 5 of clubs. "Hit me," Cade repeats, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. His brother brings down a card, and Cade scowled the instant it hit the table. The Queen of Hearts winked up at him, and chances were likely that she cost him the round. "Bust?" Zane asks. Cade was pinching the bridge of his nose. "Bust," he admits finally. Zane turned his attention back to me, as it was my turn, and I was eager to get started. He folded the card in hand before flipping it up to my attention. Queen of Diamonds. Before he had a chance to flip up a second card, I held my hand down on my draws. "Hold for me?" I smile. He cocks a brow. "Already?" "Absolutely," I nod. His shoulders gave up an effortless shrug, and he returns to his card. One draw, and he was already biting into a confident smirk. I watched him carefully while he started the following draw. It was then that his smile disappeared, and he was left with disappointment. I pursed my lips and made a quick pop. "Shut it," he quips. "Busted," I whisper lowly. "Hey!" Zane's hand shot down to my side to give me a jab. I sidestepped swiftly with a giggle, just as Cade flipped my cards, revealing my win. Both groaned in unison when they saw that I ended up with a solid 10 of hearts complementing my Queen of Diamonds. I smirk with pride and place my hands on my hips while they grumble to themselves. Their clubs and spades were no match for what I had. The three of us kept playing at the ongoing pace. I was carrying a good 14 wins, while Zane collected 8. Cade was having the worst luck of everyone, given that he could only keep up with 4 wins. Eventually, he tagged himself out, saying that I was throwing off his mojo. Sore loser. He opted out just in time for the Hound to take his place, sporting his best game face. 4 games later, I had won 2 consecutive rounds. Hound ended up with 1 win, while Zane shared the other. Cade ended up coming back with Booger, and we split the cards into 5s. Ironically enough, I ended up having to split the win with him after we ended up with the highest out of 20. When Booger refused to share the win, we ended up fighting for it through a thumb war. Everyone laughed at the outcome. His grubby finger was struggling to pin my thumb, and when my finger slipped from his grip, I ended up stabbing his hand with the tip of my nail. He let out a shout and pulled his hand back, claiming I had razor blades for nails. He finally let up and allowed me the win with a shaggy laugh. Tank switched with him when he told everyone he'd be back after a pint. As Zane kept shuffling the deck, I watched the man walk his way up to the bar to join Blackjack. Booger had his hand pat down Blackjack's shoulder as they talked to themselves, words that I couldn't hear in the spirit of the parlor table. I had to avert my attention back to the table when Zane dealt the cards back out, handing me my draw. I check my card and prop it back down, my confidence unswayed. "Hit me." He does. The card goes down and it's the 4 of clubs. My bottom card was a 10 of diamonds. Out of anyone in this table, I think I was the lowest sum. "Hit me again," I request. Another card went down. Ace. Shit. Popped. My brows knit together in that moment. That voice. I looked up, and there he was. Blackjack was standing before the table with his arms crossed and a faint smile spreading across his features. My heart clenched at that damn smile. Boog just so happened to be standing behind him, hand on his shoulder. "Ashley, it's no fun if you're losing before my man joins the game," he teases. I snorted at the 2 of them. "Hit me, Zane." Zane gave me a dubious look. "Ash?" "I said hit me, damn it." He draws the card slowly. My stare was on his hands as he flips the fold and starts to bring it down. One of the brothers starts a little hooting chant, bringing the intensity up between us. They drummed at the table, and the anticipation was building. Out of the corner of my eye, I could have sworn that Zane was sweating. His hand lays the card flat, and the moment sinks in. I break into a smile. Someone groans. "How the fuck did she—" "That's just not fair." Tank starts shaking his head to himself. Every other brother beside him could barely believe his eyes. The line of Zane's lips thin, but even he couldn't help but smile at the oddity of it. 4 of clubs, 10 of diamonds, an ace of hearts, and the 5 of spades. I bested my luck at a top of 20, while everyone else busted. Not even Zane's safety net of 19 could save him in this round. Whatever luck I was running on, my adrenaline was pumping for more. This was a hard streak, and I was enjoying every second of it. Not even Harry could beat me at cards when we first started dating. After he realized I had the better poker face, he refused to gamble against me. Still, my glory didn't last too long. "Start shuffling, Zane." Blackjack's voice let up. I looked over to him as the seat screeches below his feet before he sat with us. His arms cross atop the build of his chest, unfazed by whatever just happened on the table. I should have known he'd be joining us in no time. Blackjack, out of any man here, was the signature poster boy for this game. Dedicated to his title, he was the ace to any deck of men. He could gamble any honest man out of his wits and still walk out the door, shameless. Not even my daddy could beat this guy's poker face. "That a boy, Rob." Tank claps his hand on the man's shoulders, giving him a little shake. Blackjack laughs. "Don't root for me yet. Monroe's got a streak here." "Lady Luck is smiling down on her, for sure," Kate agrees. But we all know she's a sucker for muscles. Cade and Zane both give me a little wink, and I scowl at them. Are we talking or playing blackjack? I lean into my seat, offering him a coy smile. Rob only gives me a look, and my breath hitches itself at the back of my throat. That smile. I'm not going easy on you, Monroe, he warns, the smirk on his face intensifying. I raise a brow. It wouldn't be fun winning if you did, baby. Oh, the men holler at once, smacking their hands at his back. Easy, guys, Blackjack assures them with a wave of his hand. This dog isn't down yet. 1-on-1, Zane offers us. Blackjack nods. 1-on-1. Hold up. I lift my head up from the table. I want to make a bet. The men stilled for a second. Betting wasn't anything new in the clubhouse, especially when most of the guys stupid enough to accept heavy bets ended up walking out of the place naked. All bets had to be clarified before mutual parties accepted their risks. Whether it was poker, blackjack, war, or grandma's solitaire, you were in for trouble if you didn't perform your side of the deal. What kind of bet? Blackjack asks. Amusement was hidden in his eyes. Oh, Blackjack. I shake my head before placing my hand to my chin thoughtfully. Ashley, he half smirks. God, I was gonna regret this if things go wrong, but drunk me was melting for this guy's cocky smile. If I win, I start off slowly, you have to do something for me. Something, he repeats. Anything, I challenge. His brothers whistle behind him, already shouting to the roof with catcalls. Blackjack, on the other hand, didn't even flinch. Then again, it was expected of a guy who'd been branded as the Prince of Cards with his title. He stares into my eyes intensely, and I felt like he was swimming in my thoughts, already figuring out what little old me wanted. I didn't let him make my body falter with his low-let gaze. Instead, I played with a piece of my blonde hair and twirled it between my fingers. The man took it as an expression that I was playing with him, and slowly he leans back into his seat. Fine, you've got a deal, babe. Another wave of voices washed over the two of us, and we sat in our place, rinsed in the dim light. Zane finally stopped shuffling his cards and started dealing them to the two of us. While I folded up my cards slightly, I could see the smile of a man underneath its eyelet. I returned my hand back to my side in time for me to catch Blackjack talking to Boog beside him. The two men chuckle to one another at something until Blackjack catches my stare and sits back up. Whenever you're ready, Ash, he asserts with the same confident smile. I return that smile by the tenfold and look up to Zane beside us. Hit me. Zane put the card down flat. Ace of spades. Zane looks in my direction, and I automatically swing my hand down to the cards, palm flat on the table. Hold. The men scoff to themselves, but Blackjack didn't look convinced. Since when do you play it safe? He asks, cocking a brow. I gave him a coy little wink, and he left it at that. Hit me, he tells Zane. Zane puts down a 5 of hearts. The brothers stay silent. Blackjack wasn't satisfied. Hit me again. Down comes the King of Hearts, looking up at us with his brilliant red. Zane waits for Blackjack's cue, but the man shakes his head. Hold. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, watching the game unfold. Cade was holding his hands together, staring intensely at the cards between us. Zane, on the other hand, was wiping his brow from the humidity in the room. Not even the AC could simmer us all down. I cross my legs together, left over right, and begin drumming my fingers down on the table. Blackjack automatically notices, and he takes a jab at me. Impatient already, Monroe? My baby blue eyes look up to him in that moment. On the contrary, I'm willing to let you go first. He gave an empty shrug as the boys encourage him. The width of his hand swept over his cards, and he flipped his game up to face the ceiling. In his draws, there was the King of Hearts, the Five of Hearts, and last but not least, the Five of Clubs. He had a solid 20 with 3 cards combined. It was an unlikely trio. Ashley's in for it, Cade sniggers to them all. Zane could only shake his head. Got anything good, Ash? Not much, really, I admit, sprawling the cards in front of me. The ace was just above my hand before my fingers glided up to the parred, unknown card. One flip was all it took for the men to fill the club with their dubious gasps. The Jack of Spades himself was grinning up at them all. Blackjack couldn't believe it himself. With a teasing smile digging into my lips, I slide the cards in his direction. All I've got is blackjack in the palm of my hands. Chapter 6. Ashley. Does this make my... Ashley, I swear to God. Butt look big? Blackjack had thought that taking me into Billings for a shopping spree was payback for my glorious win, only it wasn't. It was a friend asking another friend to take her into town, and, well, poor Blackjack. I turned my back from the pedestal mirror to face Blackjack, who just so happened to be idly sitting beside my collection of shoe choices. We had only stepped into Billings 20 minutes ago, and he's already sporting on that get-it-over-with facade. His arms crossed over his chest, a slack look of interest among the mall-goers, and, of course, picking the designated shoe spot where he could sit down while I browsed like a kid in a candy shop. I had picked a load of items to try on, and surprisingly, there were moments where I caught his eyes flaring up like a lit candle when I tried on something just right. With that assortment was a pair of Levi shorts, a lace cami that hugged my chest perfectly, and a little crop-top hoodie that showed my midsection. As soon as he caught me wearing that, I couldn't get his eyes off me until I swapped into a white tank with a pair of high-waisted shorts. I'm only asking, geez. I roll my eyes at him while smoothing down the shorts. Honestly? He shrugs his shoulders back. You've gotten tinier since I last saw you. Your butt? It looks just fine. With a little smile, I give him a look before turning myself back around to give the mirror another look. I'm not that tiny, I say aloud, running my eyes up and down my figure. Blackjack shook his head in my reflection. Harry's been starving you for too long, Ash. High and dry, I muse without a second thought. When I realized what I just said, I turned my attention back to him and smiled. Don't worry about it. He didn't ask, but I could tell by his expression that he was growing skeptical. No one needed to know that Harry and I only had sex once in a blue moon. For the couple of weeks that I was pregnant, he didn't touch me. And any time before that, it was just me in that house until he disturbed the night in a drunken slur. He'd beat me, apologize, and then convince me we were going to be okay just so he could slip into bed with me. All those times I believed in him made me lose faith in myself. The insecurity that was piling up like dirty laundry just made me feel more insecure about myself. I always asked myself if he was interested in my body at all, or he was just looking for something prettier every time he drove back from the bar. As I started back to the changing room with a reflection of me waiting there, I realized it didn't matter. He could have been slamming into some whore, and I didn't care. It was all a lie. "Those shorts really suit your legs," Blackjack voiced outside. I blinked in the mirror, startled that he caught me in my thoughts. "You think so?" The man coughed briefly before answering. "Sure. What are you hiding those legs for, anyway?" "From dirtbags that abuse their wives," I replied with a scoff before shuffling out of the shorts. Without a second thought, I dispensed them into the Blackjack pile. "Shouldn't stop a woman from wearing what she wants," Blackjack chuckled. I shook my head. "No, it shouldn't. I'll get them if you think they suit me so much." "Atta girl." A couple of minutes passed between us while I folded the unwanted clothes into a neat pile by the chair. As for the remaining clothes, I draped them over my arm with their hangers attached. As I stepped out of the dressing room, Blackjack's eyes removed themselves from his phone to find me. "All done?" he asks. I gave it a thought before a wicked smile crosses my expression. "Maybe." His brow cocks as he stands up from his seat, collecting the 3 boxes of shoes I tried on before. The two of us walked ourselves up to the register, where a young girl had been waiting for us. I settle all the goods on top of the counter, where she starts picking them off one by one with her scanner. "Did anyone help you today with these purchases?" she asks. I look up to her, discreetly reading her name tag. "It just so happens that this guy has been helping me all day, Jenny." I give Blackjack a little nudge. He returns it with a brief eye roll. "Lucky you!" She throws a little laugh before noticing Blackjack beside me. Oh, there we go. I can see that little twinkle in her eye. It happens to every girl that gets an eyeful of him. Rob has always had that charm about him. Whether it was his height or just his presence, no girl could resist that rough look. Jenny dropped her eyes when Blackjack let his gaze wander across the rest of Billings. As she resumed packing my things in a paper bag, I let my own eyes take a brief glance up at him while he was distracted. Before I knew it, I was on a trip down memory lane. Why didn't I just take a shot with him when I was younger? A real shot. Sure, there was that big, nasty age difference between us, but damn it, we could have been something real. There was a time when we almost crossed that line. Then he left without so much as a goodbye. I waited for him to come back. He was supposed to come back home. And then he didn't, so I left. I left the club, my family, my home. I wonder if it would have been different if he stayed. If I wouldn't have married Harry and moved away. I wonder if I would have been happy with Rob. And here you are. Jen slides the bag across the counter to me. That'll be $184.76. Ouch. As I look down to grab my wallet, Blackjack put his hand on my wrist and shakes his head. I turn my attention back to him, but it was too late. He had his wallet out and was already fishing through for his credit card. Wait, what? Consider it a late birthday gift, he assured me. Robert, put your wallet away, I hissed at him. Not a chance. As I was frantically searching through the bag for signs of my wallet, Jen had already slid his card's chip in the register and let it process. When I finally had my little navy wallet in my grasp, Blackjack had already slipped his card back into his wallet pocket. What was that about not being able to keep up, Monroe? He teases with a little smirk. Unbelievable. I shake my head before taking the bag in my arm. You're lucky you're cute, Rob. So I've been told, he says, with a glide of his fingers through his hair. I let out a snort as the two of us start walking out of Billings and into the mall plaza. When it had become clear that the bag wouldn't come over my arm as easily as I thought, Blackjack nudged my side. Give it here, he insists. No way. I pull the bag closer to me with a shake of my head. I can take care of it. I'm sure you can, but... He idly discontinued his words before I could realize his arm slipped under my elbow to steal the bag. Hey! Blackjack waves his hand off with disregard. I'd rather you not struggle, Ash. I keep walking alongside him as we pass the bystanders of shoppers. I tried to ignore how small he made me feel in comparison to his large stature. He had that effect on me physically as well as emotionally. That confidence was something I never had, but that playful misdemeanor was something I couldn't let him get away with. You're fooling yourself if you think I'll let you sweep me off my feet, darling, I chide with a little smile. Blackjack looks down in bemusement. A woman like you doesn't need anyone to help her off her own. Some people wouldn't agree, I say, my smile faltering. He shrugs the weight of his shoulders. Fuck what they say. You do you as usual. And what do you say? To what? He asks. I look up at him. To my marriage. At this point, I didn't care what anyone thought, but that changed when Blackjack's point of view came to mind. He was a sincere guy with a well-defined constitution for ethics. As for what he thought of me, that also made me wonder. Your marriage is your business, Ash, he says simply. It makes little to no difference what I say on the matter. I want to know either way. Sure you do, but does that change the way you think? That part stung. I didn't want anyone to think I was anywhere in love with Harry since I introduced him to the club. They probably thought I was proud for leaving them behind for a stranger they barely even knew. On top of that, he was now affiliated with the Bears, our sworn enemies. It might, I say softly. Blackjack could only shake his head. I could say you deserved better, but you were too high-strung on love to care. Little does he know that Harry wasn't the one I was high-strung on love with. Now, looking back, I can see that I was using Harry to cover up the love I had for the man right in front of me. I'd never confess that to Rob, though. My eyes make their way down to the floor as we slowed our walk. Go on, he breathes. I don't know what made you fall in love with the asshole, but then again, I don't know what made me fall in love with my own wife. And don't get me wrong, I loved my wife. Loved her beautiful soul, even with all the shit she did to me and Dex. Blackjack married his ex when I was in my early teenage years. He'd married her out of obligation because she was pregnant with his son. Turns out that she wasn't the best mom, or wife for that matter. The man dug his hands in his pockets, thinking to himself before he starts speaking aloud once more. When you can't think of why you love someone so genuinely, that's proof enough that it was real. Even if your relationship with the asshole was one-sided, there's no mistaking the fact that you were innocent in all of this. So, I didn't have it coming? Blackjack scoffs with disgust. Any person that says you deserved it will be seeing the end of your father's boot at his chin, on top of your brothers and myself personally, he says lowly, the expression on his face growing stern. Just hearing that made me release my bottom lip from the clutch of my teeth. Thank you, I whisper softly. Don't mention it. I let out a slow exhale as we returned to our usual walking pace. With my hands wringing behind me, I didn't know what else to say to that. The two of us ended up in an unbreakable silence. Maybe it was worth the moment to think it over. As I look around us, I notice the frequent stares we got from some of the mall-goers. It was usually other women who were taking their sweet time watching Blackjack glide across the mall. Whenever they caught me looking at their stare, their expressions changed into something sober. If it wasn't sober, it was jealousy? Did they honestly think we were dating? Just what was it about our body language that would even give off that impression? The two of us weren't even holding hands. I mean, sure, we were relatively close, but that's how friendly walks and conversations went. If anything, I didn't even look like the type of woman he'd be seen with. Maybe someone taller, with an athletic build, in comparison to someone tiny like me. As I was stuck thinking on it, I realized that he did have a way with looking at me differently. When I was trying on clothes, it became apparent that he was interested in something about me. Was it a slim waist? Or perhaps I did have a better butt than I let on. Or maybe it was my chest. Maybe, just maybe, this was the past. Maybe he missed me too. Hell, maybe he had his own regrets. I didn't know, but something in my gut was digging to find out. Just as we were passing a local Starbucks, I noticed the black and pink lace frontier of Cleopatra, the mall's only acclaimed lingerie store. Just at the entrance, there were mannequins of provocative mesh bras accompanying a flimsy G-string on plastic thighs. It sparked so much controversial curiosity in the back of my head that I felt my heart race. "Hey, Rob?" "Yeah." I stopped in my steps for a moment, letting my eyes linger away from the store before confronting his confused expression. "Do you think we have time for at least one more one more stop?" "The mall closes in 20 minutes, Monroe," he growled out, irritated and tired from the past few hours I've lugged him around with me. "I know, but I'll be quick," I insist. Hell, I was already taking a huge risk. I didn't want to chicken out of this gamble. "Okay, where are we going? Bath and Body Works? Home Goods?" He'd list our options. I shake my head. "There." With my finger pointing in the direction of the seductive noir shop, Blackjack followed its direction until his eyes stopped dead on where we were going. "Oh, geez," he muttered to himself before scratching the back of his head, a smile forming on his lips. "You are dead set on torturing me, aren't you?" "Yup." "I'm not a guy for crying out loud," I tell him, crossing my arms. "I can't just wear the same boxers for 4 years straight." "That's what the laundry machine is for, Ash." I open my mouth, unsure of what to say. With a little huff, I turn my attention back to the store and continue to justify. "Yeah, well, I want assortment." "Assortment," he clarifies with slack. "You heard me. A woman likes to spoil herself." He sighs with a laugh. "Oh, geez, fine." I turn my eyes back to him, surprised. "Really?" "Sure." He starts walking up to the entrance, bag and all. "If I don't comply, I'm breaking our deal, aren't I?" "You'd be correct, but this isn't even our deal," I tell him, giving him a wink. "Well then, let's get this over with, shall we?" He gives me a coy smirk. With that look on his face, I couldn't help but smile back at him. He was being so nonchalant about this, and it made me both nervous and excited at the same time. Was he doing this on purpose to get a reaction out of me? Who knew? I kept on wondering up until I stepped into the shadows of the store, and instantly regretted pushing him so far. On every single wall, mannequin, hanger, shelf, and advertisement was a piece of clothing that made my expression turn 1,000 shades burgundy. Everywhere my eyes roamed, I was met with a choice of clothing more scandalous than the previous. The mannequin at the front was nowhere this sexy and full of risk. G-strings were skimpier. The bras were padded into halves so the cleavage would push up fully. There were corsets, garter belts, and even stockings to fishnets on every clad figure. I was trying my best not to face him when my own expression betrayed me by reveling in my shock. Cleopatra, back in my high school years, was never this risque. I bought underwear here that covered my ass, not expose it on a golden platter. With a deep inhale, I pulled myself together and began to stray from Blackjack as I looked at all the collections. I spotted a hanger which just so happened to hold a cute baby blue eyelet bra with white lace across its edges. On the center was a little bow that accented below where the cleavage should be. I picked it up and draped the bra over my arm, only to feel myself grow uncomfortable and not an ounce sure of myself. "Would you like a bag for that?" a woman's voice came behind me. I turn around quickly to see a red-haired retail personnel greet me with her best-selling smile. "Yes, please. I'd appreciate that." On her arm was a group of fiber-knit bags for collecting underwear. As she offers one to me, I gladly grab it to stuff the lacy piece of lingerie inside. Phew, that was a close one. "Are you looking for anything in particular?" she asks. "Just panties and bras." I smile sheepishly. At this point, it wouldn't hurt to ask for help. "Oh, what's your size, honey?" She flashes her bright green eyes. I'm a 34 double D, I think." "Perfect. Most of our sizes range from 32 to 38, so you've come to the right place," she assured, before guiding me across the store. As I look behind me, I notice that Blackjack seemed distracted with something on his phone. Probably a text from one of the guys, or someone else. "Here's more of our lighter-toned bras. I noticed you liked our eyelet selection of blues," she chimes beside me. I replace my glance to the shelves in front of me, surprised by the lack of black underwear. It was a change from all the black lingerie I was smothered with before. There were pinks, periwinkles, lavenders, and even mint greens. From the collection, I plucked out a creamy white that looked like a semi-corset top. "Excellent choice, miss." She muses at my choice. "The oleander long-line bra is one of our most popular items for brides-to-be. Are you getting married by chance?" "What?" I ask, astonished. No. I recently..." She put her hands up. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I just assumed that you and the gentleman you walked in with were..." "Oh, him?" I look back over to Blackjack, who just so happened to be watching us in the distance. Just his very glance startled me. Well, I say, trying to come up with something smart. "No need to explain," she reassures me with a warm smile. "Do you like the item, though?" At the question, I look back to the bra and examine it for another 5 seconds before nodding. It's quite lovely. I haven't worn anything like this in a while. "It's never too late to start," she suggests casually. "I think it'd definitely suit you." "What makes you say that?" I ask, curiosity brewing in me. "Well, blondes have a natural relationship with whites. And your skin is so tan, so it'll make the bra details accentuate the natural skin tone of yours." "I suppose so," I think aloud, smirking at the thought of what Blackjack would think if he caught me in it. "I'll give it a try." "Sounds wonderful." After just 5 minutes, she was able to fill my bag with at least 8 types of panties that she thought would go great with my legs. Some of the choices seemed a little beyond me, to be honest. But what the hell? I could try black mesh and see if it's up to my par. With her selection of panties, she also suggested a couple of mermaid blue bras that went well with the blues of my eyes. There was one black eyelet bra that I was keen on trying out, just because it seemed to ooze sex appeal just from staring at it. "If you need anything else, feel free to ask." She smiles with assurance as I slip into the changing room. "You've been an immense help, believe me," I say with a laugh. Before I closed the door behind me, a thought came to my head. "Have you seen the man I was with before by chance?" "Oh, he'll be waiting for you outside," I showed him to a seat by the changing rooms, but he should be able to hear you if you call for him. Thanks, I smile. As I closed the door behind me to look in the mirror, I drew in a big breath. Well, it wasn't quite what I planned, but whatever. I could take advantage of this and spoil myself, even without an audience. I started with the white long-line corset bra and opened it up by notches along its spine. With every unfold I made, it made me wonder how the hell I was going to get it to close from the back when I could barely undo it as it was. It didn't matter. I'd find a way eventually. I had 10 minutes to get through all of them, and this was going to be a piece of cake. Before I tried on the bra, I slipped out of my jeans and slipped on the complementing oleander white lace panty over my blue thong. I tilted my hips left and right, hands up to my sides to see if they really did make my legs look nice. I couldn't tell the difference, if I was going to be honest, but I did like the soft white look across my tan skin. Avoiding any more delays, I slipped off the bra I came in with and let it fall to the side before I slipped on the white semi-corset bra. As I started hooking the bottom notches behind me, I felt the corset hugging up against the level of my ribs. I throw my head back to arch my back into my hands, only to feel something tight pull at my hair once I start working my way up. My brows furrow, and I start to lower my chin down until I was stopped with a sting across my scalp. "Shit!" I snap out, hissing. I tilt my head back with my hands, still awkwardly searching up the corset notches. My fingers end up roaming through my blonde hair, unsure of where the snag was. With a low sigh, I take a hold of my hair and try to pull my chin back down to my neck, only for the sting to intensify, making me yelp out at the pain. "Ow! Oomph!" "Monroe?" A voice came from the dressing room. It was Blackjack. "Yeah?" I sound out, nervousness filling my voice. "Is everything okay?" he asks. I take in a slow breath, trying my best not to move as frantically as I did before. One more pull, and I could just as well be yanking a chunk of my own hair out. "Easy does it, Ashley." "Yeah, just struggling with this thing," I say, mentally cursing myself for being so vague. "Do you need help?" "Is the lady who was helping me out there?" I ask. There was a brief pause before he responded. "I think she's helping out another customer." "Oh, that's okay," I lie, rubbing my hair between my fingers hopelessly. "I'll take care of it. Ow!" "Ashley." "No, really, I've got this." "I'm coming in, Monroe." His voice comes up from behind the door. "Don't you dare, Blackjack," I warn him, only for another sting to pass through my hair. "Ugh! Fine. Just don't look." He scoffs behind the door. "Just who do you think I am?" "Not a gentleman at this rate," I huff, before unlocking the door with my spare hand. "And don't you know it?" His voice comes up from behind my shoulder as he steps in, the sound sending shivers down my spine. I gulp down my insecurity and look up at the reflection of the mirror where he stands behind me. His eyes were looking down at the mess I made of my hair, shaking his head at the sight. "Jesus, Ash, I don't know much about this kind of stuff, but—" "Don't say it," I say flatly. "I think you're doing it wrong." I give up, laughing at the ridiculousness of it all. "Hold still," he tells me, before sliding his fingers across the bottom of my hair. With a bite of my lip, I watch him in the mirror with his attention fixed on me. I could feel the hair shift left and right as he tries his best to save me from the pain. It seemed unlike him to be so gentle with that rough facade of his, but somehow it made me burn to touch him with the way he treated me so delicately. If he even touched the bridge of my spine, it was a ghost-like brush of skin that I didn't think he even recognized. It made my body warm with that curious buzz running along my nerves.
waiting for him to do it again, even if it was on purpose. I closed my eyes, waiting patiently in the silence. However, my hair soon enough loosened its pull on my head, and I was left to slip my chin back down to the level of my neck. "There, all better," he whispers lowly. I opened my eyes slowly, as if I had been caught in a dewy dream. His eyes were sitting on my shoulder as his hands brush my hair away from my back. I watch him as his figure leans down, my breath stopped in the middle of my throat. The line of his mouth catches the cliff of my shoulder, and the warmth presses itself down, splitting my nerves into a warm shudder of want and need. A soft gasp passes from my lips as he takes my jaw in his hand, guiding me to his face while he kisses his way up my neck. Shit, I've missed this. I've missed him. I tilt my head into his hand, not away from his mouth, but away so that he could keep exploring with his mouth. Explore he did. His lips caught me at every soft spot on my flesh, testing that heartbeat that drilled in the hollow of my throat as he held me. His opposite hand slid down to my thigh, hooking the white panties with his careful thumb. I let out, the warmth of his chest making me pull myself closer to him. It's been years since we've been this close. I can't believe I ever let him pull away from me. I pressed my ass to his hips, and without a warning, he turned me around to pin my body across the wall of the changing room. I breathe in his cologne, the husky scent rinsing down my senses. Suddenly, his mouth was finally on mine, hot and demanding, with a hunger driving me crazy. I kiss him back, driving the same force back up to him. The hand on my hip squeezes my skin, and it drives me up the wall. "Rob," I moan up to his ear before I could stop. The sound of his name makes him stop in his tracks as his mouth leaves me. I was panting as he left me at the wall, turning his back to my state. I watch him, breathless and confused. "I'm so sorry." He brings a hand up to the back of his neck before shaking his head. "That was—" Wait, don't." "It won't happen again," he says, the resolution firm in his voice. "I'm so sorry, Ash." I didn't understand. The confusion mixing in the pit of my stomach grew even when he left me alone in the changing room. For the rest of my 5 minutes, I didn't try on any other items. Instead, I ended up leaving everything in the hands of the woman who assisted me when she came back to check on me. She asked me if I wanted to put the items on hold if I returned, but I didn't think I would. Despite that, she reassured me that she'd set them aside until next week if I changed my mind. That was sweet of her. On the way back, Blackjack and I didn't say a word. The car was jamming to Aerosmith, but no one was singing aloud. We were back to sitting in the ice bath with nothing to talk about. The worst part is, I didn't know if I should regret it at all. It felt so right, but was it wrong? Did I push him too far? Or did I finally get the taste of what I lost years ago? I didn't care anymore. I'd lost him once because of things we couldn't change. I was home, and I was going to be happy. Rob always did that, and damn it, I'm going to fight for him now, even if he can't bring himself to fight for me. Chapter 7. Ashley. Since I've been back home, sunset after sunset has quickly passed me by. I didn't know what to do with the spare days flying over my head. Time was slipping through my fingers, and I was losing sight of the approaching weekend.
Over the past few days, the weather has been starting to cool down, which meant that most of the guys were out riding today. In our club, we did things a little differently. Sure, we weren't people who abided by every law that the men in blue set into motion, but we were good people. My father always had a few men patrolling the highways for any type of suspicious activity, and today, that also meant looking to see if we could figure out where the missing drugs were. He wouldn't admit that there was a problem, but I could see it. The shipments were running short, which meant we had a mole. The question was, who was it? Dad assigned Roach double shifts while the big boys were riding around, trying to locate our mole that he wouldn't admit we had. It was no coincidence that every time I drove the Honda to the entrance, Roach made it a point to spit at the wheels of the car before he let me leave. With that shitty attitude, he'd never be patched in as a full member. I'd make damn sure of it, too. While the boys were away, I decided to stay behind and clean up after last night's dinner. The kitchen sink was halfway full of dirty dishes from the previous night's impromptu backyard barbecue, and I didn't have anything better to do with my time. My arms were elbows deep in the sink, scrubbing away the crumbs embedding the plates. As I drew my hands itself into the sink of soapy water, my thoughts couldn't help but to retrace back to the dark-lit changing rooms. For the past couple of days, I'd tried to understand what was going through Blackjack's head at the time. His arms had surrounded me in such a grip that threatened never to let go, and yet, in one hot flash, he pulled away from me as if he was going to melt at the sound of his name. But why? He was the one that initially kissed me, and even when I kissed him back, he didn't pull away. How is it that the taste of the kiss was full of so much want, and yet, when I was craving more, he could pull away at the sound of my voice? Years ago, he and I had something. Neither of us can deny that. It shouldn't have happened, but God, did it ever? I was 16, and his age far surpassed mine. It was wrong, and both of us knew that. We both tried to fight it, and boy did we ever. Our story didn't end well, though, because he just vanished. He just left, without as so much as saying goodbye. I couldn't put my finger on it, but my self-doubt certainly could. He was just too damn good for me. How could he even settle on someone who's been broken by a vile man? Perhaps my desperation to be touched spoiled it for him. It was a fleeting thought, and now that he's got his fill of curiosity, he's had enough of me. After all, I've never had my questions answered from what happened years ago. No, that doesn't sound like him either. Was it because of his close relations with my father? Speaking of which, just how close did he and Dad get after I left home? If Dad has been building a relationship with Blackjack as key member of the club, it would make sense that he wouldn't want to ruin what they'd both been working towards. But to hell with it. I'm an independent woman. It doesn't matter the age difference when I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. Everyone in this damn club, and even the surrounding towns, knew that the Monroes took care of themselves to provide for the family. I've done my part in the past to keep that motto firm. Despite that, maybe I was getting too ahead of myself. When I stumbled back into the club with my bruises, it was well known that I wasn't capable of recognizing who I was even marrying. Harry had stripped me of my dignity when I fell for his facade. I honestly believed that I was safe and loved. In shallow marriage. No deeper than a dirty puddle left by the rain. And here I was, no longer just a Monroe, but also a Vale. Being dubbed Mrs. Vale left a dirty stain across my Monroe brand. It was no wonder that Blackjack turned away when I spoke his name. He was brought back to reality while I was still sitting in flightless hope. It left a sinking feeling in my stomach, and my conscience betrayed me well enough to the point that... Shk! A plate slipped out from my soapy fingers and shattered into the sink. Shit, I hissed, churning the bubbles away from the clear water. The bubbles waded off to the edge, but I curled my fingers too quick. A shard of the plate cut my skin, burning and forcing me to jerk the hand out of the water. Damn it! My opposite hand clutched my wet fingers tight. I bit my bottom lip as I inspected the wound. A breath hitches in the back of my throat at the sight of blood trickling from the cliffs of my fingers to the length of my wrist. My eyes searched my hand for the wound, only to recognize the wet slit on the inside of my index and middle finger. When I pursed the flesh down to look for anything that might have gotten inside, the gap increased with a sudden sharp sensation. I clenched my eyes shut at the pain as another hiss escaped my breath. Soap had gotten into the wound and was wringing an uncomfortable sting inside the tear. I maneuvered away from the sink quickly, carrying my hand against my chest as I looked for a clean rag. When I couldn't find one laying on the counter, I dug into the nearest cabinet and found one next to the silverware. I clutched the checkered rag and dried the wound before any more soapy water could fester inside. The sting revolted against the rag, but slowly I managed to coax my hand into a dull ache. That was so stupid of me. Just where did my mind go? I shook my head at the sight of the rag as I headed back to the sink, turning off the faucet. The soapy water had cleared up, and the plate shards were more apparent in the water. That could have done me some good before I cut myself. Damn. As I looked up from the sink, the windows were clear. Fresh blue skies speckled with the faintest spread of clouds in the bright day. If there was a storm picking up, it wouldn't be coming anytime soon. It had to be bad luck or something. I dropped my good hand down to the sink to start picking up the shards. This time, I was careful enough to see where my hand was going. When I touched up on one of the shards, I could have sworn there was a wisp of red ribbon drawing itself from the bottom of the sink. After blinking a couple of times, the shade had faded into the blue, and I was left with 3 shards sitting on the palm of my hand. At that moment, the door opened with a terrible screech up till it hit the wallflowers. The sound of my dad's voice calls to me. "Ashley, honey, you home?" I throw the shards in the bin and turn away from the sink. "In the kitchen, Dad," I holler back, wiping the wet hand on the denim of my new jeans. His boots rustle up the whole house as he treads heavily down the corridor. The shelves shook at each step, a common thing if he ever came home upset. Daddy could always go upstairs as quiet as a mouse when I was fast asleep. But if there was war, he was charging into Fort Monroe like a bull. I look up to the open arch as he walks inside the kitchen. "Is everything okay, Dad?" The man shook his head, unwilling to move from his spot. Instead, he spoke slowly. "Your favorite prospect picked something up from the gate this morning." I restrained myself from rolling my eyes at the mention of Roach. "Was it a new personality?" I asked, hoping he'd find it just a tad bit amusing. He didn't. My father's expression remained sober. "It's from your husband." That word of news nearly made my heart stop dead. A cold panic rinsed down my stomach, and I had to clench to the sink counters to keep myself standing. I leveled my eyes at the floor, pursing my lips hard. The news made me feel a whole lot worse than the sting that was rising back up to my fingertips. I was standing there, clutching the damn counters till my knuckles turned white. "Darling," Dad tries to coax. "Is he here? Is he back home?" I managed to stammer. He clicks the roof of his mouth. "Now, why would I let that son of a bitch crawl his way back to you?" "He's got nothing now, Daddy." I could only shake my head. "As soon as I ran away, he lost every bartering chip on the table."
Ash, don't worry. I ripped my eyes away from the floor.
The bears should have skinned his hide and sent it to his damn mother as soon as he let me get away.
At that, my father crosses his arms.
Fuckers are smart enough to give me the honors.
That didn't loosen the tension running through my head. All jokes aside, I was filling with dread at any mention of Harry. I wanted all of this to be over. The pain sitting at the inside of my fingers was enough of an omen to say that it wouldn't be that easy. I'd slipped away. I'd gotten bruised, but the mental scars were still there. I had to scathe my wings to free myself from that fucking cage. My dad led me back into the clubhouse, directly past the doorway that led us into where we held church, where the so-called package was waiting for us. Cracker, the boys, as well as some of the members, were seated along the table in their assigned chairs. Roach was sitting there with a partial grin running up the lines of his hollow face. I knew he was getting off at the idea of being invited to an active meeting. It made me sick to my stomach that he didn't realize the severity of the situation. I glanced up quickly as the doorways to church opened, revealing none other than my Uncle Tex. I didn't even know he'd gotten back into town, not seeing him since I've been back. He's my dad's brother-in-law. My Aunt Roxy is my dad and Cracker's little sister. I continued to look around the room until my eyes settled on the man I was searching for. Blackjack, on the other hand, was sitting next to my father's chair, with Uncle Cracker on just the other side. That made me feel a tad bit worse, but a whole lot better. Somehow, his presence made up for the shitty day, given that I hadn't seen him for days. I tried my best not to look at his face as my eyes took in the room while my father escorted me up to the front of the table. Every man was silent. In church, everyone was quiet. You'd be dumb not to be. It was a place where you let the prez do the talking, and that prez was none other than my daddy. I could see the package on display for everyone to see, laying on top of the table. Its opening flaps were ripped apart to unveil the contents. The thing was no bigger than the length of my foot. As I approached the cardboard box, I could feel the knots tightening up in my stomach. I knew who this was from, and yet my body was trying to deny it. Even as my eyes got closer to its contents, I could only make out the grimy outside of the box. Its corners had been soaked in rain, and the cardboard was left to dry till the morning. When I finally forced myself to look inside, the knots loosened up, and I could only tremble. Within the box was a leather cut, measured and tailored so that it held the heavy bronze of its emblem with pride. The pieced medallion had anchored it down to the box with a bear on its cast, opening its mouth to roar. I restrained my hand from shaking when I took the cut in my hands by the bronze plate. My father watched me intently, but this only made the men start whispering about them. I should have realized that this was only inevitable. Upon the plate was engraved, "Property of Bears MC - Reaper." Below it was a faint parcel note that had been dried and wrinkled up by the rain. My father took it in his hands and unfolded it beside me. I could hear the paper chuckle as my father smoothed it down to size. The sound was haunting.
We, the Bears MC, have recognized that this holy matrimony has been interrupted by the spoils of domestication. You, the Reapers, should know that despite anything that goes on within the marriage of our unified members, this marriage is tied with no acknowledgement of separation from the patriarch of the family.
My father read, and my face could only fill with disgust.
Therefore, We ask that you leave your livestock with the dominant member of this marriage before we take it upon ourselves to make this severe action just. When you do transfer her back to our club." He read slowly and paused, the cuff of his wrist tightening at his aggravation. "Make it apparent that she is wearing our emblem. Otherwise, we will assume she will attempt to infringe on this union again."
I honestly didn't have anything to say to that. That letter wasn't a request. It was a demand. It seems Harry had been doing some sucking up with the bears, enough for them to leave me this lovely tailored cut for me at my front door. There's no way in hell this piece of livestock is going back to the dominant member of the family. Blackjack scoffs.
"This fuck off." "They don't think it's going to be that easy." Zane stood up from his seat. "That's our fucking sister on the line."
"Boys, boys, boys," my father coaxed them all, the weight of his voice booming throughout the room.
"What they're inciting is the old bylaws, where two opposing MCs are unified for neither of them to touch violence upon the wedding parties. They want to make it known that they're acting accordingly to the established text and guidelines."
"Acting like it's our Bible as well," Blackjack resounded, his eyes coming back to me. "You got it, kid." Fist nods sternly. "But they forgot one thing." A silence spurred between the members as they waited on every syllable of Fist's word. I broke it on a whim. "The Reapers follow no man who poises himself as a god. Therefore the old tradition of MC law is fool's gold," I say softly. "Matta girl," my father whispers, his hand collecting my shoulder with a squeeze.
"They can't force her to come back then," Zane insists.
"They can always try to force her to come back through violence," Blackjack corrects him. "This way, they have an agenda other than saying, 'We're using her as blackmail to get to you.'" "They don't know the reason she left in the first place," Uncle Cracker muses from his thoughts. "Exactly." Fist nods. "They think that she left on account of her abuse. They even mention it in their fancy wordplay."
"Spoils of domestication? Bullshit," Zane scoffs.
"I just find it funny how this spineless bastard calls himself Reaper." My Uncle Tex chuckles lowly to himself. "It's as uncreative as it is tasteless." "On the contrary," I look up at him, a grim smile coming across me in the light of the moment. "I think Reaper is a fitting road name for Harry. Let's see how much is left of him after we're done with them." I wasn't the broken, beaten-down wife anymore. I refused to be that woman. I'm Ashley fucking Monroe, and this MC princess is back home. I hope he's ready for the war that's coming. Chapter 8. Ashley. I was a woman on a mission. The soles of my feet were burning through my shoes as I trekked out of church, through the doors of the club, and began the walk back to my childhood home. Before I went to church, I was so nervous to discover the impending news. Now, I'm just a rolled-up ball of fury and frustration. All my patience has been exhausted, and I'm running on an empty stomach craving vengeance. My heart rate continued to shoot up. Every pulse that was sent up to my ears made me remember the sentences read from the lovely little note that the bears so happened to leave attached to my gift. This patriarch of the family bullshit had me reveling in my head. They called me livestock, as if I had wandered out of my own house like some lost sheep. No, I wasn't a fucking sheep, and they didn't have the balls to amount to any kind of shepherd. Harry had to be fooling himself if he thought I'd walk myself back to that house with a leash around my neck. Then again, he was never the smartest man. Still, it made me red with anger. I was past humility to the point that I could have gotten nauseous in the pile of rage sitting in my stomach. The thought made my hand come down to my stomach.
to my lost love. It was as bare as that marriage had been, and all the time in the world couldn't have wiped my memory clean of that. What I had developed in my conscience was no longer fear. It was vengeance. "Ashley," a voice called from behind me. I whipped my body around and saw him standing there, panting from what I can assume was him running after me. "Blackjack," I mutter. It was the first time we'd even spoken since Billings. I wouldn't say that things were awkward between us, but I don't know what to say about how things truly were. We hadn't talked about it, so it was just there. Ugh, he coughed, bent over to catch his breath. When he picked his head back up, I felt his weary eyes grow serious. He saw the wound on my hand. Truthfully, I'd almost forgotten about my stupid slip-up. Everything with Harry and the bears was weighing so heavily on my mind. "Where do you think you're going now?" I stare at him, pursing my lips. "I'm going home." His brown eyes stayed fixed on me. "Ash, you're going home with a head full of thought." I couldn't say anything to that. Even when I was younger, the man knew me better than I knew myself. Those eyes of his made my heart swell up, a tension that could have dissolved me to tears. His voice sounded so soft, while I was still struggling to come up with words that made sense. In my head, I understood every flicker of resentment I had for the man who destroyed my happiness. Yet, it was Blackjack that made me forget myself, even for a moment. "Do you want to talk about it?" he asks with a tenderness to his voice as he stands up straighter. "No," I stutter immediately. "I'm fine, Rob, really." "Ash." He steps closer. I falter, and I could feel my own arms wrap instinctively around my body. Blackjack's expression winced, and I could feel it. It hurt him that I couldn't easily express what was on my mind. "I just need some time to think," I assure him, offering a weary smile. Blackjack took my words with a grain of salt and nodded. "Sure." With that, I turned back around and kept moving, with the feeling of his eyes still staring into my back. I almost shuddered with regret. I wanted to run back and tell him everything, but before I could do that, I needed to get my head on straight. Despite the terrible news, I could focus on the things to be thankful for, like how this weather hasn't turned to shit quite yet. I tried my best not to think about Blackjack as I continued the walk up to the house. Every small twig that snapped under my foot made me want to turn around to check if he was still there. When I reached the porch, I turned around to see the stretch of land before me. He hadn't followed me back. I should have known better. I was a dumb girl. He hadn't stayed when I needed him before. Even though this is completely different, why would he stay now? There was so much that we could have said to each other, but we just drifted farther apart. We started as good friends, to becoming something I couldn't even describe at the time. It just didn't make sense anymore, and I couldn't dwell on that feeling for too long. I was no longer the sickly, thin, black and blued girl that stumbled back home. The shreds of me that were clinging to life in that moment were built up with adrenaline, ready to tear into anyone that threatened me or my family. The package sent to our gates should have been the signal I needed to pull everyone in the club closer together. A threat was sent to our gates, the biggest MC in Montana. I couldn't help but think about how the bears could hurt us. When I thought hard about it, it was rather easy to do. They knew where our strengths lay, as does every other MC in the tri-state area. We had to take our steps carefully when collecting any of the drugs from our suppliers, and at best, even our normal distribution. The bears knew this meant war, but I didn't put this past them. When they strike, and they will, this would mean that all prior agreements were now void. We couldn't be sure of anything that would happen. The bears knew of where we held some of our product. We'd need to move it to avoid any potential loss, or a raid by the state police, or even the DEA. If we were careful enough, we could find other routes to undergo our drop-offs. As it were, my dad explained that the drop-off locations hadn't been changed since over 3 years ago, and that would be the only explanation that I needed for why our shipments were short. He even confessed that our warehouse outside of White House had been hit a few weeks back. All the drugs were wiped clean. I couldn't believe him when I heard what happened. There was a worry that the police were involved, but if they were, they would have already come for my father and the club. We didn't have proof, but deep down, I knew that this was the bears. I'd had a long talk with my father to move the product to different locations that we hadn't used in years. This is war. It's barely begun, and I will try to avoid bloodshed. But bloodshed is what got us here in the first place. If worst comes to worst, the bears will be hunted down like the vermin they are. I will personally make sure that every member of the bears is extinct. I kept thinking over and over about how this even happened. How did Harry think of something this slick? Harry Vale, that fucking snake. It couldn't have been his idea, so it had to have been Grizzly. The man wasn't able to snare me in his bear trap to destroy my father's reign, so he decided to manipulate the system any way possible to slow us down. I knew one thing, and the root of our problems with the drugs is because of the bears. We have a mole, a rat of sorts. I planned on discovering exactly who this mole is. If the bears wanted a fight, we'd give them it. They could cheat our system. They could even cheat the law. The one thing they couldn't cheat was death brought by a reaper.
Blackjack. We'd been stuck in church for hours afterward. I was able to slip away to check on Ashley for just a moment, immediately going back through the doors to discuss our next move. We had to think of a plan, and nothing that was suggested measured up. It had been hot as hell in church. It didn't help that it was blistering outside today. Every man was sweating in their skins at their seats. After hours and hours of sitting in this room, making suggestion after suggestion and all of us being shot down, we were beyond exhausted. This was a sensitive subject. At the very mention of it, I knew everyone was just waiting to tear into it. Whether it was curiosity biting the neck of every man in that room, or the hunger to give the bears exactly what they deserved, we were prepared for whatever was waiting for us. I wasn't exactly thrilled that we were leaving this decision up to a club vote. Ashley's family, Fist's daughter, Cade and Zane's adoptive sister, she's the fucking princess of this MC. We shouldn't be debating what to do at all. It should be obvious. None of us should be on our asses discussing this. A decision on how we need to handle the bears needs to be made, not if we're doing anything. When we discovered what was sitting in that package, I recognized it had very little to do with the Reapers and a lot more to do with Ashley. That's why I had to fight off my urge in my body to call off the meeting and save her the emotional turmoil that had to be running through her mind. She had gone pale as death, and I couldn't get it out of my head for the remainder of that day. From the moment she stepped inside and walked to the table to the second her eyes found the bottom of that box, I knew we were losing her. None of the men in church could have possibly understood how she felt in that moment. To them, the bears had spat on the integrity of the Reapers. To Ashley, it was more than that. This was a woman who had invested some of her best years into a fake marriage with a heart of pure gold. She was cheated out of her club and ripped from her family. To make things worse, she lost her child when she fought to escape. I repeat, no one, knew a single thing to what this girl's been through. I couldn't even cut past the surface of what went through her head when she opened that damn package. When she caught sight of the cut, everything changed. Everyone spoke up. Loud, crass men that thought their word would determine fate, the war, the aftermath, and even the deaths of every son of a bitch that crossed their prez's daughter. It was such a raw taste of adrenaline that even I couldn't stand for it. I was sick of it all. When Fist read the letter, I wanted to burn that damn box with a flamethrower. I restrained myself as soon as Ashley spoke, repeating her father's wise words. That's when I realized it. She wasn't shaking at all. In fact, it was quite the opposite. As every man observed her and absorbed every word that left her mouth, it became clear that she hadn't lost faith of her father's values, or her MC's law. The Reapers follow no man who poises himself as a god. Therefore, the old tradition of MC law is fool's gold. Sure enough, Ashley was walking in her father's footsteps when she spoke the words passed down by him. From the last words that left her lips, I could tell that she was twice as determined as these men combined to put these fuckers down. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen from her before, and I felt like I recognized her from all those years back. She was no longer that beaten-down girl that stumbled back into her home. There was a strength to her that resembled Fist's, and it let her stand on her own two legs in front of the entire MC. Even then, I saw her hands tremble as they were balled up in fists. Turning my eyes away from her didn't help me forget what happened in that changing room. If anything, it made me sit deeper in my thoughts than ever before. She trusted me on another level that not many of her friends could attribute to, and I still couldn't control myself. She knew that now, and if anything, she probably wanted answers. I had none to offer. I followed her for as long as I could up until I tried to confront her after church. Despite my determination, I couldn't do jack shit to comfort her, to make her know that she was safe so long as I was beside her. How could a man swear to protect someone close to him when he couldn't even trust himself around them? Especially when she's had everything taken away from her in life. Even when I tried, she turned me down to return to her thoughts. The only thing left to do from then on was to return to my own. A week had passed since the bear's delivery. The time went by so damn slow I could have sworn I felt older with the sleepy drought of summer. I sent Dex out of the house to fetch me a new battery from Tex for the bike, since the Harley wouldn't so much as cough if I turned the key. I sat next to the bike with the garage door open to let in the cool wind from outside. The white stand-up fan did me a huge favor in keeping the sweat off me, but from the looks of the sky, it seemed like it was going to rain in an hour or so. With the back of my hand, I wiped away the salt from my brow and kept polishing the grime that settled on the bike's exhaust. It hadn't collected so much rust, but the dirt was so noticeable that I couldn't take my eyes off it after taking out the battery. Running my nail underneath the cloth, I could only shake my head as I stubbornly applied more effort into the polish. A couple of more budges and a good chunk of the dry mound crumpled out from underneath my finger. "Blackjack, you there?" a voice called out. I looked up from the exhaust to find someone approaching the garage. Squinting my eyes, I couldn't recognize them immediately, but as soon as I wiped my eyes, I saw the old friend before me. "Dixon," I muttered in disbelief. "Where have you been all this time?" The man that was now standing before me was the sergeant of arms of the club. He was a 6-foot-something that wouldn't be caught dead without his steel-toed boots. His hair was sleek jet black, but that classic smirk was his trademark. With all his cockiness, he was a real James Dean in the making. You wouldn't recognize him without a smile that could fill you up with a ton of doubt. With a smart head and a knowledge for every piece of metal we had in the community, you would have figured he would have been rooted to his home. Not Dixon, though. He'd been known for traveling around the US of A since he ran away from home at 16 to see the Rockies. He'd been officially patched in as the Sergeant of Arms just a year ago, then flew free of the bird cage he called home. Normally, you wouldn't just ride around North America being a main officer of the club. But Fist, that man let Dixon do whatever the fuck he wanted. He and I were tighter than a clam's ass in high tide. We'd seen rough days being in the club as long as we both had. From what I could recall, he was an ex-Marine that served a shit ton of tours. I had a great amount of respect for that. Whenever we caught him for dinner or a barbecue, he'd tell us where he'd been. Great Britain, France, Germany, Belgium, Japan, all the places. Swore he wouldn't settle down anytime soon, so he could keep it up. Nowhere outside the US this time, man, he laughs, stroking the brim of his thick mustache. How long have you been polishing that waste of space you call a bike? I snort. Easy there, Tiger. We're not going to fire up this debate again. The man shrugged playfully. All I'm saying is, you could have come to the dark side and got yourself a Triumph. A Triumph Bonneville bobber is the last thing I'm spending my money on, idiot, I scoffed, tossing the rag back in its bucket. It's marketed for city college students, and I'm not going to underappreciate myself by riding something that's younger than my son's future bike. Dixon cocked up a brow. I'm going to ignore the fact that you ragged on my brand and ask you plainly what you intend to get your son that's any better than a bobber. I opened my mouth. And if it's another Harley, I don't want to hear it. He cuts me off. I shook my head with a smirk. I'll spare you the disappointment, then. What do I owe the pleasure of this visit, anyway? The guy's lips thinned too suddenly, pursed in reluctance. He turned his head over to look behind him and asked, Is your son home, by chance? My brows furrowed, confused. No. Is he in any kind of trouble? Not exactly. Dixon turned his attention back to me, and his expression didn't change. When is he coming back, Rob? Soon. Why? I respond with caution. We have visitors at the gate. He spoke slowly. You make sure your son doesn't get to the entrance until they're gone. Who are we talking about, Dixon? I stepped forward, fists clenched. Calm down now. He held his hands up. It shouldn't be a problem, but I just have to make sure. Dixon, I repeat, all the humor gone from my voice. The man sighed and took his face in his hands. Prez just told me. But I didn't know your boy hadn't gotten home yet. When the prospect reported them waiting out there, I didn't even know that Ash came back. Fuck, I muttered under my breath. There was no doubt about it. It was them. War had walked straight up to our gates. Chapter 9. Blackjack. After a good 10-minute walk across the path to the gate, I finally spotted them with my own eyes. Fist and my brothers were at the clearing with their backs turned at the gates, unafraid to step out of their comfort zone to approach them. Their bikes were waiting inside the fence, strewn to the side and waiting for their owners to come back. However, there appeared to be too much tension in the mood to expect such a quick compromise. 16 men stood on the opposite side of the gate. The prospect was still sitting at his post, waiting for the word to open the doors. Whether those iron rails would be open to friend or foe, I didn't know. There was a lack of distance between the two MCs, and where I was walking, anything could have gone down. Before I started walking to the meet-up, I half expected to witness a bloodbath in the making, but there was no such thing. As soon as I was a couple of feet away from the gates, I slipped up to the prospect post and leaned against the wall, hand digging down my pocket for my phone. When I took it out, I thumbed in my passcode to check if I got a response from Dex yet. He was only 9, and yes, I'd bought him a cell phone. It was for exactly situations like this where I knew we'd need to be able to contact each other quickly. Our text messages flashed up on my screen within a second. I scrolled my eyes down to the latest notice he sent, and to my relief, he wasn't on his way back home yet. Instead, he'd asked if I needed the battery ASAP, since his friend Wade invited him to play Call of Duty. I texted him back. Sure. Pick you up at 5. Not even a minute later, and he had already responded. Can you pick me up at 8? If there wasn't a club situation that I was grappling with at the gates, I would have said tough shit and told his ass to get back home. But I was inclined to let him have it. There was no guarantee this would be over by 5 p.m. Reluctantly, I ended up responding back, 8 p.m. it is, before sliding the phone back into my pocket. That boy better not forget my battery at Wade's house. When I retraced my eyes back to the men standing on both sides of the gates, I couldn't recognize a good majority of them from the distance I was at. I decided to kick off the wall and give the prospect's door a good knock. From the windows, I could see that his gaze had been trained on the conversation at hand. It was just like Roach to listen in on matters that were way above his scale of authority. I gave the door another knock, and sure enough, his eyes flash up to where I stood waiting. "Oh," he coughs into his hand. "What can I help you with, Blackjack?" "Good afternoon, Nick," I nod conspicuously. "You mind helping me with the gate?" His brows furrowed. "I don't think it's a good idea to get involved at this rate, Rob." Amused, I crossed my arms over my chest. "And why's that?" He stiffened in his seat before glancing up to the group once more, muttering something inaudible. "What was that?" I interject. "It's not in your jurisdiction, Rob. No need for medics just yet." Jurisdiction? Did this green boy even know what the term meant? So help me God, open that door before I get in there and do it myself. His mouth opened to say something, but all it took was for me to turn the knob for him to come to his senses and flick the switch. The latch was released, and the gate door moved behind the men, interrupting their conversation. "Thanks for that." I give him a brief smile before starting through the doorway. Ahead, the men had turned their heads past the brim of their shoulders to spot me coming down the pathway. As they shifted in their spots, I could see the opposing group clear as day. It was odd that the bears were called animals when they had less hair than a premature boy hitting puberty. Very little of them carried beards or even chest hair, given that they'd arrived bare-chested, ready to prove the might of their men. The only exception to their strange contradiction was Grizzly himself, who had enough hair on his face and chest to be a member of the bear family himself. Before I stepped up to greet Fist, there had already been talks between Cracker and Grizzly. As soon as someone said anything about arsenals, I could have sworn I saw Fist's body tense up all at once. I watched him carefully as I slowly approached him, but luckily he spotted me just in time to cool over. "It took you long enough to join us," Fist muttered lowly into my ear when I accompanied his side. "I take it you heard the news." I gave him a shrug as we listened to the other men talk. "Dixon's back, which means our regular schedule is set to sail. What else is new?" Fist pursed his mouth. "I'm not talking about that." My eyes came back to his and the soberness was back in our conversation. "If you're talking about my boy, there's nothing to worry about," I finally respond. "Dex is with a friend. Won't be picking him up till 8. "Ah, well, Ashley doesn't know about this. That they're here?" That didn't come off as a surprise to me. "No need to bring her into this," I told him. "Not yet, anyway." "Fist, I gave him a look. He put his heavy hand on my shoulder. Boy, I don't want it to come to that either. At this rate, it might be unavoidable. Just what do you mean by that? I whisper, anger building in the back of my throat. Get yourself a lawyer, have him draw up the papers, hand the two of them a pen, and they're divorced. What's so hard about that? Blackjack, a voice called. I looked up from Fist to where the sound originated from, only to have met eyes with the son of a bitch himself. Jack Grizzly Jones. My, he drawls out, the intensity of his eyes widening at the sight of me. Been a while since I've seen you out of the woods, or should I say, out of Afghanistan. It wasn't a secret that I enlisted into the military as trained medic. Despite that, I didn't like Jack using that fact to put aside his bullshit and start small talk. Not long enough. You've grown old, I respond coolly. The remark caught him by surprise. Yeah, well, he continues, laughing to himself. It'll take more than age to knock this bear down. What's all of this about, then? I cut him off, sick of the bullshit. Blackjack, Cracker says lowly. Well, it's about time someone asked, Grizzly roared in amusement. Why is it that we decided to visit these parts on a Sunday afternoon instead of fucking our women until they scream? Because my woman just so happened to run away from home. Another voice joined him. A figure approached the group, rustling right up from behind Jack himself. I'd put betting money any day that Fist would skin the man and send his hide to his sorry mother if he tried anything. Grizzly may have been sly enough to avoid conflict up until now, but one thing was guaranteed. He was a coward any time he was challenged by Fist to a hand-on-hand fight. Ever since his youth, nothing would change his mind to this day. As Grizzly stood before Fist, the man of the voice finally revealed himself among the faces. Once I got a close enough view to put two and two together, I realized Harry had joined this meeting as well. Harry, I mutter under my breath. That's right, Grizzly chuckles lowly. Years back, Harry and I came here to celebrate the wedding of his newly anointed bride. After one little marital spat, she came running back home to her daddy. Harry nods. Can't say I blame her. Son of a... I curse hard, kicking the dirt below me when my body lunged forward to grab him. The man's eyes widened as soon as I drew my arm under his jaw to snatch his collar. His hand came up to hold me back, but it was too late. A set of fingers clutched at his shirt and pulled hard till his head was forced to look up at me. My brothers around me saw it coming too soon and were already on me before I could draw up my opposite arm to punch the greasy smirk from his face. He laughs nervously. You're a fucking animal, Blackjack. Control your man, Fist, Grizzly ordered. Fist didn't say a word, but I certainly did. Wipe that smile off your face before I tear it off, here and now. The men were holding me back, but I was still forcing my arm up above their heads. Like the anger of a building volcano, my arm was reddening from the strain and inching up to the sky with every draw of my heavy breath. Harry's eyes followed its clenched fist, his doubt growing within the expression on his face. Here and now, I could kill the man. I wouldn't have any regrets wiping his scum off the face of the planet. Blackjack! Fist's voice shot through the crowd like a bullet. He blew up my focus, and just like that, my arm wavered for a brief second, only for Cracker to grapple it back down to my shoulder. Calm down, the man insisted beside me. Not now. Not today. My breathing came down so heavy that it nearly washed away my anger. There was enough of that left in me to look down at Harry and let the rest speak. Come anywhere near her again, and I'll fucking kill you. The man's pulse was practically hitting my knuckles where they pressed into his throat. He didn't move, but I knew he believed every word I said. The grip Cracker had on my arm lessened more and more, and slowly I put my arm down to hide with the rest of them. I didn't have anything left to say before I released Harry's shirt and shoved him into the men watching behind him. He gave out a thick cough, trying his lungs to come back up for air. "You have balls to come here, Harry Vale," Fist spoke roughly. After what felt like a long pause, Grizzly snorted. "He didn't come here alone, obviously." "Good point," Fist acknowledged before turning his attention back to him. "What is this really about then, Bear?" "We're here to collect the bear's property." "See, that's where you're wrong." Fist automatically spat at the man's feet. "Ashley isn't going anywhere. Her place is with her family." Grizzly grew impatient. "It doesn't matter if she's your daughter, Fist. She belongs with her husband." "Oh, Panda, your ears are stuffed with shit if you don't understand a word coming out of my mouth. Ashley's getting a divorce." I waited for the reaction from Grizzly with Fist's insult. When it didn't happen, I took an easy breath. "Ha!" The man throws his hands up to the air. "Any lawyer you send isn't going to do shit if Harry doesn't sign." "Doesn't have to sign," I retorted. Grizzly's eyes narrowed back to me. "What did you say, boy?" "With the amount of abuse coming out of that house, do you honestly think anyone is going to believe that woman can't walk away from an unhealthy marriage?" I mock him, averting my attention back to Harry. "Not to mention, she was never branded as his wife. She's her own woman by the MC bylaws." Grizzly's lips thinned right then and there. He looks down at Harry with all the humor gone from his voice. "Is this true?" Harry bit down on the inside of his cheek, unable to look him in the eye. "This was before I joined the Bears Press." "Shouldn't matter either way. The two of you are still married and—" "She's already been branded." I lied straight through my teeth. Silence emerged from the crowd just then. An unsureness sparking in the Reapers was completely put aside when they recognized the approach I had taken. It was evident that the Bears wouldn't quit fighting the issue at hand unless we cutthroat them with something out of the box. I didn't think to check with Fist regarding the matter, but if I had mentioned it any later, it would have looked like I was trying to save her, and I am. But they don't know that. "Ah," Grizzly nods, taking time to think. "Well, that speaks for the entire problem itself." The man turned his head back to Fist, offering his hand between them. Fist's eyes searched the hand for answers, but remained skeptical. Grizzly explains briefly. "The Bears follow a code of conduct regarding their marital arrangements, as I know the Reapers do as well. You'd understand that yourself, wouldn't you, Fist?" "I suppose I could," he said with caution. "I really do apologize for this, Fist," Grizzly confessed, shaking his head. "It was a mistake on my part not to clear the details with that idiot." At this, Fist acknowledged and let it be known when his hand came up to take the opposing prezes. I'd come up to the gates expecting a war. Right now, in this moment, it looked like we may avoid any bloodshed. "No harm done, Grizzly," he affirmed before adding, "so long as you and your pack stays away from my daughter. All of them." "Of course," he agrees. In the back of my head, I knew it couldn't have been that simple. Ashley had made it more than clear that the Bears had intended to use her as a bargaining chip. In this sort of gamble, it was difficult to call them out on that. Not to mention, we didn't have proof that they were responsible for stealing the drugs. Calling out a club for theft was as big of a crime as spitting on their cuts, so it had to be avoided. Regardless, this wasn't something that could have been easily washed over. I knew this even before Fist had taken the man's hand. Fist turned his back to the man to catch eyes with Roach behind the window. With a wave of his hand, the signal was sent to open the gates. We waited until the thick bzzz told us he'd flipped the switch and sent the gates retreating to opposite ends of the entrance. As I'd started walking away, Cracker had already swooped his arm back over my shoulder to pull me close to his side. "You did well, boy." I couldn't say much. Despite the end of the conversation, something just didn't feel right. "Oh, one last thing before we wrap this up entirely." Grizzly's voice came back up. Fist turned around, his brows furrowing in frustration. "The topic is already off the table, Jack. Give it a rest." The Bears president shook his head, his smile remaining intact. "I want to see it." "See what?" I turned my head around, fists clenched at my side. Cracker's arm slipped off my shoulder to face his attention back to the Bears prez. The air was brewing with a kind of tension you just couldn't cut through. Grizzly looks up from the floor, his smile ripping from ear to ear. "I want to see your daughter's brand."
Chapter 10. Ashley. Thank God for Crisco. Over 30 minutes went into making the perfect apple pie from scratch, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without the Crisco shortening. I was no good at making crust thin without the pie getting too soft and runny, so I used an extra fourth of all vegetable on top of the half I already filled in. Double the crust was just how I liked to. This called for extra effort when I spent a good majority of my time flattening the crust with my mother's spare roller, but it did the trick, making everything nice, smooth, and even. I had to admit it, even I was impressed. Staying in the kitchen to prep dinner for the guys was something I'd missed back at Harry's. Back when I was a newlywed bride, I had so much pride in my cooking that I'd jump at the neighbors to join us for dinner. Harry's excuse not to help was that he'd be working every afternoon up until he joins us for the last half hour of dessert until the guests left. Our usual were Ruth and Ned Bunsen, the neighbors from across the street. Just like Harry and I, Ruth and Ned were faced with a choice as to whether they would stay in Texas or move to Ned's hometown. It was a dedicated romance, one that didn't burn out easily, even if all the sparks that made it happen were gone. Talking to them about their life together had almost made me forget that my life was so dysfunctional. It caught up to me soon enough, though. I never felt so alone in my life every time they left the house. Harry usually arrived half drunk and challenged Ned to binge shots until Ned politely refused. After a couple of jibes and jokes about my cooking, Ned caught on that Harry wasn't all right and something was going on. Things got physical. I accidentally tore a gaping hole in the sleeve of my blouse. To this day, I could never forget the look on their faces when they saw the bruises on my arm that night. Whether they judged me or not, the spell was broken, and it hit me right then and there. It was impossible to fix this marriage, to come close to perfect as theirs. It didn't matter now. I refused to let my past impair me from fixing myself back up. Returning to my family made me sure of that. If it hadn't been for my father and my brothers, I don't know what I would have done after losing the baby. And despite all that, I owe most of my regained support to Blackjack. He really pulled through for me, which is why I invited him to join us for dinner. Although I can say I'm determined to win everyone over with my apple cinnamon pie, I can't deny that I'm nervous to see him face to face again. We have so much to talk about. I've been thinking about it a lot over the past few days, and after dinner, he and I are going to have a much-needed conversation. After all, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. In this case, the way called for the best ingredients: all-purpose flour, a little pinch of salt, Crisco, naturally, cinnamon, nutmeg, margarine, and the town's famous tart apples. What it didn't call for, however, was a slam of the door that nearly made me drop my bowl of filling. "Jesus!" I yelp.
"Ashley," he barked at the kitchen entrance. "Where are you, sweetheart?"
He swaggers inside, the pressure of his boots causing the floors to creak beneath us. "Dad!" I hiss, waving a wooden spoon at him. "You nearly scared me out of my skin. What is going on with you?" Following my father were my two brothers, both happening to be wearing the sternest expressions I'd ever seen them carrying. They stumbled inside, with Zane still clutching the door till his knuckles went white. His eyes were filled with so much anger that I couldn't possibly understand. I just knew one thing. Whatever this was, it wasn't good.
"Ash, thank God."
Cade takes his mouth in his hand, shaking his head.
"We didn't know where you were."
"What do you mean? I've been here the entire time." I furrow my brows, confused.
"You weren't here this morning, darling."
My father steps forward, putting his hands on my shoulders.
"We thought you left the club around the time they—"
He stops dead in his tracks, mouth unable to utter the remaining words. The same concern that Zane wore on his expression was now filling up my dad's entire face. Panic struck in my gut, and I knew that whatever was going on had to have been serious. A prez never shows weakness, not even my own father. "Slow down." I take his wrists, coaxing him to breathe.
"You don't understand, baby."
He wrinkles his lips, eyes growing dark.
"They were at the entrance gate, like they were waiting for you to come to them."
I close my eyes, unable for the life of me to understand how this was happening so fast.
"Baby, just tell me," his voice insists. "Where were you?"
"I went to the farmer's market this morning to pick up some things for dinner," I explain, pulling his hands down from my shoulders. My eyes found his, sureness come back to me. "When I came back, there was no one at the gates. The prospect let me in, and that was that."
"Jesus,"
Cade sighs. My father's expression stills for a moment, trying to absorb all the information in chronological order. At last, his shoulders fall to a slump, and he exhales slowly. Over his shoulders, I saw my brothers still carrying such unsure expressions. It was almost as if their conscience was shaken by an angry dog that caught them by surprise. It was unavoidable, however. The bears had caught us by surprise, in more ways than one, and we hadn't made our next move yet. There was still so much to do before we could finally strike back.
"I've had enough,"
my father mutters under his breath. My eyes return to him, puzzled. "What?"
"Ash," he says, taking my hand tightly, "we're having church right now."
Before I could even respond, the twins were already starting out the door. A pull to my hand sent me forward, and we all left the house as if dinner could wait till the next day. Down the patio stairs, we were holding ourselves together in the rush. My father pulled me so fast that I had to jump off the stairs to avoid tripping. When our feet met the pathway, we were on the move, and I had to speak out. "I don't understand, Dad."
"You will soon enough, sweetheart,"
he assures me, without even looking back.
"Soon enough isn't enough," I protest, my voice losing its breath.
"Tell me what the hell is going on?"
"We're going to take care of you, Ashley," Zane hollers behind his shoulder.
"What?" I blurt out. They were going to what? Take care of me? Take care of what exactly? There was no room for questions. The twins were ahead of us, and the shadows were growing more apparent in the lines of the overgrown path. Every beat of my pulse was crashing into my chest, and it wouldn't leave even if I tried to swallow down my doubt. I had to be strong, no matter what. When I looked down at the club, I almost gasped. I have never, in all my life, seen this many bikes here. There had to be 100 at least, and that's not including all the trucks I see parked in the fields either. A few of them were still running with their headlights on as men stood beside them. Every light in sight made the club look like a beast with many eyes glowing in the darkness, a reclusive tarantula under the sanctuary of the moon. I looked up as we reached the club's front entrance. When we were in plain sight, the men guarding the bikes became more apparent to me, and I could feel my breath start to hitch up to the back of my throat. Shit, I curse under my breath. Every single stray man surrounding the club was carrying an assault rifle strapped to their shoulders. They weren't looking out for their bikes tonight. They were on duty to stand command, like an army stands for a nation. I looked up to the back of my father's head, fear pulling me closer to his footsteps. There was no denying it. We were on full lockdown. "Evening, Prez," one of the men greeted from the shadows. I recognized that voice. "Zorro?" My father nodded, slowing down his tread as we stopped at the entrance. "How are we doing on our numbers?" Zorro, road captain of the Reapers, swept his fingers through his jet-black hair before stepping off the wall to come into the light. His rugged expression was just as I remembered, smug, with sheer dumb luck that he'd been born with such a good face. He had a jawline for days with a 5 o'clock shadow. Every time he stepped into the club whores could practically catch a whiff of his cologne on the spot. He carried a lot of cash, a lot of attitude, and a hell of a tongue. Nothing was sacred to him. The man knew how to sweet-talk his way between a woman's legs even if she were a signature Saint Mary. Which is why I made it clear I wasn't interested the second he had his eyes on me. "Looking good, Prez." He takes his belt in both hands, giving a nod my way. "Good to see you too, Ashley." I snorted before drawing my attention back to my father. Whatever this is, I'm not looking forward to it. The aggravation was making me squeeze my fists so tight that I could practically feel the sting of my nails digging into my flesh. I was growing sick of this secretive game playing between the Reapers and the Bears. They call it war, but I dubbed it a new name: playing charades with Ashley. I gathered my wits and clenched them in my fist before walking ahead of my father to join the twins. We lumbered inside the club until we walked towards the doors that held church. When I walked through the doors, I noticed how almost every seat in the room was full. Even though this was a private meeting, usually only with the head officers of the club, I couldn't help but feel as if I was being watched by everyone. Now, more than ever, it was evident that each step I made from this conflict was going to be watched by either my father and everyone within the Reaper's MC. Zane and Cade refused to look at me in the meantime as I settled into my seat. My eyes were left to wander between men filling up the room, each of their faces grimmer than the man beside them. I tried not to stare for too long in my attempt to understand the reason for this sudden summoning into church. Their eyes followed my father's footsteps up to his seat, and there he was, taking the gavel in his hand. He was ready to start the meeting. Was I? The gavel hit the wood hard, and every man shut his mouth fast. There was a steep pause in the air before it was briefly ended by my father's thunder of a voice. "Welcome, everyone." The men nodded, responding to him in humble acknowledgement. Without warning, my father's eyes turn away from his men and find me. Confused, I was left petrified in my seat until Cade gently nudged my side. "Go to him," he mutters softly. I look to him and register what he says before gathering myself back up from my seat with a shallow creak from my chair. As I walked up to where he's seated, the eyes returned to me and dug into the shoulder blades of my back. It made every muscle in my body tense up, the way a lamb would react to a pack of wolves. However, I was no lamb, and I forced my body to believe it. And after all, these were no pack of wolves. This was my family. Once I was alongside my father, I looked up to the men before him. Zane and Cade were exactly where I left them in their seats. Beside them was Dixon and Zorro, two faces I rarely saw together in the same room. They have had disagreements in the past based on their taste in women, but that was beside the point. They weren't the only men watching us at the head of the table. Even Roach, of all people, had made it into church. I'm wondering why in the hell he's even in here. Beside him, there was Erickson, Owen, Sean, and Levi from the squad, as well as my uncles, Cracker and Tex, who sat second closest to my father. The one person sitting beside him was someone I hadn't expected to see so early in the night. Blackjack.
"Gentlemen, there's no denying that what happened today took us all by surprise," my dad starts, watching his men by the whites of their eyes. "Grizzly came to our gates with his pack of bears, waiting for our girl, my daughter, to be handed over like some sacrificial ram."
The men had sunk into a pit of silence, waiting for him to continue.
"Did they honestly think it'd be that easy?"
Fist shook his head, and the humor in his voice returned. The Reapers chuckled together in unison, all except for Blackjack.
"No, it wasn't," my father continues. "But that didn't stop them from challenging us yet again."
A tightness formed in the pit of my stomach, and I looked away from the men for a moment to observe my father deliver his words.
"Ashley, you were lucky enough not to have been branded at the day of your marriage."
Being branded was a years-old MC tradition. I'm surprised that this is even coming up right now, because when I married Harry, it was a civil union. Why is he bringing a branding up?
"Naturally," I respond without hesitation. "However, this leaves you with only one option."
"And that is?" I press him.
"The brand means more than some damn marriage certificate you and Harry signed," he emphasizes.
"I understand that, Dad, but what are you getting at?"
"We can't lose you again, Ash. I won't lose you again," he insists, voice growing louder.
My voice stops in its tracks, waiting for him to elaborate. When he doesn't, I was forced to take it upon myself to understand him, even if I didn't want to. At first, I felt shock. Then slowly my shock went to full-on rage. My blood was boiling. Here I stand, before my father, before my brothers, before my club, and yet again, I am being treated like I can't make decisions for myself. "No," I whisper. With a shake of my head, I backed away from his seat.
"Ash," he coaxes, holding his hand out to me.
"No, I refuse to let this happen to me, like I'm some fair maiden from the 1700s. I'm not something you can just marry off. I'm a person."
"We have no choice, Ashley." Cracker stands up from his seat.
My feet halt to a stop, and I snapped in that instant. "The hell you don't," I spat, throwing my hands up in frustration. "This has nothing to do with you all. You're talking about marrying me off without my consent, about branding me like one of the cattle we have. This is not going to happen."
"Ashley, calm the hell down," my father utters lowly.
"Calm the hell down," I repeat back to him, shaking my head, the tears already building at the corners of my eyes. "I will not calm down. I know I've made a lot of bad choices. I've done some messed up things. I let you down. I immediately look over to Blackjack, seeing the emotion washing over his face. I shake my head and turn back to my father. "I've already suffered enough with one marriage. I refuse to let this one purchase my freedom."
"Quiet yourself down, girl," he roared all at once, his voice shaking through the entire room.
Everyone grew quiet, and my skin was ripped away from its warmth. A cold-like tension fell upon us, and I was left to look down to the floor with my arms wrapped around me, speechless. All of this was so mind-numbing that I couldn't even begin to speak again.
Now,
he clears his throat, finding his way to take control of the room.
All of you have been selected as options for my baby girl, specifically Zane and Cade.
I blinked in disbelief as I saw Cade and Zane both sit up in their seats at my father's attention.
The two of you have been adopted into my family and have sworn to protect your sister at all costs. To save time and Ashley's wits, will either of you step up to claim her as yours?
Zane looked to his brother as they both exchanged thoughts passively to one another. I couldn't believe they were considering it. After some time, they finally met Fist's gaze, and Cade opened his mouth to speak.
I'm not marrying either of them, I interrupt suddenly.
My father broke his icy gaze to stare me down in contemplation.
And why the hell not? He demands.
I bit the inside of my cheek hard, forcing myself to look him in the eye.
They're my brothers, I deadpan.
Oh, that is horseshit, Fist barks back.
Would you just listen to me?
Why should I?
He throws his hands up in the air furiously.
Your brothers have absolutely no blood relationship to you. They've sworn their faith, loyalty, and their absolute integrity to bring this family its pride. You've been raised no different, and yet you got married to some son of a bitch with a mouth and left the safety of home.
Dad, I quip, unable to keep the tears from running down my cheeks.
So help me, Ash. I will hold you down and have that tattoo artist brand you today.
I could only shake my head, trying to hold my thoughts together. Everything was spiraling out of control, and it was beyond anything I was prepared for. Control was but a word that was one phrase away from slipping out of my fingers. Just how did he expect me to hand myself over to marriage so easily? How did any of them expect me to put trust in them after what I've been through? Dear God, I mutter to myself, praying for the moment to ease. There has to be another way.
There isn't, my Uncle Tex insists. They want proof of your brand, otherwise the jig is up, darling. If they call us out as liars, they can just as easily force you out. It's for your own good, Dad lamented to me. We do this today.
I quip before my voice cracks.
Can I just stop you guys right here?
Dixon interrupts us both. My father turns his attention back to him, crossing his arms against his chest.
What is it now, smartass?
Dixon held his hands up, innocent as ever.
I have been out for a while, but I'd like to mention that I'm currently spoken for. If my little lady even knew what this thing was about, she'd be out for your hide, Prez.
Cracker couldn't help but chuckle at the spark of good news. Hearing that from Dixon made Dad shake his head while muttering something to himself.
Get yourself back home, boy.
Cracker comes around to pat Dixon on the back before sending him off to the doors.
Will do. I'll let the missus know you boys say hello.
Dixon gives us all a nod before turning his head back to me.
I'm sorry you're going through this, Ash. Any one of these men would be lucky to have you, but you need to decide on what's truly best for you. Only you'd know.
He was right. At this point, it was too late to turn back. Dixon had left us with the same opened can of worms, and the thought of this arrangement going by so fast without a finger of control was making me sick to my stomach. The lot of them had me blindsided without even a day to process my options. The one alternative that I would never accept was returning to Harry and his goons. I wouldn't even dare to mention Zane or Cade meeting me down the aisle, regardless of all the crazy shit we've been through. Eric, Owen, and the rest of the brothers were people that I barely even knew,
and it didn't seem right getting hitched to another man I didn't know. I'd rather kill Roach than ever consider branding his name on my skin, so help me God. Zorro was known for being a complete freak in bed, and I didn't like the idea of waking up to him. From all the rumors his women mentioned about him, there wasn't one that made me warm up to his character in the slightest. Even now, as I glanced at him for a second, I could just barely pick up the little flick his tongue made at me. With a grimace, I held myself close as my arms tightened around me whole. How can you expect me to just pick someone? My father throws his hands up, exasperated. Kiddo, just pick one of the twins. You've known them longest, and they'll be damned if they don't take care of you. I'm not picking either of them, I fought back before facing them. Zane, Cade, you know you mean the world to me, which is why you deserve to marry yourselves off to girls you actually like. Shucks, Ash, don't get all sappy on us already, Cade pipes up. I rolled my eyes. I'm serious. Don't be like me and marry someone so easily. Do it for love, both of you. Ashley, Zane mutters, wincing at my mention. I'm getting too old for this shit either way. If Harry wants to get me, he'll have to fight me tooth and nail to pry me out of here, I counter, locking eyes with my father. It's not that easy, darling. He scratches the back of his neck. We need time to bait them off. If they take you, enough. Blackjack finally speaks, the rest of us going silent. The breath in my lungs went still as I watched him rise from his seat, the chair screeching underneath him as he did. My dad draws his attention from me to the man that was now walking his way up to the head of the table. The closer he came to us, the more I could feel myself shrink up in disbelief. As Blackjack approached my father, he gave him a look of acknowledgement that he needed to take the room. Dad took a moment to observe him by the feat of his expression. Brothers, he starts. You've taken me in as your own when I had nowhere to go. You've been here for me every day that I've needed you, and not just when I've needed you, but when Dex has, too. You are truly family to me and to my boy. The room goes silent, every one of us watching Blackjack. Ashley. Blackjack lifts his eyes up to meet mine. My breath hitches up to the back of my throat as I force myself to nod. To this day, I wanted to be known that I have every claim on you, and swear that I will do everything in, as well as beyond, my power to protect you till the day I die. Do you understand? At this point, I could only nod. Was this truly happening? I looked to my father, the man who I'd expected to scream and shout, telling Blackjack no. Instead, the unexpected happened. Perfect, Fist mutters under his breath, before pinching the bridge of his nose. Now, get the fuck out of here and don't come back until she's got your name on her skin.
Chapter 11. Blackjack. There sure as hell wasn't any sense in it. Not a damn ounce of sense in me. One moment I've made my resolve to stay the hell away from her before I fucked up any more of her life than necessary. Now I've sworn myself to be involved in every part of that life until the day I die. Before I knew it, I had my hand around her wrist, and we were both walking out of the church's doors as if the devil was chasing us down. When we stopped outside the front doors that went to the clubhouse, I looked around the area, trying to remember just where I parked my ride. Despite all the focus I could gather, my attention retraced back to her, and the way she was breathing hard with her hands clutching her knees. Jesus, I mutter while my eyes searched the perimeter. A glint of light winked back at me, and sure enough I found my Harley tucked behind Dixon's obnoxious red truck. "You okay?" she manages. Ashley shouldn't have asked me that. I didn't think ahead about this. and we didn't have much time to begin with. The two of us really needed to get a move on. "I'll be fine," I assure her and hook her arm to mine. "We have to go." I pulled her down the steps with me quickly before we strode over to my bike. "Go where?" Her voice drops, demanding to know. "You heard your father, Ash." My voice drops with hers, all my humor gone. "If the bears don't see a brand on your skin with my name on it, they can just take you. Simple as that." "You've got to be kidding me, Blackjack." She objects and stops in her tracks, sliding her arm out from mine. I stopped with her and exhaled thickly into my hand before dragging my fingers through my hair. There was much to do, and we couldn't just stop with every bump in the road of understanding. "I'm not, Ashley. I'm surprised the fuckers didn't get through the gates by force." "Those fuckers can't pull through a heist with a hostage." She steps forward, giving my chest a firm poke. "Do you honestly think they're going to get what they want just because they're just shy of measuring up to par with my father? I think it's absolutely reckless if we underestimate them either way." I give her a hard look. "Blackjack, this is ridiculous." She throws her hands up. "Why are we forcing ourselves into this?" "If you thought it was so ridiculous, why didn't you stay in church and argue with us about it?" I challenge hotly. Because she didn't want to. She won't admit that, but it's plain as day. Ashley and I have been drawn together since she was a teenager. "Excuse me?" She narrows her eyes, heat dragging in her voice. "You heard me. Why didn't you stay in church?" I ask her once again. "Why come out here with me?" "I needed to get out," she replies quickly. "You could have gotten out with anyone else," I countered, gesturing back to the clubhouse doors. "Why didn't you?" "Because I fucking trust you, okay?" I opened my mouth to say something, only to close it back down. She took me by surprise, and I didn't know how to respond to that. Any of it. "But," she starts muttering lowly, "it doesn't help that you've been so distant with me." My eyes pick up to her face, and the guilt flushed my entire focus away. Ashley truly looked defeated. Her eyes lost their prisms of blue only to fade away in a tired gray smog. There was less sureness to her, and I was to blame for that. It made me clench my fists at the sight of her fading before my eyes. "After the day at Boots," I start, scratching the back of my head as I contemplated what to say. "Yeah?" She lifts her head back up, eyes all weary from drowning in her tears. It hurt me to see her this vulnerable. "Nothing. Never mind." I shake my head, turning my back to her to approach the bike. "God damn it, Rob. Tell me," she begs with frustration. "I can't," I holler back and climb on the Harley. "Now are you coming with me or not?" Ashley looked at me hard from where she stood, and I knew she was restraining every tiny bone in her body from pushing me off the bike. She crosses her arms, shaking her head like she had any choice. "Damn it, Ashley," I curse, growing more frustrated with myself. "I swear, if you don't get on this fucking bike, I'll chase you through Montana until you sit your ass down." "Is that a threat?" she dares, crossing her arms over her chest. I breathed in slowly. "You have no idea." She watched me from a distance, as if to decide whether it was worth all the trouble to have a big spat over this. Thinking for the best, she finally dragged her feet out of her spot and approached the bike with caution. I twisted the key and revved up for takeoff. Her foot went down the side footholder behind me, and I took her hand when she lifted her leg across the other side. I felt her settle down behind me, her thighs closing on my legs as she slid her arms around my waist, holding her chest close to my back. I took a deep breath as I felt her shift behind me, every pull of friction against us making me tense up more by the second. With a low grunt, I kicked the floor, and we were off with the wheels running underneath our feet. As the bike hummed against us, I could feel Ashley's chin resting down to my back with her arms tightening around me. I felt reluctant to breathe, as if any move I made would trigger her to stop trusting me as she did. As much as I wanted to deny it, her touch made me feel better. We rode out of the parking lot. It had gotten dark since we'd been in church, and the moon stared down at our backs in the lonely skies, like some sort of reassurance that the day was ending. I kept my head low as I could as we ventured into the woods. Even as we were now, I couldn't be ignorant of the possible dangers lurking in the shadows. It seemed impossible that the bears would undergo the extent of sneaking into the club, but where there's a will, there's a way. I still couldn't believe the prospect didn't see the man that left the package on our steps. Our security has been sloppy, and all it took was one bullet to start a war. It didn't matter if our side was playing it safe. All I knew was that the bears would use any means to win, even if it meant crossing through our gates. My eyes darted from tree to tree, gripping the bike's gears tightly into my palm with the sweat threatening to drip from my brow. I could hear the woods shuffle around me, as if there was a creature following us down the path. I knew better, however. The woods in this town were always known for their eerie sounds. It was never what you heard that should scare you, but what you saw. "What's up with you?" Ashley mutters in my ear. I turned my head slightly to hear. She breathed, resting her cheek down to my back. "I thought you were upset with me, and yet I catch you smiling." I shake my head, turning my attention back to the road. "I'm not upset with you. Just thinking." "About?" "Nothing. Something silly." "Well, if it's nothing, tell me anyway," she insists. The corners of my lips give into a smirk. "I was thinking about Mad Dog." Suddenly, her warm cheek leaves my back before blurting out, "Billy Joel?" "Yeah," I respond casually. "What for?" she inquires, arms relaxing a little. "I'm just thinking about how he's so easily stressed by these woods. Do you remember when he told us that a wolverine was chasing him in broad daylight, but he couldn't see it?" She laughs. "He had us worried that he might be on drugs." "Yeah, you remember," I smile, shaking my head at the memory of it all. "Cracker went with some of the men to hunt down this almighty wolverine, swore he'd hang it on his mantle if he got the bastard." Ashley snorts. "What did he end up shooting?" "Nothing," I shrug, feeling her come back closer to me. "It was just a family of beavers building a dam upstream. I think he scared them more than they scared him." "Poor things," she exhales a low sigh. "Why are you telling me this?" "Just wanted to let you know that you shouldn't give your ex-husband the satisfaction of being scared." "I'm not scared," she says between her teeth. "Yeah, you are." She stayed silent, but I didn't feel her arms loosen up from me. "Maybe I am." I let out a drag of a breath. "Ashley, there's no shame in it. You're smart to be scared. It's a rationalized fear that you're still trying to overcome." "I don't want it to hold me back." "It won't," I snap, watching the trees above us fade away to reveal the sky. "You're the daughter of Fist Monroe. In high school, the reason why you didn't get as many dates was because the guys were too damn scared to talk to you." "What are you—" "Jerome Rivers, the captain of the damn football team, was too scared to talk to you because he didn't know who would beat him up first, you or your father." I heard her scoff behind me. "Jerome Rivers wasn't my type, Blackjack." With a smirk, I responded, "I know. It's true. I know exactly what Ashley's type is. It was never Jerome, and it sure as fuck wasn't Harry. And he's certainly not as crazy as my ex-husband." "Duly noted. She breathes, trying to relax as we finally exit the woods into the neighborhood. I don't want to see him again. Ever. I swallowed that thought. You won't have to. Ever. When we closed on a red light in our path, I slowed the bike down to a stop before putting my feet to the ground. Flexing my foot, I felt my tendons start to cramp up from all the running around I've been doing all day. Even waiting at the green light felt like a chore at this point. However, I didn't have to wait too long before it switched back to translucent mint green. With a turn of my wrist, I lift off the brakes and accelerate down the curve with the Harley leaving a screech behind us. Ashley let out a little yelp as she clung for dear life. We were only a couple blocks away from my second house as it was. I had one built at the club, and I had another just outside of town. A lot of guys gave me hell for having two houses, but each were needed. I wanted Dex to grow up with that normal life, or as normal as I could make it for him. But there were times when I was needed in the club, and this meant Dex was with me. There was no way in hell my son would be sleeping in a clubhouse, or at least not until he was 17. The wind rustled through our hair as we let the road spin us down as if our lives were on the line. I drew the gas forward and we were practically blazing past the house lights in light years. We were literally running down the line of my adrenaline like there was no stopping. Had I the option, we wouldn't stop. Not until we were far away as possible from this damn place. The Reapers, the Bears, everyone was just a foundation of stress, and I didn't want anything to do with it. When I thought about it, I couldn't have Ashley without all of this. Which was worse? Lying to myself for another 4 years about wanting this woman so fucking bad and giving up, or making a stand and fighting for her. I was lying to myself. I wouldn't do it ever again. Ashley's arms tightened across my waist as she pulled herself closer until her lips met my shoulder. In this moment, she was scared. I knew her pulse was running just as fast as my adrenaline, and that down the line, we were running in the same direction, away from everyone. If that didn't scare me, I didn't know what did. We were both searching for a means of fixing this, but exactly what drew us this close in the first place? Blackjack. Slow down. She squeezes my shoulder. We were almost there, just a couple of minutes now. Please, slow down, her voice calls. Stop it, Rob! Something in my chest automatically clutches into itself just as my hand squeezes the brake by its trigger. The Harley rips into the gravel of the streets like a singing banshee, waking up every bastard in their own beds. I had both feet forcing themselves into the foot peg, even though I knew it wouldn't do me any good. The exhaust was sputtering behind us, and we were on our seats trying to grip ourselves from launching off. I released the brake and slowly began tightening my holdback. Without a second delay, I felt the Harley lowly hum down. The tires were wearing down their rubber, and I could only listen as they slowly started to stabilize again. We were rolling down the hill down to my place, our nerves starting to calm down with the bike. The thoughts that were ravaging my head were finally put to a still halt as we rolled into the driveway together, heads hanging low. Blackjack, Ashley whispers. There was a part of me that didn't want to talk. Not now. I took a deep breath. Come on. She started off the bike, holding herself up long enough to curve her leg on the other side until she was able to jump off. I leveraged the Harley with my weight and kicked the stand out so that it could balance itself on the plateau of the driveway. With the bike still humming, I finally twisted the key and put her soul to rest for the rest of the night. The ignition was lost, and finally, Ashley and I were left to dwell in the silence. As I dismounted the bike, I could feel her eyes staring up at me. Just like the moon, she was watching every move I made. I put those thoughts aside and walked past her with the keys in my hand. Her footsteps followed me off the driveway and up the patio steps where we finally reached the door. At first, my hand came up to the doorbell to ring for Dex, only for me to remember that he was staying over at his friend's. I'd texted him after the showdown with the Bears to avoid coming back to the house we had at the club and to come here. Dex, being as smart as he is, asked all the questions that I didn't want to answer. He asked if he could stay over at Wade's, and I didn't disagree. Damn. It was just like me to forget. I shook my head, digging my hand into my pocket for the keys. "Lock yourself out?" She crosses her arms over her chest. "Not exactly," I managed to respond before pulling the keys out. Once I unlocked the door, I let her inside first while I took off my shoes outside. She stepped in for a moment and turned around to spot my shoes on the floor. "Should I take mine off?" "Not really," I say, pulling the door closed behind us. Ashley gave me a look before looking down to her feet to shuffle out of her own shoes. I shook my head, but disregarded it as I walked into the space of my living room, heading down the hallway. Behind me, I heard Ashley's footsteps trail next to the couch, but as I turned around to watch her, I noticed she was looking at the photographs on the wall. I turned away and continued to head to the back of the hallway, where an open door led to my bedroom. The familiar scent of teak wood filled my nose as I stepped in to take a seat at my bed, taking my head into my hand. I took in a deep breath as I drew out my phone from my pockets, getting ready to text the number of our certified tattoo artist, Dean. He'd be a reliable source to lay down a full tat with a discount included if I was lucky enough. "Rob?" Ashley's voice called from the door. I looked up from the phone to see her leaning into the doorframe, blonde hair strewn across her shoulder. There was a reckless way she carried her glances at me, and up till now I didn't realize how dangerous it felt to be in a room alone with her. "Why?" she asks finally. "Why did you offer yourself like that?" My head sent its gaze back to the floor with a low sigh escaping me. "I promised to protect you, didn't I?" "Yeah, but that's not enough. There's more to it," she insisted, stepping off from the door to come closer. I gave her a weary glance, unsure of what to say. "I don't go back on my word, Ash. Simple as that." A scoff escaped her. "I'm not your obligation, Blackjack. You don't have to do this. Any of it." "And what part of this is your responsibility?" I furrowed my brows. "This is all my fault. If you hadn't what? Ran away? Realized that your ex was a pile of shit that took out his miserable shit on you? What would you have done if you hadn't quit it with his shit?" She whispers. "I would have figured it out. Stop." Without a second thought, I stood up to my feet and took her hand in mine. At the very touch, she flinched, and I could feel her practically shaking before me. My eyes burned down at her, drawing her face into the back of my head in this very moment, because God help me, she could destroy me with that look in her eyes. "Ash, I'm sorry." "What?" She blinks up at me. "I'm sorry for all of this. You don't get it, girl. This is all my fault. If I hadn't have ran like a scared boy those years ago, you would have never ended up with that shit of a husband, Harry. I couldn't control myself around you, Ashley. Don't you remember? God, I could never control myself around you." She watches my face intently as I speak. "You were all I ever wanted. Is it not obvious? I've been in love with you since you were 16, Monroe." I took her face in my hands before she could utter out another word from that mouth. The last thing I saw before I closed the distance between us was her brilliant blue eyes, and they drowned my soul until I could finally kiss her. The very breath in her lungs hitches at the back of her throat, and I could feel her body heat just wash across my chest. Her hands took my arms, and I tensed at the touch. She stills into the kiss for a moment before drawing her face closer to deepen it. I pull my fingers into her hair, running my hand down along the blonde strands before my hands close on it so desperately. Something in that made her moan against my mouth, and the vibrations between us made me tilt her head to the side, the tip of my tongue flicking at the crease of her lips. To my surprise, she opened her mouth, inviting me in. I didn't hold back from pulling both my hands up to the back of her head as I backed her up to the wall behind her, pressing her body up against mine. Ashley arches her back, and I could feel her chest roll up to mine, licking her lips for more. Just as I felt her tongue slip away, I pulled it back into a deeper kiss before catching her bottom lip between my teeth, giving it a little tug. Her voice glossed over my ears in a soft purr, hips rocking up to meet mine. Before she even had a chance to tease me with that trick of hers, I had already pulled my leg back up between her legs to pin her good. She breathed hard when I released her lips to chase patterns down the hollow of her throat. I was so caught up in nibbling her soft skin away that I didn't recognize her nails sinking into my shoulders. When the pain was evident, I growled in her ear and pulled her off the wall and laid her down to my bed. She lands down on the soft mattress, disturbing the sheets with the way her body pulled itself up to her knees. I watched her as she leaned forward, reaching a hand out to me as I walked up to the edge of the bed. Her hand catches the collar of my shirt, and she pulls me back in for a kiss, hungry for more. I sank into those eyes, closing my own as my hands lifted themselves up to take her hips as she dragged her hands down my shirt. When I felt her take the shirt's hem and roll it up my chest, I pulled away from the kiss to help her throw the thing off completely. I caught the tip of her little tongue running along her bottom lip before disappearing into the corner of her mouth. When her eyes traveled all the way down to my trousers, I nearly took her right there. That look of hers, the way she waited for me to join her on that fucking bed like some goddess. How could I fucking resist? My hands went down to my belt, but she stopped me right there. "Let me do it," she mutters lowly, drawing her little fingers across the line of my wrist. I released the buckle and waited for her hand to replace mine. She had her eyes trained on me while she did it. I could just feel the small brushes of her fingers purposely run up against the bulge developing in my pants. Ashley took her time, though, with that little smirk running along her expression. When she was finally done, I leaned in and pulled her down into the bed until her back hit the mattress. Her lashes fluttered as I hovered over her with my arms keeping me up. I was just a breath away from kissing her until I felt her hands trace down abdomen, running their way all the way down till she was past my trousers with her palm on my cock. She rolls her voice off her tongue like honey. Fuck. You don't know how long I've waited for this, Monroe. I curse, my voice sounding hard as the appendage in her hand. Oh, I think I do. It didn't stop her from stroking me with the little space she could afford. I pulled my hips down into her hand, burying my own face into her shoulder as she took her time teasing. When she tightened her palm along the length and began to stroke faster, I bit her shoulder to stop before she sent me out of control. She moans in my ear. I slid my hand underneath her head, her hair combed through my fingers before I pulled her head back and trailed my lips across her throat. When I felt her shirt come in the way, I automatically reared myself back to roll it up over her head before tossing it to the floor. With my opposite hand, I took the hand she had buried down my pants and pulled it up over her head, drawing myself further down till my face was buried into her lush chest. Blackjack. Ashley inhaled sharply at the touch, arching her back when she felt my nose drag up and down across the valley of her breasts. I take in a deep breath, her aroma pulling me in to kiss the top of her breasts as she kept squirming. My spare hand roamed down, traveling to every angle and curve of her body. She was so fucking warm, so soft under my fingers. Never in my life had I imagined her to be this perfect, the way she reacted to the way my thumbs circled into the inside of her hip bone. Feeling her buck her hips up against my hand made me press my hard cock against her, roughly grinding her down into the mattress. She let out a little noise between a moan and a purr, tilting her hips up with need as she felt my desire to push inside her. I'd dreamed about having her like this for years, the thoughts I knew were wrong at the time. But how could this have ever been wrong? Fuck. Enough was enough. I hooked my thumbs inside of her jeans and dragged those bad boys down her thighs. She wriggled the rest of them down to her ankles, just as my hand dragged up and down those gorgeous legs. The second I ran my fingers along the inside of her thigh, she let out a little gasp. "Look at you, Monroe," I muttered to her, watching her body writhe below me. "God, you're just so fucking beautiful." Before she could even respond, my mouth was back on her, and I tasted her desire as I slipped my fingers down her little pink panties. Her hips drew into the mattress before rolling up to my hand. I drew my fingers across the softness of her inner lips, groaning into her mouth when I could feel how wet she was at the core. With slow circles, I could feel her practically pooling between my fingers while I played my way up to her clit. She responded to the small teases with a moan, to which I slipped my tongue past her wet lips. Ashley tilted her hips, left and right, rocking her hips up to every stroke I gave her heat. When it was clear she was more than ready, I slowly started to slip off her panties with a glide of my palm down her thigh. Her legs automatically closed against my hips, and I released her mouth to look in her eyes. "Please," she begged, her dewy eyes searching up to find me. The corners of my lips ripped into a smirk as I watched her struggle to keep herself tame. She was so close to spilling that I couldn't just tear myself away from looking at her. Instead, I kissed her neck and pulled her closer to me while I slipped my pants off to the side, stroking my cock up against her hip. "Breathe for me, baby," I mutter lowly. She closes her eyes, biting her bottom lip at the way I pressed the tip at her. Just feeling her sweet gloss against my tip made me want to shove it all inside in one go. But I didn't. Instead, I took my fingers and trailed them back down to her heat, slowly drawing my index inside as she trembled. I stroked her insides good and watched her squirm even more, her blonde hair appearing more and more like a blonde halo strewn across my pillow. She sounds at the tip of her tongue. I continued stroking her up to the second finger, training her walls to adjust to the width of both fingers. My fingers stretched her out slowly until she was ready with ease. I withdrew my fingers from her, and she let out a whine of protest. It was then that I poised my cock up to her inner lips and pushed past, sinking myself in. Just at the first couple of inches, I could feel her body arch up against me as she tightened around me. I pushed myself further inside her, feeling her walls squeeze down on my hard cock. A groan left my lips as I felt her body rocket.
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
not alone. Hood keeps we lit, the mother willows. I can feast my time. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me
Self up to meet my hips, to which I pushed my pelvis back down. Ashley drew a sharp breath as I finally closed down inside her, the tip of my cock practically licking up at the barrier of her womb. The more I watched her, the more my body wanted to fuck her senseless, savagely, like an uncaged animal. That part of me died down when I grit my teeth together as I pulled my hips back, feeling her insides stroke my length. The rhythm between us started out steady. I pulled my weight back down and ground my hips down to meet hers. She tilted her head back, letting out soft pants as my thrusts started to draw her closer and closer to her soft spot. With every thrust I sent inside her, I felt her chest rising and falling with her breaths. Her body kept arching up against me, driving me down into her hilt with no restraint. I pulled myself up to watch her looking up at me, her glossy lips parted open with one name on the tip of her tongue. Mine. My hands drew up to her thighs, closing on her hips, and I brought my cock halfway back before slamming it back down inside her, feeling her entire body break down in a shudder.
Blackjack.
The thrusts kept coming in fast as I kept building her up. I drew back and she pulled forward, rolling her body up to every thrust I delivered. My hands tightened across her hips as I tilted her fully, delivering that same jolt back inside her as she strained to finish. Her thighs closed down on my hips, but I kept at it, dragging my length inside her walls as they were finally adjusted. I was so fucking hard inside her that it triggered me to speed up the pace, our skin slapping together every time I came back down to her. She dragged her fingers across the sheets, clutching them as I went faster with every breath that left my chest. Ashley's eyes closed in that moment, and I knew with the way she bit her lip that she was coming close to finishing. She rolled her hips back to me, meeting me at every hit I gave her. My cock was immersed inside her, threatening to come the second she would. I pulled my body down to her, taking her breast in a hungry bite. Ashley let out a hard moan, pushing her hips up until I ground mine back into hers and felt her walls tighten down along my member. She pulls all of me down to her chest as she threw her head back, crying out in pleasure. My mouth released a thick groan against her soft flesh. I felt my entire body scream as my cock filled her insides to the brink with a final thrust. It spread across every fabric of thought, completely immersing me in nothing but her. The feeling left me breathless as I could feel myself finish inside her. Warm and so fucking tight. The two of us were left panting, breathless of all our energy. One more look at her and I finally withdrew, falling back down to my side. I closed my eyes and felt her move beside me, turning on her side. With our silence exchanged between us, I didn't waste time in pulling her close to my chest where we both knew, after all this time, she always belonged.
Chapter 12. Ashley. I woke up to the sun creeping in Blackjack's bedroom window. My arm was sprawled across the edge of the bed, fingers reaching out to the new day, and yet I wasn't prepared for what would come next. I hadn't expected any of yesterday's prior events to occur. I wasn't naive. I knew we would deal with the bears somehow. I just never expected for it to come down to this, to somehow lead me into bed with the man I always wanted. My history with Blackjack was complicated at best. We made mistakes. I made a big mistake that pushed him over the edge, and the next thing I knew, he was off serving our country. Back then, I didn't understand it. I felt betrayed. I felt as if I wasn't good enough, like I was nothing. After the years have passed, I know that wasn't the case. I was 16 at the time. Blackjack was well over 16. I had to think about what it would have looked like for him to be with me, a minor, sure, but also Fist's daughter. My dad might have killed him. Still, back then, he and I, well, we weren't together, but we were something. One emotional night, I ran straight into his arms. My friend Miranda had just killed herself. No one understood why, at least not until her parents found a sealed note with my name on it. Within the note, I had found out she'd just been raped by one of the bears she was dating at the time, and he forced himself on her. I ran to Blackjack, the only man I could trust. I knew that Miranda wanted me to do something about it, so I did what I needed to. I told the man I loved, the man that I knew would kill for me. Somehow, during my emotional trauma, I did something I never dared to before. I kissed him. I remember that kiss like it was yesterday. I remember how his breathing halted for a second, how he didn't do a damn thing until he ravaged me like I always wanted him to. That night, everything changed. He'd done what I needed him to do, and told me the hide had been skinned off that bear. Then the next thing I knew, he was gone, vanished. Dex was left in the care of the club, and I was alone. I didn't see Blackjack again until I came back home, beaten and bruised. So much had happened over the years. It's just funny to me where we both ended up. Back with each other. It may not have been how I thought it would have, but nonetheless, we're right here. I turned over as I took a deep breath before looking at Blackjack's slumbering face. I had to admit it. Waking up to this man was pure sugar in any bitter coffee. I'd bite my bottom lip as my hand came forward, stroking up along the length of his arm before reaching just behind his ear to tuck in a stray curl of hair. The way his expression fell so innocently into the pillows made me smile. He'd nuzzle his nose into the sheets absent-mindedly, but wouldn't even wake up. I blushed at the view as it made my heart melt even more. A little sigh left me, and I could have sworn this was all just a dream waiting to be spoiled by reality. No, this was real. Every beautiful and chaotic part about it. Here I was, curled up in his bed like it was seventh heaven. He was everything I'd ever wanted when I was pining over him in my high school years. And truthfully, he still is. It had only been a couple of months since we started talking again, and really began this close connection. Even then, some of those weeks were spent staying away rather than figuring things out. If this guy was supposed to be the man I'd spend my entire life with, I'd have to set some ground rules about transparency. It drove me up the wall, trying to figure out what was going through this man's head and whether he saw me as desirable or desperate. That time spent away from each other almost destroyed any kind of hope left for us in the bottom of my heart. I loved a good mystery, sure. But a man that wasn't true to his feelings was another story. Harry had spent the entire years of our marriage lying to my face, and that was a type of scar that wouldn't fade so easily. I knew deep down that Blackjack was far from Harry, but it would take time for me to trust him with my heart. I could trust the man, but my heart was another matter. There were still some pieces of me that went missing after Harry scrambled my world apart. The risk I took to run away from that marriage was the first crack to breaking my mold. I never looked back or regretted leaving that man's side. Even if this was an arranged relationship to keep the bears off our backs, I did feel comfortable knowing that I was being set up with the man that saved my life. Looking at him now pushed the stress away from the back of my head and filled my heart up with some sort of longing. How is it possible to miss someone when they're laying right beside you? There was so much to talk about last night, yet we put it on hold the second we set the chains free from our hearts. Our desires left me breathless and content with everything he'd given me, but I wasn't sure with what I could have possibly provided him. In this union, was it lust or love that would cement us together? Are the two of us just lovers that are trying to answer what-ifs, or are we really starting to plan for a future together? As my brewing thoughts were enough to keep me from going back to sleep, I saw Blackjack start to stir before me. His eyelids clenched for a moment, scrunching up his nose as he took a slow inhale of the new morning air. I watched him as his body turned on its back, and his broad chest slowly came down with a long sigh. The man's arm rose up from his side and greeted him with his fingers through his hair. My teeth released my bottom lip as I shifted forward from my spot to move in closer to him. His fingers glided along his forehead, traveling all the way down to rest at the bridge of his nose. I reached out to touch his cheek, and he flinched automatically before snatching my hand at his face. My breath was stuck to my throat as he felt along my fingers, refusing to open his eyes for even a moment. The way he persisted along my wrist with that rough hand of his made me smile through his little movement. Up along my arm he went, circling the inside of my wrist with his thumb before drawing that smooth touch throughout my arm until he found my shoulder and pushed me onto my back. I let out a laugh as he rose up from the bedside to brood over my body with those smoldering eyes. "You should be asleep," he mutters huskily before moving down to my neck. I smile as his mouth presses kisses to my throat. I couldn't sleep. He withdrew himself back to look at me, his big brown eyes growing serious. "Do you regret last night?" In just 1 second, my playful expression changed to disbelief. "No, I'm just not looking forward to getting stabbed repeatedly today." He rolled his eyes at my response before kissing my forehead. "You'll be fine," his voice assures me. "I'll be with you." The bed moved underneath me as he shuffled out from the covers to use the bathroom. I pulled myself up to the bed frame, watching the door shut behind him with a click. I rooted my arms to the mattress before swinging my legs across the edge. My eyes traveled his floors to look for any discarded pants that would make up my only change of clothes for today. Perhaps it would be a good idea to head back home before walking into the clubhouse looking like a backwoods hoe. Before I could even get up to walk out of the room, Blackjack had already opened the door to find me putting on a shirt. "Going somewhere so early?" He cocks a brow with a smirk. "We have an appointment, don't we?" Blackjack nods. "You're correct." I stare at him, dumbfounded. Well, shouldn't I get some clothes before someone puts 2 and 2 together? He shrugs and leans down to the bed, pulling his covers back up to the headboard. "Shouldn't matter." "Blackjack," I mutter lowly. "Ashley," he mimics just as low, giving me a playful glance from the bed. "Even before we step into that clubhouse, people are already going to know you're mine." "Yeah, but," I say, folding my arms over my chest. "But nothing, Monroe." He stands back up and starts his walk around the bed. "This isn't a one-night stand to me." "Neither is it to me," I reflected him, staying rooted to my ground. With every step he took closer to me, his expression grew more serious until he finally stops before me.
Then you should know I'm not talking out of my ass when I say I want to be with you.
I know, I restate simply.
No, you don't.
He shakes his head with a smile, taking my shoulders softly.
You don't know how much I mean it when I say I'll always be here to protect you. You don't even realize how crazy you make me feel. You have no fucking idea how much you've always driven me mad, Ash. Fuck, why do you think I left? When you kissed me that day, I knew that there was no way I'd be able to stay away from you. I wasn't gonna be a predator, so I left. You make me fucking crazy.
It all made sense in his one comment to me. He didn't leave because he didn't care. He left because he didn't want anyone viewing him as a predator. Yeah, I was 16, but I wasn't a child. Sure, there's an argument to go with that, but hearing why he left helped me in this moment. His reasoning behind it helped heal part of my heart that hurt from all those years ago. I bit my bottom lip and finally looked up into his stare, feeling those intense brown eyes completely draw me closer to him.
You never told me that. Not once, I tell him, searching his brown eyes.
Nope, never did. I should have after you came home. But shit, Monroe, that isn't easy. You think it's easy for me to explain everything? It's not easy for me.
His hand slides up from my shoulder to take my chin tenderly. Just that very gesture made me close my eyes, as I was already lost in that very touch. I could feel him leaning down to my face, his warm breath brushing across my little nose. Funny, I couldn't stop myself from smiling when I noticed that minty scent of toothpaste.
What are you smiling at?
He mutters against my lips. You, I chuckle, leaning back for a moment to see his confused expression.
Can you be a little more specific?
You left me in bed, I started, walking my little fingers up to his chest to take his jaw in my palm. Because you're conscious of your morning breath? He tilts his head back, grinning like a wolf.
That's the first thing you notice when a man tries to kiss you, Monroe?
I just thought it was awfully cute, I giggle at him.
Yeah, we'll see how cute you are when you go under the needle.
Killjoy! I whack his chest and push past his arms. The two of us got ready for the rest of the morning. There wasn't any time for breakfast, but there was plenty of toothbrushes to spare while I made myself presentable. When I joked with Blackjack as to whether he wanted to be a dentist before going into the medical field, his remark was that he'd never gotten a cavity in his life, and he wasn't going to let Dex be the exception. As if the tattoo wasn't stressing enough, that was another thing I didn't think of before agreeing to this arrangement. Would his son be all right with these arrangements? The boy didn't even know me that much, apart from when I saw him at the clubhouse. Sure, he was old enough to understand, but would he accept me into this family? Before I could think too hard into it, Blackjack had tossed my pants at me just as I finished brushing. I threw him a glare, back to which he chuckled and insisted I hurry up before the tattoo artist jilts us and leaves. After last night, my legs were cramping up so much that I felt like a newborn fawn walking out on his driveway. After the first round, we had rounds 3, 4, 5, and, well, it went up until I stopped counting at 11. A part of me wanted to curl back up into his bed with an aspirin, but the second he got on his bike, I was already climbing on behind him. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of teasing me for being a little sore.
Surprisingly, there was already a line of bikes parked outside the club when we came rolling in. I winced at the idea that I'd be getting an audience out of this branding tradition. Blackjack slowly drove up to the curb at the edge, being careful to mind the space between him and the other bikes. He finally settles his feet down with the kickstand below him, and the low hum of his bike is cut the second he keys the ignition off. With his hands on his thighs, he finally leans back to stretch his spine after a long morning. I picked myself up with my hands at his shoulder, pulling my leg over the bike's opposite side so I could jump down to my feet. He withdrew his key from the ignition and shoves it down the back of his pants before joining me to the sidewalk. "You ready?" Blackjack gives me a look. I returned his glance with a smile. "As ready as I'll ever be." He nods before taking my hand in his. "Let's do this." The two of us walked our way to the club without a breath of regret. Whatever the boys had ready for us, we weren't backing down at this rate. I had every muscle in me determined to face this like a real Monroe. When we entered the clubhouse, it was dimly lit with the window shutters blocking out even the faintest of light. You would think a tattoo artist would need as much light as possible to capture the most detail in their projects. At the bar, Zane, Cade, Dixon, Tank, Booger, and even Zorro. As soon as they spotted us, they went straight to hooting. "Well, look at that," Cade whistled to the both of us. "Get in here, ladies, don't be shy." "We don't bite much." Dixon nudges my brother with a knowing smile. I crossed my arms over my chest with a scoff. "Shouldn't you be with your lady, Dixon?" The man took his belt in his hands, leaning back into the bar with an undeniably cocky smirk. "I'd be with her sooner had you guys arrived earlier." "Don't tell me he left." Blackjack curses as he places a hand at the small of my back. "Who left?" A voice came up behind the men. At last, we noticed the figure sitting at the bar. My eyes went wide with shock as the familiar face stepped out into the faint ceiling light with his hollowed expression as remarkable as death itself. "Dean, is that you?" I laugh in disbelief. "My God!" Dean was one of the most self-serving tattoo artists that ever lived in Montana. He was the Picasso of Dixie that brought Renaissance to the Western Hemisphere. Without a doubt, he could convince any person, man or woman, to put their skin under his needle. The man was so smooth that he could sell anything to anyone. "What's your poison, Ashley, dear?" The man flashes me a savvy grin while swirling a blend of whiskey behind the bar. "Dean, with all due respect, I am not drinking while I'm in your chair." I smile pleasantly before taking a seat at the bar with Blackjack. "Oh, honey." He shakes his head before taking out his ink gun from behind the counter. "You're going to need it if you think I've forgotten how dizzy you get from getting your vaccine shots." "Pour her some tequila, boys," Blackjack requested of my brothers before taking the whiskey out of Dean's hands. "And no drinking for you while you're on the job." Dean gave Blackjack a haughty look of pride before shaking his finger at him. "Even a doctor needs a drink to keep his hand steady." "You're no doctor, Dean, and I'm sure as hell not your patient if you start drinking on me," I retort coolly. "I swear, it's like you two are married already." He shakes his head. "Bunch of sticks in the mud." Cade passes me a shot of Patron as we wait for Dean to set up the lights. To the right of the bar was a set of industrial stand-up lights that he had set up for the occasion. Each light was pivoted to point at the dead center of where he intended to work. Between the lights, he eventually pulled up a chair, which I assumed Blackjack and I were expected to sit in. He had brought his cabinet on wheels from work, where he carried tubes of ink, a selection of needles, and other instruments I'd rather not think too hard about. There were cords running everywhere between the chairs and tables as they all stemmed to the lights and tattoo gun in his hand. When he was finished setting up the booth, he pulled a smock of an apron out from his cabinet and pulled it along his waist before tying it behind him. He slapped on his gloves with a smack to his wrists, more than ready to start. The entire scene looked like something from a Dr. Frankenstein movie. "Now then," Dean drawled slowly, "who's going to be first?" Before Blackjack could even think to offer himself up, I downed my shot quickly and slammed its glass bottom to the table. It certainly raised everyone's attention when they saw me determined from the get-go. I pulled myself off the bar and stepped into the ring. "I'll go." Dean's crooked smile intensified just at the whiff of my courage. "Anything for you, Ashley." As I walked across the floor, he welcomed me into the seat with an effortless gesture of his hands. I pulled myself down with the weight of my heart beating hard against my chest with every second that it counted. The second the tattoo gun started buzzing, I could feel that heartbeat practically creeping up my throat. I closed my eyes, pulling my head down so I wasn't so tempted to look. With a squeeze of my nails into my fist, I tried to calm myself down while Dean tested out the gun repeatedly. A hand came down to my wrist to give me a light squeeze, and I flinched. I blinked up to see Blackjack kneeling right next to me, offering his most assuring smile. "It's going to be fine," he says, circling the inside of my wrist with his thumb. Releasing a slow sigh, I nodded. I know. Better to get it over with." "And where are we branding her, Blackjack?" Dean interjects smoothly. The two of us exchanged looks before I finally arrived at a conclusion. "On my back." Dean cocked a brow, intrigued. "You're going to have to give me specifics, dear." "Across my shoulder blades." "Anything you want specifically?" Blackjack inquires. I look back at him and think to myself, unsure of what to say. I didn't think I'd have a big choice in it all, but then again, it was my skin. "What do you think?" I ask him. Blackjack looks at me for a moment and then averts his eyes back to meet Dean's. "Add a deck of cards at both ends of the banner." The men overheard and whistled at that. I tried my best not to smile too much, granted that this was going to be a bitch to have to sit through. Still, I had to give Blackjack creativity points where it counted. He really had put more thought into this than I did. It felt more exciting knowing that he had taken a moment to really customize the piece I was getting. "Well, Ashley dear, the time has come." Dean mocks a sigh. "I'm going to have to ask you to roll up your shirt." "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" I scoffed hard before taking the end of my shirt, rolling it up over my head before pulling it close to my chest. A chorus of whistles persisted from the bar tops, to which I flashed them my middle finger. A cool gel-like substance was spread across the flesh, giving me a moment to breathe for a bit. When the buzzing went on, Blackjack slipped his hand in mine and gave me a soft squeeze as I waited for the inevitable needle to strike its mark on my flesh. I gave him a little smile, still trying to comprehend how I managed to land myself in this situation. All jokes and laughs were left aside the second I felt that sharp pain fixed up against my skin. My eyes went wide as I opened my mouth to let out a sharp hiss as the needles jetted past the very spot in a deep line. I clenched my eyes closed with every inch of muscle in my palm squeezing into Blackjack's hand. Dean had his hand fixed at my shoulder, steadying the skin so that it wouldn't crease as easily with the way my body tensed up. He traced along the same damn line and started leveling it up to what I felt was like a curve until the needle finally left my skin. I winced when he rubbed the ink away with his gloved hand before starting up again where he last continued, drawing an endless scrawl of detail into the font. After 30 minutes of clenching, I peeked up at Blackjack when I could feel myself slowly start to get used to the irritating pinches that resumed across my back. However, as soon as the needle started getting closer to my bone, I shut my eyes closed and yelped, "Son of a bitch!" Language, Ms. Monroe." Dean shook his head while tracing the line slowly. I let out a breathy exhale as I squeezed Blackjack's hand further with every increment of space that the tattoo brought out. Compared to how it started, this was unlike anything I'd ever felt with my trips to the doctor. It literally felt like I was developing a biting rash, or an army of bee stings hitting me at that same damn spot repeatedly. "The corners are almost done, babe," Blackjack assures me, while checking over my back so often. I hum, frustration practically sitting at the bed of my tongue. It took what felt like ages to get the center right. I had to restrain myself from punching Dean in the face every time he passed over the sensitive skin. Blackjack offered me 5-minute breaks so often, but I had to keep myself under the needle, otherwise we wouldn't be done with this for another day. I wanted this entire process completed by the time morning hits, so that I wouldn't have to pine over the after pain for another week. Zane and Cade would give me extra shots of tequila every time I made a miserable noise. After so long, the pain dulled into a collection of annoying pinches. The bee stings subsided, and I was left with not only a spread of aches along the coast of my back, but I was forced to listen to that irritating buzzing coming from Dean's tattoo gun. Every time he pressed down on my skin to wipe the blood and ink away, I could feel my muscles tensing. Blackjack felt it every time I gave his hand a squeeze and pulled himself close to whisper something nice in my ear. When Dean pulled the needle away after another good hour, I nearly thought he was giving me another 5-minute break. To my relief, he was done with the entire etch from the font style to the details. We didn't stop there, however. I had offered Dean my hand and described to him the silver pattern I wanted engraved on my ring finger, with Blackjack's name scrawled across. He warned me that fingers and knuckles were one of the most painful things to work on, since they were closer to the bone than most parts of the flesh. That didn't stop me from being persistent and insisting that he finish the job for me here and now. He tacked that down as another $40 to the $400 job he painted across my back. Without Blackjack's discount, the entire piece would have been $600 with the extra details he insisted on. Thank God for that. Before Dean was about to plaster the bandages on, Cade held his hand up, insisting that he take a photo. He needed photographic proof to send to the bears so that we could rub it in their faces once and for all. "What about the redness? Won't it look too fresh?" I ask, tracing my hand over the bandages. Cade laughs abruptly. "Hasn't Zane told you that he's been taking Photoshop classes while you've been away?" I cocked a brow, dumbfounded. "You're kidding me." "No, ma'am. Who do you think designed the new emblem?" Cade smirks before looking over his shoulder to his brother sitting at the bar. "You bring that fancy laptop of yours today?" Zane looked up from the said laptop, giving us the okay. "I set it up as soon as you got your camera out." "We're set for business." Cade folds his arms over his chest. "Can I see the picture?" I look over to his phone. I hadn't seen Dean's work just yet, and I was insanely curious to know how it turned out. Sure. He nods, pulling the picture back up on his phone. When I saw it with my own eyes, I felt my heart stop beating. It was quite the piece. From the way the cusp of the P sailed across my shoulder up to the scope of his name, I was completely breathless with the design. This was no simple signature of a name. It was a legitimate Reaper brand with Blackjack's name along my skin. The etch was gorgeous and nowhere near as degrading as I originally assumed from Dean's style. Usually, with any brand, a Reaper man wanted his name to be bold and stamped across his woman's body. I was fine with anything originally, so long as it wasn't as tacky. I can see now that Dean was an exceptional eye to what a woman wanted, but Blackjack's own delicate touch gave me a little smile. "You like what you see?" Cade grins. I could tell he was enjoying this. "Surprisingly, yes," I muse aloud. "Well, great. After we're done cleaning this one up, we'll touch up on Blackjack's and—" "Wait, what?" My eyes flash up at him. My brother's brows furrow as he copies my confused expression. "Blackjack's tattoo. He's getting a piece done on his chest," he repeats slowly. "You're kidding me." I was cut off the second Dean started his tattoo gun. The heel of my boot turned me around so fast that I nearly caught whiplash the second I set my eyes on Blackjack in his seat. My eyes stopped dead on his broad chest as he bared his skin for the point of the needle. "Blackjack!" "Shh," Cade hisses, giving my arm a little squeeze. "You want Dean to mess up his mojo and give him a butterfly instead of a brand?" I pulled my arm away and strode my legs over there. Blackjack's brown eyes went from Dean to my approaching figure, cocking a brow at the disbelief in my expression. "Just what do you think you're doing?" I demand. "What do you think, sweetheart?" He smirks at my fluster. I bit the inside of my cheek, putting my hands on my hips. "The bears only need to see one brand." "And?" he inquires. "You don't have to do this," I insist, pulling myself down to the chair beside him. He takes my hand, giving me a wry smile. "Have you learned nothing, Monroe?" Blackjack rubs his thumb coarsely against my hand, shaking his head. "I'm serious about this." I opened my mouth to protest, but by the time I could, Dean had already cut me off. "Save your sweet talk for your honeymoon, Ashley. I've got a job to do." My eyes narrowed back up to the artist with a glare worth 1,000 daggers, but that didn't stir him up one bit. He started on Blackjack's chest with the determination of a Spanish bull on parade. Blackjack kept his chin up as his chest was continuously prodded by the cycle of needles on rotation. I watched him intensely as his expression failed to change throughout the process. Every so often he'd give me a little look when it became apparent I was worried, but all it took was a little wink for me to end up smirking all over again. No matter what the relationship was, it was more than obvious that Blackjack was serious about seeing this whole thing through to the end, and so was I. Chapter 13. Ashley. "Wait, what do you mean I'm moving out?" I blurt out. That was the first thing I could manage to say when my father told me what was going to happen. I had just come home from walking my friend Antoinette's 7 devil dogs when I found my daddy in the kitchen with the newspaper. The second I stepped inside the house, he apologized for his insensitive behavior the past couple days. He explained that with the stress from the bears, he had snapped. On top of that, we were still upping our security measures so that we could prevent any more of our supply from magically disappearing. We finally started to talk about it, how much hate we had for the bears, if he heard any news from our allies. My father didn't want me to know too much about club politics, but that was horseshit. I'm his daughter. Of course I'm going to know how the club runs, what to do, what not to do, etc. He reached out to some of the smaller clubs in Montana to get their opinions on hunting these bears. If he asked me, the bears had been a problem for far too long. Every other club in Montana respected my father. But Grizzly, no, he constantly challenged my father. Montana may have been a big state to some, but it was a small world for us. News travels fast, and if one club was targeted, it wouldn't be long before others were involved. My father reluctantly admitted to a few trusted prezes about our drug supply being shorted, about it disappearing from the safe houses. No one had been affected directly from other clubs, although there were signs going around that 2 others were missing some of their supplies as well. Only in their cases, it wasn't drugs, it was guns. It was concerning to know that in total, there were 3 clubs who were having supplies go missing. I don't know which was worse, having some of our drugs nixed or having guns stolen. This was cause for alarm with the other prezes as well. I knew my father was going through a lot, but until today, that didn't really resonate with me. When I could understand, I finally gave him my forgiveness. However, that didn't stop him from persistently pushing my buttons. I couldn't even stay in my seat when he told me that I was being forced out of my home, my childhood home. I darted up and paced the kitchen with my arms crossed in front of my chest, with only one word escaping me: unbelievable. "Blackjack and I talked, sweetheart," he continues slowly, averting his eyes from me. "We both think that you should move in together." "You're doing this again," I respond with a shake of my head and pushing my hair out of my face with frustration. "You both are agreeing on something I have no say in. I thought we were going to put a stop to all this." The events in the last few weeks have bothered me to no avail. I was frustrated and almost to my breaking point. Yes, I owe these men a lot. They helped nurse me back to life, back to the old Ashley that I thought was long gone. But that didn't give anyone the right to keep making decisions for me. "Ashley," he mutters aloud. I put my hands on my hips, biting the inside of my cheek. "Be honest with me, Dad." "Always." He leans forward in his chair, and I give him a long stare. "Are you trying to protect me or control me?" My father's eyes widened in surprise, but the hurt on his face was evident. I didn't know what to say when it came to these types of situations. It didn't matter whether my father meant well. I wanted him to know that I was more than determined to have a life where I didn't feel trapped. If that was by an abusive husband or a controlling father, it didn't matter. I didn't want to constantly depend on him and the club for protection, like some sort of victim. Even I have to say that I'm more than that. I can be strong too. "I'm not just doing this to protect you, Ashley," he finally admits. "I'm doing this so I know you can finally be happy." "Oh, Dad." I let out a sigh and walk over to him. My hand reached out to his, and I gave him a good squeeze. I am happy. Happy that I'm finally home, back here with you. "You know what I mean, sweetheart," he chuckles and shakes his head. "I'm not going to be around forever, you know." "Which is why I should be spending the rest of my days with you," I argue. "No, darling, that's where I draw the line." There was a twinkle in his eye when he smiled at me. "I know Blackjack will take care of you. The 2 of you were meant for each other from the very start, goddammit. Tell me something, will you?" "Anything." "Did you really think I never knew?" "Knew what?" I inquired. "Oh, sweetie, you aren't that dumb. I'm talking about you and Blackjack. And don't give me some baloney that you don't know what I'm talking about. I saw you kiss him that night. Shit, I saw the way you always looked at him and knew I was in for trouble. I was going to kill him for even touching you. I had it all mapped out in my head, and then 2 days later, he was gone." My dad shut his eyes, opening them slowly to look at me.
I hated what that did to you. You were heartbroken when he left, but I understood why. He was too old for you, and you were surely too young for him. But I was never a dumb man, little girl. You two were always going to be something." It felt like everyone knew one way or another that the two of us always were meant for each other, even my dear old dad. "He's a good man," was all that could come out of my mouth. "I know he is." I couldn't help but smirk at my father's words. "Then won't you do your dad this favor?" he insists, taking my hand in both his palms. "Just be happy with him. I know you two have wanted each other for years. I saw that with my very own eyes. I know the circumstances surrounding this union aren't what either of you wanted. I could imagine that you'd want this on your own terms. But life doesn't always give us what we want, darling." "Fine, but you have to answer one last question for me." He nods, waiting patiently for once. "Was this your idea or Blackjack's?" I demanded to know. I watched him as his lips creased at the question before he stroked his beard slowly. He was obviously contemplating on how to answer. "A little bit of both," he admits, laughing. "Daddy!" "But most of it was all on Blackjack," he chuckles. "What do you mean, most of it?" I ask skeptically. His shoulders rose up to his ears, and he shrugs. "That's up for him to tell you." "And where do you think you're going?" he asks, eyes following me as I searched the counter for my wallet and car keys. "Out," I announce, once I left the kitchen. "Out where?" As soon as I followed through the hallway by the stairs, I found my wallet and keys waiting at the end table where I'd left them from the walk. I snatched the two and pulled off my little frayed bag from the coat hanger to shove them inside. "Out to find my fiancé," I respond sardonically and start to the door. The kitchen fills up with his bark of a laugh. That's something I didn't think I'd hear ever again. I exited the front door of my childhood home and trekked across the field to walk to the clubhouse. All I could do was think about the circumstances surrounding my life. Blackjack was my new rock in this cruel world, and maybe that would help me move on from these terrible memories. For the time being, however, I just didn't know how we were going to make this sudden move work. Would we move into his place, or would it be his house at the club? Or would we start anew and find a fresh start in a new home? What I should have been asking was how his son was going to react to all of this. Dex and I hadn't even spoken once since I came back home, which was strange enough. I'd have to set aside that awkwardness just for once and talk to him about the whole thing. I was going to be his stepmother, after all. I remember babysitting the boy when he was 5, and with these years that went by, I'm sure he's changed a lot. Lord knows I have. I made a mental note in the back of my head to stop beating around the bush and talk to Dex. As I made my way through the clubhouse doors, I could feel the cool AC hit my face. I nearly forgot just how hot it was outside. My eyes scanned the bar tops for Blackjack or any familiar faces that might have crossed paths with him during the day, but I couldn't find him at all. Most of the guys who were here had been drinking for quite a while. Along the corner of the bar was a boy that looked years too young to be sitting on the stool. We were a lot of things, but we never allowed kids to sit at the bar. Sure, they'd be around when we had club family events, but I thought it was interesting that there was a random kid here with no parent within reach. I approached the bar slowly, with my eyes focused on Havoc, the bartender preparing what could have been the 7th whiskey on the rocks for the afternoon. If anyone might have seen Blackjack during the day, it was likely that Havoc could have spotted him during his shift. I pulled myself up to one of the stools at the counter and leaned forward in my seat when he noticed me at last. I put up a hand and waved, saying his first name. "Hey, Ed." "Well, if it isn't the liquor cabinet thief," he snorts, before snaking his hand behind him to take a rag for the counters.
Come to pour out the rest of my tequila? I didn't drink all of the tequila last week, Eddie. He gives me a little smirk. Sure you didn't, Ash, sure. I roll my eyes and throw my hair behind my shoulders. Have you seen Blackjack today by chance? He shook his head as he wiped the counters, leaving behind thin trails of water every time he went over the surface. I haven't seen him since, oh gosh, when was it? He contemplates aloud, averting his attention to the floor. You remember, boy? Thursday, the boy next to me responded. I looked across from me to where the kid sat with his face practically buried in a thick American history textbook. All I could think about was if I was studying American history when I was his age. I don't remember having textbooks that big. Yeah, that was him. Ed picks up his bald head and continues to wipe down at the bar. So you haven't seen him since? He shakes his head. Not that I can remember. Thanks, I mutter lowly before climbing off the bar stool. What's the matter, sweetheart? I took out my phone, checking it for the time. It was almost 5 in the afternoon. I'm sort of in a rush to find him, I respond idly. What's your hurry? He cocks a bushy brow and throws the rag back where he found it. You guys in a rush to get married already? Jesus, no. I bat at the counter. It's not like that. Then what's it like, Ash? Ed grew more curious with that little smile on his face. You are telling me that you're getting hitched to this guy with no strings attached? That's not it either. Have all of you forgotten? I have to get divorced before I can marry him. I scoff, his humor getting on my nerves. Can I have a root beer? The boy beside me finally speaks up, shifting in his seat. Ed's attention falls on the young man, and he nods. Coming right up, boy. I cross my arms, waiting for his response with an equipped apology. Ed finally looks up at me, noticing my irritation. I'm just joking with you, Ash. He shakes his head before turning his back to me to open the bottom fridge. You're a good girl, but I never know what's going on in your head. Well, you should ask the right questions, I scowl, and finally gesture to the boy. Take this guy, for instance. Shouldn't you be asking him for his ID before letting him sit at the bar? Ed turns around slowly with a root beer in his hand before closing the fridge. He looks to me and then back to the kid, only to smile even wider than before we began this conversation. A hoarse laugh escapes him, and suddenly the bottom of the root beer slaps the countertops as he clenches his gut, practically guffawing. What's so damn funny now? I demand to know. Oh, sweetheart, he pants, letting out a low sigh before he finally quit. You honestly don't know who's been sitting next to you this entire time? I opened my mouth to say something smart, but stopped in my tracks as soon as I turned my head to see who he was even talking about. Then and there, I was staring into the most familiar brown eyes, but it didn't take long for me to recognize they belonged to Blackjack's son, Dax. Chapter 14. Ashley. I can't believe that the boy sitting beside me is just 9 years old. He looks like he's pushing 11 or maybe even 12. I had to do a double take at him. Sure enough, he carried his father's deep brown eyes along with that stern jaw. The corners of his lips were so stiff, it made it look like he hadn't smiled for days. Who could blame him, though? I'm sure he was just as confused as to what's been going on. As my eyes ventured up, I noticed that his hair was a few shades lighter than Blackjack's. Blackjack's hair was jet black, but I suppose with time his son's hair would darken down to his father's shade, unless he took after his mother. Speaking of which, I never did ask Blackjack about her, or go into full detail of what happened. The only information I knew was just general gossip amongst the club and from word of mouth. While I took my time staring at the boy beside me, Ed had the stupidest smile on his face as he watched the two of us. Finally, he gives out a low snort, You can't be telling me this is the first time you've seen the kid since you've been home. I whip my head around to scowl at him. Believe it or not, I've been busy these past couple of weeks. Ed gave me a highbrow expression. I'm sure. Rolling my eyes, I finally focused back to Dex, who began to close his book shut. I straightened myself back to the seat and slowly exhale. I honestly didn't know what to say to the kid. Here he was before my eyes, and never in my life did I think it was going to be this hard to say something like hi. Obviously, this was going to be awkward. Sorry about that, Dex, I finally say, smiling sheepishly. It's been so long since I've seen you. He nods, giving me a small grin, which took me by surprise. My, Miss Ashley, never did I think I'd round these parts again, especially after your newspaper incident. The boy gestures with his bottle. My lips broke into a laugh as I recalled the so-called incident that he's talking about. Hey, now don't you go blaming that on me. You, my little man, decided to help me with my delivery that day. Instead of helping, you grabbed them and started throwing them every which way. You nearly pelted me. That was an accident, he'd insist, eyes going wide with embarrassment. Oh, yeah? And what about the Murray cat? I cock a brow with a knowing look. Dex looked away, suddenly growing more interested in his root beer. Whiskers was asking for it, he mutters at the bottle before taking a swig. Ed and I exchanged looks at one another, and before we knew it, we were both laughing at the memory all together, as if it happened just yesterday. The two of us were ripping our sides apart over our laughter, while Dex could only shake his head at us like an adult looking over a couple of kids. Slowly, I gathered myself together with a slow shed of a tear, continuing to laugh. Murray never did let that one go. Ed gave us both a toast as he drank from his own beer. You're kidding me, I scoffed, shaking my head. Murray hasn't even let go of the fact that I hit his car when my tricycle didn't break. I was 3 years old. The man doesn't forgive or forget, Dex agreed with a frown. Well, unless you count the time Dad helped him with an oil change. Your old man helped him with that? Ed furrowed his bushy brows. Sure he did, Dex said cheekily. One morning, Murray just came up to our house with the most god-awful smell coming from... As I watched him remember the story aloud, I realized that it was hard even for me to remember that Dex was Blackjack's son. I felt like all that's happened over the past few weeks is Blackjack making sure that I'm okay, checking up on me, us slowly catching up to where we used to be all those years ago. I was inconsiderate and didn't once ask him about Dex. I smoothed my hands down on my lap and listened to the two of them recount old Murray's good spots. Every time Dex so much as laughed, it was like seeing a split image of his father all over again. You did well with him, Rob. I couldn't help but think to myself, smiling fondly all the same. Dex's eyes drew back over to where I sat silently, confusion spreading through his face. You all right, Miss Monroe? Dex asked suddenly. I blinked at the question. Miss Monroe? Eddie cackled. That's new, ain't it, Ash? Dex's fair skin turned deep burgundy in embarrassment as the bartender filled the room with a thick laugh. I gave Ed a look before swatting him across the shoulder. He dodged at the swat and turned back to his counters with a chuckle. No one called me Miss Monroe unless they were referring to my mother. Sure, I'm okay. I looked back to Dex, nodding pleasantly. It's just been a long day talking with my dad and all. You don't have to call me Miss Ashley or Miss Monroe. Ash or Ashley is just fine, okay? Sorry, Ashley, Dex says slowly, adjusting to the name before changing the subject. How is your father, by the way? My dad? I tilt my head to the left, puzzled. He's doing all right, I suppose. Why do you ask? No reason. The boy shrugs. He talks to me about you from time to time. Said he missed you a lot since you were gone. Did he now? I rest my head into my hand as my elbow lifts to the bar. Yeah, says I remind him of you when you were my age. He scratches the back of his neck. I don't know why, though. Only thing I said at the time was how much I wanted to get my motorcycle license early, even if Dad said I couldn't. He keeps fighting me on it, but the day I turn 16, I'll be a biker. I could see Blackjack saying no to that. Even though he was aloof, there was no way he'd put his boy at risk out of getting an early start with a bike. It didn't seem that long since I told Daddy I'd run away if he didn't let me get a motorcycle license. As I was thinking about it now, it made sense why he said no, with me being the only person left in his life. I really did come across as a reckless child back then. I honestly thought that he was being sexist at the time when he forbade me from getting a license behind his back. Even now, he was still trying to control aspects of my life for my own good, always keeping in mind that I'm still his little girl. I guess I should have thought of that before I moved out of Montana to live with Harry. Perhaps even then I could have put an end to the loveless marriage before it had even started. It would have done me a lot better in life, rather than looking to the closest way of getting out of the house. I looked up at Dex and brought my hand up to his shoulder, giving it a small squeeze. His eyes found mine, almost startled at the gesture. Don't ever be in a rush to grow up, I say softly, meaning every word. That license is still going to be waiting for you at the end of the road. Your dad knows how much you mean to him, so it's only natural he'd want you to be safe rather than sorry. Yeah, I know. Dex nods, an understanding coming across his eyes. We've got each other, and he's always been looking out for me. You probably know your father better than anyone. I collected my hand back at my side, pulling a stray piece of hair behind my ear. Well, not anyone. He raised his brows at me. You seem like you know him pretty well. As he finished that sentence, I could feel my face grow heated as a deep blush ran from my cheeks to my ears. I averted my gaze to the bar counters, collecting myself nonchalantly. That's right, Ashley. You're dating his dad, for crying out loud. So, he told you all about that? I let out a little nervous laugh. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him smile sheepishly before taking the last sip of his root beer. When the bottle came back down to the counter, he responded, We tell each other everything for the most part, but you don't have to worry. I look up at him suddenly. I think you're good for him, he assures me. So, you don't need to be nervous around me, being his son and whatnot. Was it that obvious? I chuckle. Well, I gave him a look and snorted. Small world. Yeah, he agrees. How's your mother? I finally ask, feeling my own breath grow still at the question. A silence was pushed between us, and I automatically felt myself regretting the question. I shouldn't have asked Dex at all. It was dumb of me. If I had any questions about his mother, I should have gone to one person, Blackjack. I hate it when my curiosity gets the best of me, even when I didn't think to speak. However, Dex's expression didn't really change much at the question. He lifted his shoulders with a light shrug, just as Ed took his empty root beer bottle. Things aren't good with Mom, so I guess it's the same as usual. Dex responds, looking up at Ed as the bartender replaces the bottle with a new one. Thanks. Anytime, kid. The man smiles underneath his thick mustache before stepping out from the bar. I watch Dex's expression as another solemn wave hits his face. The smile he once had simply vanished into thin air, and everything in his eyes felt like they were concentrated on his thoughts. I'm sorry, Dex, I say slowly.
I feel terrible for... I didn't know. I guess Dad never told you much about her. He cuts me off. I shake my head without a word. My dad is a good guy, but I think you need to know about my mom, he insists, urgently looking back up at me. My brows furrowed, but I couldn't hide my confusion. I know that, I say. The boy nods carefully, before sliding his hands behind his neck with a steep sigh. Where should I start? Wherever you feel comfortable, I take his shoulder. I couldn't help but watch Dex with a pain in my heart as he explained his father in a way that Blackjack couldn't. Unlike myself, Dex's mother was still alive, but still absent from much of his life. Everyone recognized her as a dropout from high school that was so burnt out she'd probably never get back on her own 2 feet. At the time, Blackjack seemed like her only shot at life. The rumors were that he'd been taking her to therapy and consultation groups for coping with addiction. He'd found out she was pregnant when I was in middle school, I think. It was then that everyone knew she was pregnant with Blackjack's son, Dex. Those were some tough times for her, given that she was still struggling with her own demons and afflictions. I was a kid, but I saw her. I knew exactly what was going on, and damn it, she was still using when she was pregnant. It hurts my heart to know that was happening. I'd be damned if Dex ever found that out. Hell, maybe he already knows. Blackjack had his wife sign away her parental rights after he found Dex alone in his cradle and her passed out in their living room on her 3rd syringe. He and I never spoke too deeply into that. I had only heard of what happened through average clubhouse gossip. I can't help her change. He shakes his head, his eyes swallowing up the floor underneath him. But she's my mom, and I still love her. I listened to him, feeling his emotions build up with every word he said. Dad won't see her, and if he does, it's just screaming. Screaming and yelling. Dex covers his mouth to close his eyes. I can't. His hand slides back down to his lap, and he stares back out to the bar, the weight of his voice dropping low. I don't even think she loves me. The stool underneath me screeched as I jumped off to pull the boy into my arms, squeezing him hard like my life depended on it. It broke my fucking heart. A boy, a child, should not be thinking things like this. His breath hitched, and I could feel his shoulders rise as he tenses at the sudden embrace. In that moment, I could only hold him. I didn't know, and I didn't think about it too much as I held him at the bar, hiding my face beyond his shoulder so that he wouldn't catch me crying so hard. As the warm tears trailed down my cheeks, I had a swirl of thoughts that I could say to make it better, to make him feel better. Don't say that, I finally manage, but my voice betrayed me. She loves you. She might not have the best way of showing it, but she does. Sometimes, adults aren't as strong as you think after they've fought so hard for what they have, I try to explain. We need a light to help us out of the dark. If you've been in the dark for so long, could you really expect yourself to see the way you did before? I could feel him shake his head against my shoulder. You won't be alone in this, Dex, I assure him, while leaning back to wipe my eyes away. Didn't you need to find my dad? He says, obviously changing the subject. He texted me earlier and told me he was at the old plot of land where the lake house used to be. What? I looked up at him, surprised. The boy pulled out his cell phone and scrolling through information within his messages, finally putting his thumb to a stop when he found what he was looking for. He showed me the screen where 3 sets of lines made up an address. "Know where this is?" he asks. I nod, with a little smile pressing into the corners of my lips. Yeah, I know just where he might be. Only we never called it the lake house. Chapter 15. Ashley. There was an old, aged path leading into the woods that could be taken by car if you were determined enough, but I decided to go on foot. Sure, the trail was riddled with bumps and rocks that made it painful to endure, but it was the scenery that made it well worth it. Plus, I needed to get some cardio in today. The walk would do me some good. I could remember being here, even as a small child. Dad used to bring me here on his hunts with the boys to show us how it was done. Whenever he passed the gun to either of the twins to take down their first doe, they both ended up bawling at the idea of shedding blood. I still made fun of them both to this day for their emotion in saving Bambi's mom. Instead of forcing these two 9-year-old boys to maim some defenseless animal, my father took us out to the lake where the house had burned down in an awful fire. The 4 of us would sit there and spread out a picnic between us, while Daddy told us how the fire started in the first place. I think Cade and Zane remember it to this day. My dad used to tell us stories about how his home burned up into flames. Even as a child, I knew that something was wrong with what he was telling us. I was always so perceptive, and there was no way that anything he said was near the truth. The land had been in our family for generations. He'd go on and on about how our ancestors bartered with the natives to claim this land, and somehow we got where we are today. Overall, my father owns over 580,000 acres in Montana. He rents out a lot of the land to farmers for crops, to use as a pasture for their livestock, and so on and so forth. But this plot of land is simply ours. I hadn't been here in ages, but from the looks of it, it was the same. I was going down memory lane when I was brought back to reality. I was furious with Blackjack on not including me in this decision. For weeks, I've had people make decisions for me, not out of a bad place, but I was still irritated that he had the nerve to talk to my father about me moving in with him so soon. I was too deep in my thoughts, and suddenly my foot hooks itself into a patch of overgrown weeds, and I found myself jolted forward in a stumble. My breath hitches to the back of my throat, and I wave my hands in front of me, trying to regain my balance. "Gugh," I grunt, just as I catch the tree in front of me. My heart was practically jumping to get out of my chest. With a kick of my leg, I send the weed backwards and let out a steep exhale. That was close. When I looked up from the ground, I could finally see bits and pieces of the clearing between the gaps in the trees. On the edge of the lake stood a tall house overlooking the beautiful dark blue waters. There was never a house here before. Well, not besides the bones that were left of my dad's old place. As I walked deeper into the clearing, I noticed the amount of sawdust sprinkled across the grass. I don't know what was going on, but I could see construction equipment everywhere. They must have been working here for quite a while, given that it looked like the debris fanned out closer to the trees with time. I approached the empty porch and saw my reflection in the tall mirrors climbing the stairs one step at a time. My eyes searched the inside of the windows as I took the knob in my hand and twisted the door open at last. The smell of mahogany wood filled my nostrils as I took my first breath in the new place. Dim but welcoming, the living room space felt like it was inviting me in with its white fireplace freshly lit. I slipped my shoes off and closed the door behind me with a soft click, letting my eyes follow the trail of stairs that led my sights up to the high ceiling. The place was like a modern log cabin, something I've always dreamt of living in since I was old enough to read furniture catalogs. When I walked across the floors, I felt like I was practically gliding across the house like a dancer. My head turned left and right to take up every detail as I ventured into the dining room.
At the archway gap, I finally found the kitchen, and my jaw dropped to the floor. I strode up to the black marble counters and felt the smooth finish underneath my fingertips. This was any woman's dream kitchen, and it was certainly mine. As I stood there wondering how any of this was possible, my ears picked up the heavy footsteps that lingered behind my back before a pair of strong arms wrapped around me. A little sigh left my smile as he pulls me back against his chest. I could feel his nose bury into my shoulder before it was replaced by his hot mouth to plant a kiss at my neck. "Blackjack," I mutter lowly. "Ashley," he whispers against my skin, an apparent smugness in his voice. "You're not out of the clear just yet," I smirked to myself. The man pulled his head out from my shoulder to roll his eyes as I turned around to face him. Despite him playing coy, I knew he had an idea as to why I was here. I could only shake my head while he kept his eyes on the floor, refraining to as so much as smirk. "You're in big trouble, mister," I say, poking his chest twice. "What were you thinking?" His hand slips up to take mine, and he smiles, giving me a look. "Your dad gave you a talk?" I narrow my eyes. "Don't make it sound like it was entirely my dad's fault. You agreed to his idea, am I right?" I pull my hand out from his grip to place it on my hip. "I understand why, don't get me wrong." "Then what's with the pout, Monroe?" he asks, pinching my cheek. "You didn't tell me anything about it." I throw my hands up with a hint of frustration. "I mean, come on, Blackjack. If we're going to do this together, you must tell me these things. Give me a heads up so we can both decide on it." He cocked a brow and crossed his arms, unconvinced. "If we talked about it together, would you have said no?" "I wouldn't have said no, but—" "What's the problem, then?" He uncrosses his arms to take my shoulders. "Just be straight with me, Ashley. Is this just for show, or do you actually want to give us a shot this time?" The weight of his hands made me pull myself closer to him. My hands picked up to his chest as I stroked, focusing on the buttons of his shirt rather than looking in his eyes. "Of course I want to be with you," I mutter lowly. "Ash." He takes my face, pulling my eyes back up to him. "Then what's wrong?" I felt myself get swallowed in those dark hues until I could only stand there looking up at him in the moment. How could he make me feel so helplessly in love with just a look from him? "Are you sure that you want to be with me?" I manage out, feeling my voice grow heavier. "What are you talking about?" His brows furrowed as I watched his expression grow tense with confusion. "Am I what you really want?" I assert the words again, taking his wrists in my soft hands. "I know you're not doing this because you pity me, but am I really the kind of woman you want to be with forever?" Blackjack opened his mouth to say something before shutting it back closed. His disbelief was growing by the second, and I couldn't think straight, even in the silence. I could feel my eyes filling up with stupid tears all over again, and it didn't make sense why now of all times, in this beautiful place, I had to start up the waterworks again. "You've done so much for me, and all I've brought with me is baggage." "Shh, not one more word." He pulls me against him further, holding my head against his chest to where I can hear his heart beating rapidly. "Do you hear that, Ash? Can you hear what you're doing to me?" I sniffed to myself and closed my eyes, unsure. "What am I doing to you?" "Listen, Monroe," the man whispers in my hair. "Every beat that drills into those ears of yours should show you how terrified I am of you." "Terrified?"
I ask before pulling back, concern filling my eyes. He chuckles at my confusion. You don't understand how much I'm in danger of falling deeper in love with you. You have absolutely no idea how dangerous you are to me. I have loved you since the very beginning. The way you make me feel. His voice grows husky as I feel his hands slide down to my hips. How do I make you feel? I ask, letting my eyes fall to his lips without even thinking. He catches my stare and automatically pushes me into the counter with his hips against my groin with a hot smirk. Do you really want to know? Before I could even catch him, his head dips down to my shoulder to collect the flesh of my neck in a sharp bite. I felt my breath hitch against the back of my throat as I took the back of his head with my fingers through his black hair. My fingers tighten around the locks sharply, and I could hear him growl against the skin, making my hips rub against his hard-on. I could feel his lips traveling across the nape of my neck till they roamed along my jaw to hover over my hungry mouth. The craving was intense as I opened my mouth to kiss him in the darkness of the house, only to meet him halfway, tongue already pushing past mine. I lifted my head up to deepen the kiss, feeling my body melt every time he squeezed at my hips with need. When his hands ran across my thighs, he finally collected his palms back up to my ass as he drove my groin up against him. A moan left my mouth, and he groaned in return, the vibrations making my lips hungry for more of his sweet kisses. His tongue massaged mine against the roof of my mouth, wet and warm with its search. When he let me go to breathe, his hands traveled down to the end of my shirt to pull it over my head without a second to waste. I helped him throw it off before jumping up to the counter with my legs around his waist, pulling him back to me. He took his shirt off while I started unbuckling him quickly, 1,000 things running through my thoughts. How did we even get like this? 1 second we were talking about the house, living together, and I didn't even mention Dex yet. Despite that, we found ourselves ravishing ourselves in a house that wasn't even furnished. As I pushed the thoughts into a mental filing cabinet labeled "for later," Blackjack was shuffling me out of my jeans with me kicking to get them off. Once they ended up on the floor, we were back at it again, his fingers hooking up to my panties, teasing me as he circled those thumbs into my thighs. I was squirming when his groin pushed into my heat, the tenderness making my insides go wet at the touch. A thought came to my head at that moment. "Blackjack," I pant aloud as his mouth bites down on my breasts. Yes. My fingers lace through his hair and I tug for his attention. "The kitchen, babe," I warn. "There isn't anyone living around here for miles, Monroe," he growls at me. "I'm not talking about the windows." I push him by his shoulders, squeezing my legs against him. Those deep brown eyes of his grow confused for a moment before he looked down at the counters where my ass just so happened to be sitting. His brow automatically rose, and when he looked back up at me, I was met with the most amused expression. "Afraid to get your counters dirty, honey?" Blackjack teases lowly. I gave his crotch a squeeze, to which he jumped with a start. "Careful, darling. Your wife runs a tight ship," I respond back, just as playfully. "Oh, believe me," he leans in to mutter in my ear. "I know." My eyes went wide at the sudden bite on my ear. "Blackjack?" He lets out a laugh before pulling back. "Sorry, I got carried away." I let out a snort. "You think?" His lips curl into a smile. "Upstairs, then?" "If it's safe." "Monroe, you should know by now. Anytime you're with me, you're safe. My hands were already searching his chest for his shoulders as he pulled me up from the counter to carry me across the house. With a firm squeeze, he had me at my thighs as we ventured from my dream kitchen to the still under construction stairs. My nerves were shot beyond belief as he was carrying me up, so I took his face in my hands to kiss him as he blindly approached a doorway once we reached the top of the stairs. I could see the hallway stem with 4 different rooms. Their doors were open ajar, spilling the dying sun's light across the bare floors. Before I got a chance to ask him about them, we were already in another room with a view like nothing I'd ever seen before. He spun me around when I saw it for the first time, the way the sunset hit the open waters as if it were cutting a passage through the pond. With the harmony of the trees surrounding the forest, I felt like he had carved a piece of heaven for the two of us. If I didn't want him so badly in this moment, I would have shed a tear out of sheer happiness. "You've got to be kidding me," I finally manage out as he drops me down to my feet. My feet took me to the large scaled windows where the woods and the lake stared back at me. I could only smile like an idiot as I put my hand to my mouth, covering it in my own awe. "This is our room?" My head turned around to face him, but he was already behind me, wrapping my arms around my waist. "This is our house, babe. You can pick any room you want," he responds simply, planting another warm kiss to my shoulder. "And you're going to furnish it all." I blinked at him, only to look back to the fine space around us. It was a rather large room to come through with. There was even a little hallway leading into what I assumed was either a walk-in closet or a bathroom. As I wandered over to check which it was, Blackjack followed my steps with his arms, refusing to leave me. I was semi-right. It was a hybrid between a closet leading into a bathroom. My head could only shake in disbelief. "I can't believe you did all this." "I had help. Been building this with your dad for the last 6 months. We should have it done in about a week. Now, it was my idea to get you to move in with me, Monroe. But this was your dad's gift to you. He knew how much you loved it here when you were a girl. You know, he was building this place for you, right? I think somehow he knew you'd find your way back home, to us," he tells me. I turned around in that moment, sliding my hands down to his chest with a soft glance to his chest. "Thank you so much," I muttered softly, looking back up at him. "Now, where were we?" He broke into a grin as he slid his hands from my sides back to my hips, pushing me backwards against the window until I was pressed into the cold surface. I raised my head up to meet his lips as he hungrily sought back my tongue. The touch of his hand drew up to my bra, where he'd run his finger across the pink lace carefully before giving my breast a firm squeeze. I moaned into his mouth as he massaged against the mounds, making my back arch into the windows as he handled me roughly. This was so much different than our first night. We were nervous but passionate, willing to explore new boundaries. Now we were sure of ourselves, which made us want to fuck each other wild. Blackjack was kneading into my chest to the point that I could feel my body rub up against his as he was pinning me to the windows. When I drew my thigh between his legs to stroke up against his hard cock, he let out a growl and took my leg up to his hip so he could grind himself against me with force. I could only let out a little noise as I felt his need sitting at the base of his groin every time he pushed himself up against my wet heat. All I could think about was how much I wanted to go down on his thick member and take him for a ride. With that said, I shoved his boxers down his hip with the friction of my thigh before taking the back of his head to pull him in for another kiss. With my free hand, I wrapped my fingers around the base of him to give him a little squeeze. Blackjack rolled his hips into my hand, making me start stroking him right then and there. When I started getting faster, he stopped my hand right there and shook his head. "Not like that, Ash. Not when you're already wet for me," he mutters huskily before taking the head of his cock against my wet lips. I sigh, feeling his tip circling me slowly. The very heat of him made my body pool with wetness as I bucked my hips up to him, begging for him to slide inside me already. He slowly started to insert himself inside, my walls burning to accommodate the thickness of him. I let out a little yelp, the sharp pain slowly being overwhelmed with the wet sensation he made me feel. My insides were practically fitting themselves for his dick as he withdrew himself for one moment to send another quick thrust inside, making my back arch all at once. I tried to push myself up the window at once, but as soon as he saw me struggling, he automatically took my thighs under his hands and lifted me to the wall, sending a full thrust before he was completely immersed inside me. "Blackjack," I let out a gasp, and he moans at how tight I am. "Fuck," he curses, shifting his hips against me as he continues to push me into the glass with one hand next to my head. "God, you feel so fucking tight squeezing my dick like that." At that sentence, I automatically rolled my hips up to his to return his thrust. He pulled me higher up the window and continues off that roll with a slow pace of thrusts, each one of them making me bounce against the glass. His mouth bites down to my nipple, and I let out a cry, feeling him completely tear me apart every time he pushes himself in further. I could only sink my nails into his shoulders as he kept fucking me against the window, building up the ecstasy running between us. His hips slapped hard against mine until our skin sounded like the beat of a drum. He kept his hard thrusts going until the only thing I could feel was the building climax rubbing up against my clit. The spots he reached were places I couldn't even dream of touching. While his mouth played with one breast, his hand kept massaging the other as his dick circled my insides till I could feel my juices dripping down the inside of my thigh. "Rob," I let out in his ear, "I'm going to—" "Come for me, Monroe," he growls, forcing himself inside me. "I want to feel you come all over my cock." "Ah!" I throw my head back as he forces my hips back to the glass with each thrust. I felt like I was being driven higher and higher in ecstasy, his little bites and squeezes making me grow closer to where I wanted to be. The sensation was overpowering to the point I couldn't think straight. He fucked me harder, knowing full well what I wanted. Both hands were on my ass, lifting me up to take his cock properly as the buildup continued. I kept panting, already on the verge of breaking as it was. He was so hard inside me. I was sure he would burst any moment. Before I could hold back any longer, I let out a hard moan, and the sensation ripped across my entire body. Blackjack thrust one more time inside me until I could feel his release spread through my insides. The only thing I could hear was his low pants as we tried to keep up with our lungs. Finally, the two of us slid down to the floor, holding ourselves without a thought of letting go. Chapter 16. Ashley. The last month had passed by in the blink of an eye. Blackjack, my dad, and even the twins had been pitching in to get my house finished so we could move in as soon as possible. We had been staying in my childhood home with Dad and Dex, too. Last weekend, we could finally put the furniture in. Blackjack and I furnished the house together, despite him insisting that I'd be better off doing it myself. I understood where he was coming from,
but this was our home, so it needed to represent both of our tastes. Once I explained that to him, it was smooth sailing. It had taken us the last few days to arrange everything the way I wanted it to be. Blackjack couldn't help but scoff and make jokes about having my home pristine and proper just like my mother would have. I can't deny it. I was just like her. The only thing I was looking forward to was all the boys from the club coming over for dinner one night, hopefully soon. Dex was thrilled about the entire thing. He appreciated having a bigger bedroom where he could fit a desk and a wardrobe and whatever the hell else he wanted. When he came up to me and asked if he could invite friends over for a bonfire once we were settled, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was the first time I felt like I was considered a guardian in his life, more or less, even a parent. I brought it up to Blackjack, and even he looked stunned. "What did you end up saying?" he'd ask, a little smile approaching his lips. The two of us had been trying to move a dining table into the house at the time. "Well, I asked how many people he wanted to bring," I say, giving him a shrug while adjusting my hands at each end of the table. He said 4, and that's more than fine with me. Uh-huh. He'd nod as he looked behind him to step back some. "What?" I narrowed my eyes at him skeptically. Nothing. A little more to the left, babe." "What's on your mind?" Blackjack had looked up at the floor, the humor on his face more apparent. "The kid never asked permission for anything," he finally said, before he slowly dropped the table to its feet. "I think he's really warming up to you." From then on, it felt like things were getting easier than where I started. When I stumbled back home, I was bruised and battered, with almost no recollection of what love really was. Now, I felt sure that I had found not only a sanctuary, but friends and family that fixed the remnants of my broken trust. I could wake up looking forward to the day instead of counting my blessings that I was still alive. It was no longer about survival, but more about what else I could do to make my life complete. The signs were evident after the last week of putting the finishing details into our house. I had woken up in our new bed, memory foam and all, feeling sick in the middle of our first night. Blackjack didn't stir from his sleep until he could hear me retching in our bathroom, and got up in a heartbeat to help me hold my hair back. At the time, I assured him it was a stomach flu or something I ate for dinner. He got me water while I brushed my teeth, a nervous feeling building up in the pit of my stomach. Even when he walked me back to bed and I had water to cool me down, I felt restless that night. A part of me was fighting with my rational side, knowing full well that I was expecting my period in the following 2 or 3 days. I couldn't have been pregnant. After my miscarriage, the chances of me ever having a child were close to slim. That's what I told myself up until my period was 2 weeks late, and I was stuck facing a difficult decision, followed up with an even more awkward appointment. "You're positive?" I ask, while wringing my hands together at the news. Dr. Carter nods before handing me the paperwork. "As positive as these results." I took them and flattened them up to my lap, sifting through the information until I could see it for myself. It was just as she said. Positive. I was pregnant. "How is this possible?" I muttered to myself. "After the trauma I experienced, I thought I wasn't able to." She leans over from her seat to take my knee, stopping me mid-sentence. "Never say never, kid. You're not the first domestic survivor to be able to conceive after a recent trauma," she assures me with a squeeze. "Sometimes it's a physical obstacle, and sometimes it's a mental thing. A lot of mothers are unable to have another child because they've scared themselves to death into thinking they can't. It tricks the body from being able to do what it does naturally."
I nod, understanding exactly what she's describing. That was the period I had to force myself to overcome. If I had to go through it again alone, I didn't think I would have survived it, even if I did come through alive. Does he know? Dr. Carter asks. No, I say almost immediately. I haven't told him yet. You've been showing some signs, haven't you? Men can be simple-minded, but they catch on pretty quick when something's wrong. We never talked about our plans, though, I exasperate, almost on the verge of crying. I don't know what he'll think. We just found each other again, is what I wanted to say. After everything, we just finally have what we always wanted, and I'm terrified right now. Terrified that this baby could make him upset. She gives me a sympathetic look before displacing her hand from my knee to my shoulder. Breathe easy, Ash. He's not your ex-husband. No, he isn't, I finally admit. I don't know what he'll make of the news, or if he even wants to have more kids. The doctor scoffs, pulling her arm back to her side with a knowing smile. If it's Rob, I know he'll want at least 2 more with you, child. Hell, probably 4 or 5 more. Well, we'll find out when he comes home. I let out a little laugh, unable to restrain myself from the tears any longer. I brought my hands up to my face and wiped what I could, as Dr. Carter could only watch me in concern. Maybe you're right, and I'm overreacting. My voice regains itself as I wiped the last of the waterworks. I just never expected myself to be able to... Like I said, she cuts me off again, shaking her head. Never say never. Dr. Carter's advice was the greatest lesson in my life. And yet, I was still finding it difficult to come to terms with telling Blackjack. I had no idea what his reaction would be, despite Carter's assurances. I knew he wouldn't hit me, or deny it as true the way Harry had, but I didn't know if it was something he truly wanted. After all, he was already a father, on top of his responsibilities within the club. What could I tell him if he didn't want the child? I needed to talk to someone before I could tell him about my pregnancy. Should I talk to my dad? For some reason, that didn't sit well with my conscience, given that my father had a habit of blowing things out of proportion whenever I shared any piece of news with him. However, I couldn't blame Daddy for overreacting. Knowing him, he'd be overjoyed at the idea of him being a grandfather. Meanwhile, Blackjack might not think it smart to have a kid this early in our relationship. Good Lord, I didn't think it was smart either, and yet it happened. How would that conversation go with them? I almost shuddered at the idea of there being another fight over me being pregnant. I had to swallow down my fear and reflect on my next move. It was more than evident. I was going to have to tell Blackjack about the news. But before that, I decided to head over to the club, where I could count on opinions from the 2 men who have never judged me, no matter what. Zane and Cade, my brothers. When I walked into the club, I was surprised to find that the only living soul inside was Ed, aka Havoc. I made my way up to the bar as he was busying himself with cleaning his bar top. He looked up for a moment to find me walking in his direction, and I saw his expression change from boredom to amusement. "If you're looking for your guy again, he's out on another run," he tells me, eyes sinking back to the countertops. "I know that," I assure him before taking a seat. "Have you seen the twins?" He gave me the most dumbfounded look I'd ever seen. "Have you lost your marbles 2 times in a row, kid?" I furrowed my brows. Am I missing something? "The twins are out with your man. Your dad's been asking for extra men, hasn't he?" Ed shakes his head down at the counters. "Can't be too careful with everything that's been going on." "Oh," I deadpan. He was right. I hadn't realized that both Cade and Zane were out with the rest of the guys. It made me feel ridiculous and alone at the same time. Even if I didn't say anything, Ed knew something was up. "What's on your mind, kid?" he asks. I look up from my lap, shaking my head. "Nothing. It's just been—" I start, before letting out a thick exhale. "It's been quite a day. I don't know what to say." "Need something to take the edge off?" he offers. I almost said yes. No. I shake my head, putting my hand down. "Just some water, if that's okay." "You got it." He nods before turning around to face the sink. As I listened to him fill a glass with water, the doors opened behind me before closing with a heavy thud a moment later. Ed slid the glass in my direction, and as I caught it, he greeted someone I didn't expect to see so soon. "How was school today?" Ed asks Dex. "Fine," the boy responds, his footsteps echoing behind me. "They have an assembly for the football game, and I've got tests to study for. Even with this long weekend, they gave us so much homework." "I'll help you with it later if you need it, okay?" I offer. "Thanks, Ash. You looking for my dad?" I smile at Dex finally calling me Ash. It took him a while to get used to it. "No, my brothers," I say, taking a brief sip of my water. "The twins, right?" "Mm-hmm." "Your uncles," I smirk, and he laughs. "Are they here? I thought they were on a run." "Your thoughts are correct," I sigh. "I'm wondering why you know that, though." It wasn't such a big deal, but no child should know anything about when or if the guys are going on runs. Dex's brows furrowed in concern. "I'm not a little kid. Everyone here is my family, so I know what happens. Is everything okay between you and my dad?" I looked up at him, understanding full well that he got the wrong idea. "Of course, everything's okay, honey," I say, before averting my eyes to my lap. Everything's a bit upside down." "Upside down?" "Yeah, but seriously, don't worry about it," I assure him, lifting my head up to give him my best affirmative smile. He didn't look convinced. "Do you want to talk about it?" the boy asks, and I felt my heart swell up. "You just offered, so I'm gonna tell you something before I tell your old man, all right?" "All right." He gives me a sympathetic look. I closed my eyes, the stress starting to disperse from my thoughts as I pieced the whole puzzle of the situation together. "You can't tell your dad until I do." My voice comes through slowly. "I went to the doctor's today and found out I'm pregnant. You're going to have a baby brother or sister in a few months, kiddo." Dex's eyes went wide, and for a moment I felt my anxiousness peak. The boy stood up from his seat and opened his arms to pull me into a big hug. "That's fantastic news!" I felt astonished that he was taking everything so well. Like a balloon, I was filled with so much relief that it felt so unreal. Dex pulled away from me for a moment, that smile pulling across his features. "You have to figure out a fun way to tell him," Dex tells me, his face going stern. "I don't think he was very happy when he found out about me, so you have to do something fun this time for him." "Oh, honey, don't say things like that. But what did you have in mind?" "I agree, we're going to make it fun for your dad." After a couple of bottles of root beer, complimentary of Ed himself, we debated on the ideas together. It was amazing how relief came easily the more I talked about it with Dex. I had spent so much time thinking couldn't, never, and impossible. Yet the entire conversation just made me think, what if? But rather, I'll try. I wanted so much more in this arrangement, marriage, than I had originally thought.
maybe this pregnancy wasn't a simple accident, but it was a sign that I could try again. On the way home, Dex and I finally came up with the best option on how we were going to tell Blackjack. The idea was simple, but sure to send a clear message. Sure, we had to take a detour from the house to the closest craft store, but it was well worth it when we found what we were looking for. That night, I spent a good 2 hours making sure the message was intact so that it wouldn't come undone or pose as miscommunication. If I was going to do this after all, I wanted to get it right the first time. Nighttime came faster than I thought, and although Blackjack still wasn't home from the run, I was able to slip into bed and fall asleep with ease. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of Blackjack's Harley pulling into the driveway. My heart started running faster than the thoughts in my head, and I pulled myself out of bed. Jesus, how was I going to go about this? I was just about to slip into a pair of sweatpants when I heard the door shut downstairs. All right, I think to myself, as I pulled on a thin, long-sleeved shirt. It's now or never. I darted downstairs, although I couldn't help but feel like my own tension was returning faster than ever. I felt like my whole body was lighter the more I moved across the hallway into the kitchen to the man waiting for me. When I walked inside to find Dex sitting at the breakfast table and Blackjack nowhere to be seen, my tension disappeared completely. Dex saw my stressed expression and gestured with his hand over to the garage, telling me that his father was going to take his sweet time coming inside. I gave him a nod before turning my attention to the counters, where our coffee maker sat with a new blue mug waiting beside it. The kitchen door leading to the garage finally opened, just as I was already brewing a fresh cup of coffee. I restrained every muscle in my body from turning around to see him. If he even saw my face, I was sure I'd ruin it. Gosh, it had only been a day, and it felt like I hadn't seen him in weeks. "What are you two doing up so early?" I hear him ask, his footsteps venturing into the kitchen. I look up from the coffee drip. "I couldn't let you come back home so early without a cup of coffee, Rob. You boys must have been riding all night." "You shouldn't have, Ash. I was planning on taking a morning nap with you when I got back anyway," he says, before wrapping his arms around me from behind to give me a kiss on the cheek. "A morning nap? Pfft," I snort as I pour coffee into the mug. "And what's your excuse, boy?" Rob jokes with his son. "Last I checked, I have school in the morning, Pops," Dex responds with amusement. "How was the run?" Blackjack shrugs his shoulders against my body. "Decent. No hiccups during the setup." He responds simply. "I guess that means our guys are doing their jobs, right?" The very touch of him overwhelmed my skin in tingles. There was nothing more that I wanted than to hold him right here and now and tell him everything that happened the day before. Instead, I shut myself up and topped off the coffee. "Here," I say, before turning around to hand Blackjack the full mug. A smile emerged from my lips as I looked up at him, nearly purring. "Just the way you like it." The man takes his mug, returning the smile with an odd look of notice in his eyes. "Thanks, Monroe." He leans down to take my lips in a small kiss. I return the kiss before sending him off to the breakfast table to join his son. When he took his seat and resumed his report of the night, I turned my back to the two of them and made myself busy with the kitchen the way Eddie always seemed to at the bar. Apparently, the new warehouses were so well hidden that no one had tracked where we'd been keeping our supplies. Blackjack mentioned how Dad opted to install motion sensors around the properties, as well as adding cameras to take photographs whenever the sensor was activated. So far, they'd only seen a cougar and a few foxes. After I was done cleaning off the counter, I took some orange juice from the fridge and poured a glass to take to the table. Blackjack's eyes went from his son to me as he watched me take a seat with the two of them. When his attention returned to his son, even he noticed the apparent eagerness in his expression when his father was less than a third done with his coffee.
"And how is school, by chance?" Blackjack asks, putting aside his skepticism. Dex shrugs. "Same as usual. Mrs. Dixie is driving me nuts." "She liked me too, kiddo. Best to stay on that good side of hers." "Whatever you say, Dad." Dex smirks before displacing his eyes down to the kitchen table. Blackjack's brows furrowed in confusion as he looks from me to his son. "Am I missing something here? Did something happen when I was gone?" Dex shakes his head. "Not really. And if it did, you'd know." "Something's happened, and you two haven't told me," Blackjack growls. I could tell that Dex was just about ready to laugh his ass off at the irony in the morning. Hell, even I didn't know if I could stand it for much longer. As soon as Blackjack raised his coffee cup to take another sip, I could feel my own heart trying to jump out of its chest. He took the sip with closed eyes, surely because he was tired of the trip. When he put the cup down, he hadn't even bothered to look down, much to my disappointment. Instead of waiting around for him to notice, I placed my hand up to his wrist. "Would you like another coffee, dear?" I asked playfully. "We won't be taking that nap now, babe, but yeah, pour me another." In that moment, he looks down to his empty cup and grows confused by what he finds inside. Seconds passed between us in silence until his eyes widened and the table was abruptly shifted when he got out of his seat with a start. He couldn't believe it. I couldn't even believe it as I saw the corners of his lips rip into the biggest smile I've ever seen. "Seriously?" I nodded quickly, tears of joy practically ready to burst from the corners of my eyes. He pulls me out of the chair at once and into his arms, giving me what felt like the warmest embrace I had ever felt in my life. I held him in my arms, my own smile determined not to falter as I saw Dex look up at us with the same boyish smirk. Blackjack pulls back from his hug and looks down at me with what I could describe as pure happiness. He takes my face in his hands and kisses me hard, filling up my heart with a weightless relief until the only thing I could do was accept it. We laughed in that moment, all of us. At the bottom of that little blue cup was a single phrase that made everything from here on out okay. "You're going to be a dad."
Chapter 17. Blackjack. Finding out that Ashley was pregnant was the best news I'd ever heard. It may not mean a lot to some men, but to me, it meant everything. This was a second chance for me to do right by her. A year ago, no one could have told me that I would have ended up having a child with the one that got away, yet here she was, standing right before me. Another month flashed by in the blink of an eye. It was still too soon to know the gender, but we decided to decorate the room on a neutral color scheme. Mint green. Ashley was keen on betting that it was going to be a rumbustious boy, but I stuck with my guns in saying we were probably going to end up with a beautiful girl. Dax didn't care either way. Whether he ended up with a brother or sister, he was happy for the two of us. We waited to tell Fist for a few weeks. Ash had been so worried about something going wrong with the pregnancy, and I wasn't about to argue with her. "Hot damn. You're not pulling my legs, are you?" The old man looks us both dead in the eye. "No, sir," I respond, squeezing Ashley's hand as she winds her arm around mine. "We wouldn't joke about something like this." He looks from me to his daughter before taking her spare hand. "Is this true, sweetheart?" I watched Ashley nod, biting her bottom lip before her mouth slipped into an eager grin. "We're having a baby, Daddy." The man squeezes her hand, and the smile we'd been waiting for the entire day had finally emerged from his stoic expression. A laugh escapes him, and he stands up to open his arms, grateful for the news that walked into his living room. The two of us were pulled into his hug, while Ashley cried her eyes out into her father's chest. I patted the man's shoulders, feeling closer to him than ever before. "This is good news," the man laughs before releasing us to wipe a tear from the corner of his eye. "I needed to hear this after the shit that went down last night." "Last night?" I ask. Fist shakes his head and lifts his arm up to take my shoulder. "It's good you told me about this now. I just hope that what I have to say won't spoil your happiness in this moment." "What's going on, Daddy?" Ashley looks up at him with an expression mixed in confusion. The man closes his hands down on his belt, looking down to the floor sternly. "This has gone on long enough. I finally made a decision regarding our issue." "What issue?" She blinks. I cross my arms over my chest. "The bears?" "Correct." The man finally looks up at me, somber as could be. "It's unforgivable what your ex-husband did to you, Ashley." Ashley stepped back, her eyes more alert than before. I couldn't pull my eyes from Fist with the way he ended that sentence. "Now, I know we're blessed that you're able to be with child," Fist continues, scratching the back of his head. "But this man cost you your first baby. On top of that, he nearly cost you the possibility of bearing children at all." "That's none of your business, Daddy," she says as she shakes her head, her voice growing sharper than her old man's razor. "I thought we were done with this. I don't want to see that son of a bitch's face in this town again." "Which is why we have to seek compensation," her father emphasizes, opening his hands up. "It's one thing to get a restraining order. It's another thing to make him accountable and punish him in a way that he truly deserves." "Dad," she says lowly, warning him. I take her arm in mine, giving it a soft squeeze before she could look up to me. With an assuring glance, I calm Fist down as much as I can while still giving us the ability to go after Harry. "We don't know what could happen if we make demands from the bears," I say to Fist. "This is a personal conflict that could result into a war between us and the bears. We've only just started getting back up on our own 2 feet after the drugs shit. We had to use cash out of the reserves to fix all of that. With the rate we're at, we can take them, son," he reaffirms confidently. "There's going to be casualties," I point out. Ashley's arm tenses at the sound of that. Fist looks down to his daughter, taking a moment of thought to consider the fallback of his proposition. When his eyes came back to me, I knew it wasn't enough for him to stand down. "I know this. After everything Harry Vale has done to our girl, he deserves what's coming to him. My only regret is that I didn't act sooner." I looked down at Ashley, but deep in her eyes, she already knew. No matter what we told him, Fist insisted that this was the way to go. I wanted to argue with the old man, but I couldn't. I wanted to hurt Vale just as bad as he did. Fist called an emergency meeting in church. By the looks of it, he had our men ready to rip it grisly himself and send the son of a bitch's hide to his loved ones. "Blackjack! Blackjack!" Fist called out to me from the head of the table. My eyes lit up from where I sat, and I saw that everyone was looking at me. Every single man in this church was looking for answers. I blinked. "Yes, sir." Fist's expression grew harder. "I asked what your thoughts are on the meeting being set into the middle of next week." "That's too soon, Fist," I thought to myself, but dismissed it stubbornly before saying aloud, "How long ago did Ashley come to us?" His heavy brows furrowed, and I didn't know as to whether he was unsure or disappointed in my response. "Why does it matter?" he asks at last. Slowly, I crossed my arms over my chest as the men watched me in silence. I didn't want to rush any assumptions and put a witch hunt for information out in the club. But I couldn't stay quiet about it either. It matters. I look up at him, recognizing my affirmation. Because I'm pretty sure things didn't start getting better around here until she came around. Save your sweet-talking for the bedroom, Booger scoffs under his breath. The brothers chuckled lowly after the joke. I narrowed my eyes at him. But Fist was the one to cut him short while he was still laughing. Boog, you cut him off again, I'll cut off your whoring pecker, the old man threatens before acknowledging me again. Elaborate, Blackjack, if you please. I nodded, swallowing down the lump in my throat. If I'm correct, we were going downhill with our supply records. It wasn't until Ashley came home that we started doing something about it. We became more alert with who was messing around with not only your daughter, but with us, Fist agrees. Ashley came here mid-April. We had our meeting in early May to talk about what we were going to do about the missing product. But when did we notice those shortages in the first place? I stood up, asking the men around me. Who was keeping records with what was going on in our ammunition shed? Or the arms rack? It was only discovered recently when Cade and Zane went through our supply that we weren't just missing drugs. Our arms supplies had been impacted too, and greatly at that. Dixon's voice came up automatically. I oversaw ammunition and arms until New Year's before the holidays. And after, I throw my hands up, everyone recognizing my frustration. We didn't find anything significant missing until February. Fist drifted off, his eyes looking down to the table of men before his hand slammed down on the wood. Damn it! Who the hell is keeping our records? That's when it hit me. Who was the one person who had been metaphorically sitting on the sidelines while the rest of us were out doing the runs? They didn't have access to records, but that couldn't stop them from getting their hands in the cookie jar. Records. Record. Recording. Prez. The old man's surprised expression landed on me, and I could feel the words slipping out. I think we may have a rat, and I'm pretty fucking sure I know who it is. Who? He snaps out. We're gonna need some insect repellent. Chapter 18. Blackjack. After trial and error, we finally caught on to what was going on right under our noses. We had to go back to the beginning, and there we found out that not only were our supplies stolen, but so was information about our drug routes and warehouses. I should have recognized this sooner, that our problem had to lay within our club. Out of anything, I never expected it to be one of my brothers. That fucking son of a bitch, Fist roared, his anger rolling through him. Zane and Cade were already out of their seats, ready to hold their father back. Easy, Pops, Zane tries to coax. Cade already had his hand on his old man's shoulder, the weight of it making Fist's breath slow and easy. Booger couldn't keep his fucking mouth shut and cursed something awful behind me. Even Dixon was staring up at me without a word, speechless. Something he never was. I looked back to him and shook my head, understanding his feeling. It was hard to imagine that anyone would stoop so low to betray their own. I want that man in chains, Fist's voice rumbled, his hands clenched till the knuckles were white. I want that miserable excuse of shit chained down to the floor until he can pick up the dead talking. We need him alive, I insisted, coaxing the hothead bull in front of me. Fist looks down at me, his steel blue eyes cutting through the air like a hot knife in butter. He's the only proof we have that there's been foul play in the club. Without him, you have no case. I try to reason with him. I honestly don't know who I want to kill more, he curses hotly, pulling his shoulder away from his son. That useless son of a bitch Harry or this miserable piece of fuck? He points to me. If you think we're going to abide by ancient as fuck bylaws, you've lost your damn mind. This is our family, our fucking club, and I'll be damned if both Harry and that low-life scum aren't 6 feet under. You'll get your chance, Fist, I nod, agreeing with him more. But if we do this, we have to do this right. Without a doubt, this was going to be the make-or-break moment. We had the man pinned to death's door, and all we had to do was present the results. It wasn't going to be easy to have him come along for the ride without it sounding suspicious. We were going to catch him off guard. And my God, we'd stand up to our name. Reapers. 3 days had passed, and each day I had to worry that one of the guys would fuck up our plan. I made sure Fist didn't encounter our fucking rat, and for that very reason we let Dixon do the talking. The man was so smooth he could practically glide on water if he put the right amount of hair gel on. It was no surprise that he got the job done on top of making it look like it was going to be some road trip to boot. Ashley had been arguing on and off with me about going to do this, but it was my job to stand beside my brothers in life and in death. "Do you have to go?" Ashley asks me as I hoisted my overnight bag over my shoulder. When I finally had my hands free for a moment, I looked back down to her and took her face with a smile. "Your old man's right, Ash. We've let this issue go on for way too long. It's time we handle it. And we're gonna do just that." "I don't," she mutters softly. "I don't know what to expect from you anymore." "What's that supposed to mean?" I ask, a slowing halt to my aggression. Her baby blue eyes lift from the floor to see me for the first time. What felt like the first time since this morning at least. Had I been avoiding her this entire time? "You, my father, all of you making plans without me?" she spat out. "This has nothing to do with you, Ashley." I lean forward, and her eyes flash with anger. "This has everything to do with me." I quickly shut my mouth, and she gives me a hard look from across the foyer. The look on her face makes me drop my hands, giving up all at once. "You're right," I respond simply before taking another step to her. The beautiful woman blinks for a moment, no longer retreating from me. Taking her face, I pull her close to my chest and wrap my arm around her body with a defeated kiss to her temple. "You shouldn't have to deal with this, though," I admit in a whisper. "And that's why we have to take precautions." Her hand rises to my chest, closing her fingers down to my chest. "You're expecting me to just wait for you to come back with all of the information as you tell me nothing and leave me here wondering?" "Do you trust me enough to come back?" I ask her. "Of course I do." She looks up at me, almost offended. "You better come back, without a scratch." "I'll try my best, Monroe," I say, taking her hand from my shirt and kiss the knuckle. "Just stay home, and don't worry. This'll be over soon." That's what I told her before I left the house with a heavy weight on my heart. How could I tell her that there were no guarantees with playing a game like this one? If I had confessed to my girl that this was most likely going to be a shootout, she would have chained me to the house. As I rode my Harley through the dark crease of the forest, I could feel the sunset tuck into the trees before I was greeted by an uncertain night. The pathway was sober without a barbecue in sight. It became clear that the club alerted the brothers to keep their wives and children indoors and away from the club tonight. A low sigh escaped me as I pulled up to the entrance of the gates with the brothers and their bikes humming patiently. Fist was at the very head of the group, grinding his gears forward as soon as he saw me coming. Beside him was a pickup truck as red as the devil's tongue, with a shitload of supplies in the back. A man from the group had just tucked something underneath its tarp-like mass before giving the bumper of the truck a slap. The truck heard it and gave out 3 consecutive honks, which signaled Spider, one of our newest and most trustworthy prospects, to open the gates and let the Reapers out for our highly anticipated hunt. After riding for miles upon miles, the abandoned warehouse was finally in view. Our men slowed their bikes down to surround Fist as we moved with caution. I reduced my speed as I grew closer to them, my eyes examining the roof of the building for us. The men dispersed left and right to allow me to push through to the head of the crowd where Fist waited for me. As I rolled into his side, he turned his head to acknowledge me. I met his eyes before we averted our stare to the opening doors of the warehouse. A welcoming nightmare. I couldn't help but hide a small smirk. Fist had noticed the humor in my eyes, growing serious. "What's got you all amused?" With a shake of my head, I closed my eyes. "I just can't wait to get back home." He scoffs, but I swear I could hear him restraining to chuckle. "You silly boy," the old man says at last. "How's our man looking?" I opened my eyes to look at him before turning my head around to where the truck sat in the dirt path, parked at the very side of the building with the rest of our brothers. The door opened, and Dixon had jumped out, rolling up his sleeves to prepare for the worst. "He looks like he's in decent shape," I respond with a chuckle, squinting my eyes when I saw him walk around the car to the passenger seat. When Dixon opened the door, he stuck his hand into the car and pulled out the terrified Roach, our rat of a prospect. "For now," Fist sneers before sending a wad of spit to the floor. The rat was just barely holding on to the car when he forced himself out of Dixon's clutch and twisted under the man's arm. A sharp curse was thrown into the wind as he threw himself to the ground, dragging his body away from the car. I watched as Roach threw his head up to look up at us, his face red with dry, corroded blood across his brow. The boys had beat the truth out of him till the man could barely recognize whether he was conscious or chained to his nightmares. With both of his eyes practically swollen shut, I doubted he could even recognize us. We watched him squirm in the dirt, his attempts futile with the electrical tape binding both of his wrists. Dixon came forward and tucked his foot back before giving the man a solid kick to the side. A harsh grunt came out of the man's mouth before he spat blood against the ground, coughing at the hit. Just the sight alone made Booger wince as Dixon asserted his hands on the man's wrists. Cracker could only shake his head as he joined his brother's side with a hand on his shoulder. "All right, enough of this." Fist's voice boomed hard before he pulled his attention to Dixon. "Get this son of a bitch off the ground. I can't stand the very stench of him." "You got it, Prez." Dixon nods before dragging Roach up to his feet. Roach coughs until his chin was dripping with blood. He brings his head up only to direct his attention back to the ground. Even if he could see the look on Fist's face, he didn't dare turn his face in his direction. As the men started to pull out their guns, I waited beside our Prez and his VP while they spoke quietly to themselves. Dixon's eyes were set on Roach, so I couldn't possibly disturb him in the peak of the moment. Zane and Cade were helping the rest of the men collect more guns from Dixon's truck, while Zorro leaned against the truck, filling his gun with bullets. There were questions I wanted to ask, just like Ashley, yet I was in no position to start placing my doubts on the situation. "Let's get moving," I called out to the men with a look of warning. My steps started forward as I walked alongside Fist and Cracker, making our way to the open warehouse doors. The dark space was barely lit of lamps except for the yellowed bulbs above, a cracked collection that flickered on and off like something out of a horror movie. I could smell the fresh sulfur surround my nose like a slap to the face. As more of us entered the building, a cracking sound escaped from the room before a harsh light woke up our eyes to the company that waited behind the shadows. We saw the crowd of men pose themselves around the warehouse space with their bikes behind them. I tensed up at the very sight of them, the hair on my neck standing on edge. They stood there expectantly with the same determination to match with ours. They didn't know what we came here for tonight, Some of their faces I could recognize from their last visit, and others I was sure they'd just patched in, as the fuckers were shaking in their boots, almost pissing themselves. Whether they brought their entire club or just a fraction of their men was unknown to me. With their careful measures, I wouldn't have doubted if they knew something was up and brought most of their men here tonight. Despite that, I had to learn not to underestimate my opponents, no matter how scummy their practices were. As I looked up, a whole group of them were just above the suspension rafts, with one man's hand on a lever which I suspected was the light switch. It was impressive how much they wanted to make an impact of their numbers, but all in all, this was just a front to intimidate us. In this space, we were evenly matched with the same amount of men. As we approached further into the warehouse, the mass of bears divided to reveal Grizzly with that same cocky grin that I wanted to wipe straight off his face. Each step of our prezes was met with a rustle of their boots in the hard ground, increasing the anticipation between every brother around. While Fist walked with both Cracker and myself at his side, I couldn't find Grizzly walking with a right-hand man, nor Harry for that matter. This could be a good thing, I thought, as my eyes searched for the bastard in the crowd. Once both prezes were only feet apart from each other, the meeting had started at the exchange of their eyes. Grizzly would tip his hat like some kind of sheriff from a Wild West movie, but Fist only took his belt in both hands while acknowledging the other man's gesture. It was stiff, but it did the job. "Lloyd," the bear's prez speaks at last, his smile undisturbed. "You called, and here we are to answer. Though I have to admit your message gave us a lot to think about." "I would think so, Teddy," Fist says with languidness in his breath. Grizzly raises his brows in amusement before scratching the back of his head. "What is this really about, then?" "Well, it's simple," Fist retorts. "You always did say that the burden of proof is a bitch to come by, which is why I couldn't say shit when you waltzed into my club." "Now, hold on just 1 second, Grizzly let up. Fist didn't stop there. "With a sorry-ass excuse to take my daughter because of your little bitch of a member who couldn't even come alone as a man to face the consequences." One of the Bears members scoffs from afar. "Is this what we're here for? Your girl is calling Daddy to the rescue?" "Nah, son," Cracker called out to the boy. "We're here because your miserable dumbasses couldn't stop brown-nosing into our business." "I beg your pardon," Grizzly interrupts before stepping forward. "Don't you so much as dare," I growl, placing my hand on my gun. The second he so much as took a foot forward, I was already in his path, only a spare couple of inches away from his face. His men were practically at his shoulders the second I came into their sights. His arm came up to hold them back, careful eyes acknowledging, watching my every move. "Careful there, boy. They'll tear you apart like hungry dogs if you so much as breathe on me," the old bear threatens. "I could say the same to you," I retort sharply. The presence of our men became undeniably dangerous as every single man had turned their safeties off, ready to fire upon command. As I looked up, it appeared that the bears above the rafts were the only men with guns in our sights. Grizzly may have walked into the situation with solely his bare hands, but it didn't stop him from being careful. Regardless, it wasn't enough to take us down. Fine. Grizzly pulls his hands up, embracing the situation. "What exactly are you accusing us of, then?" "We'll start with blackmail." I cross my arms against my chest, watching the man carefully. "Then we'll talk about theft, and all the other low-level shit you thought you could get away with." "Well, look whose balls just dropped," he drawls out slowly, a laugh creeping up his throat. Grizzly displaces his attention to Fist, the smile more evident than ever. "Honestly, Lloyd, Are you that hungry for a little action from the good old days? You're even going so far as to accuse our MC with such allegations that could put you up as a laughingstock to the rest of the clubs in Montana? This isn't some little soap opera shit, Fist warned the man sternly. Then where's your proof, huh? Grizzly sneers, his smile disappearing at once. You have the burden of proof once again, old boy. You may have lucked out with your branded woman, but this time, you're going to need a lot more than your daughter's word. We found your rat, I said finally. You what? He practically spat, the anger growing in his throat. Dixon, I barked at the man from the group, pulling myself off to the side. As Grizzly waited before us, I could hear our shuffle of men move like a wild current as Dixon brought out our man like a dog to its master. Roach was still dragging his feet when Dixon emerged to toss the man into the open pit, unmerciful, hard eyes following the fall. Roach laid there, bruised and beaten with everything but the truth still inside him. With a kick to the rib, Dixon damned him again, and the crowd flinched at the display before them. Tell them what you told us, he curses hard. Or so help me. Please. Roach pulls his cuffed hands up to his bleeding head, defenseless against the mob before him. I didn't have a fucking choice, man. Bullshit, Fist growled. The very voice of our prez made Roach curl up into a ball, sobbing into the floor. For the first time, Grizzly looked to the crumpled man with absolutely nothing to say. They said, Roach muttered, his voice growing higher at every syllable. I either join them and help wipe out every Reaper in this town, or they'd slit my throat and stuff my entrails down my mouth if they caught me working the graveyard shift alone. What the fuck is this? Grizzly sputters angrily. We have the tapes, I assured him, my smile returning in its confidence. You lot have been visiting Roach since last year. Only we know you didn't threaten him. You bribed him with an offer he couldn't resist. The battered man yelped as soon as Dixon pulled him up to his knees again. He gave you everything. I nodded off to Roach as Dixon carried him away. Access to our schedules, our drop-off locations. It's a shame your rat didn't know how to cover his trail before we caught a whiff of the shit you lot have been cooking. I don't, Grizzly started. Who gives a shit? A voice came up from behind the crowd. We all turned our attention to the sudden flare, the blood still boiling in our veins. Even Grizzly turned his sights to the person dragging his feet behind him, something dragging with every step he made. As the men made room for the sorry son of a bitch, I could feel every man resume their click of a gun, getting ready to gun the man down at the signal of either Fist or myself. Harry fucking Vale. The fucker's face was in full view as he stumbled into the room with a shiner to the eye. He was bleeding from the lip with what looked like a broken nose in the making. At the sight of him, every Reaper was just teetering to rip a new set of holes into his body. Hell, so was I, until I saw what was in his hand. Now, the man drawls slowly, the very whiskey he drinks still sitting on his tongue. Which one of you fuckers has been screwing my wife? With a tug of his arm, Ashley had stumbled to the floor on her knees, trail of blood running down her forehead. Harry's dirty fingers buried themselves into her hair only to force her head up to face us. In that moment, we could have had all the guns and bullets in the world, yet not even one of us could dare to pull the trigger on this bastard. Chapter 19. Blackjack. Motherfucker, Fist stated slowly. Let her go, I growled as I took a step forward. Harry snickered before giving Ashley another yank of her hair. She didn't make a peep, but I could see the discomfort flash across her face. Someone fucking stop him, Zane hollers. I felt like a dog on a short leash being forced to watch my woman in that vile man's hands. I had to hold my anger back, and as I did, I found myself grinding my teeth practically to the bone as I watched him sneer. Ashley's hands were on both his wrists, straining for him not to hurt her any more than he already had. I examined her from afar, looking her up and down. Her face looked fresh with color without so much as a bruise, except for a cut across her lip and the thin line of blood dried upon her forehead. When I glanced at the asshole next to her, it looked like Harry had gotten more of a beating than her, which meant she'd put up a good fight whenever the hell he jumped her. Grizzly's eyes were set on the two of them, his expression changing from strain to an odd look of relief. Had he planned this all from the very beginning? Is this why I didn't see any of his men with weapons? Did he think we would just stand by and let this happen? No. He had to have known better than that. We fight for our family, and we're sure as fuck fighting for Ashley Monroe. I looked to Fist as our eyes met at the same time. This was bad. The one bargaining chip that we had stolen back from them was practically ripped out of our hands. So help me, I will kill every single one of these fuckers if they so much as hurt her and our baby. I seethe in my thoughts. God help your damned self, Cracker exhales hard. To think you would bring her into this? Have you lost your fucking mind? Don't look at me, old dog. Grizzly holds his hands up, a laugh crackling from his foul chest. I hadn't a single clue what our boy had in mind when he told us he'd be showing up late to his own party. That's horse shit, Cade shouts from behind. Doesn't matter if it's horse shit or bullshit, my boy, the Bear's Prez scoffs. You'll lose everything tonight, Fist snaps. We may match each other in numbers, but you know my men are better with guns than your little shits. We hunt, and it seems that Bear is on the agenda tonight. Look at you, Lloyd, making threats when we have your lovely little girl. Grizzly gestures to Ashley with a knowing leer. It's up to you. Your daughter or war? Oh, fuck you! Ashley spat at Harry's feet, only to send Grizzly a poisonous glare. You honestly think you're going to get away with this when you can't even get dumbasses like him to get a job done in the first place? You bitch! Her captor hisses through clenched teeth. Harry's expression spoiled into rage when he heard her mention him. His fingers released her hair for a moment before he struck her hard in the face till she collapsed to the floor. At the sudden hit, Fist started to move forward, and I spotted Grizzly reaching behind him. He had a gun this entire fucking time. He was a sly fucking snake, that's for sure. However, this could be the advantage that we'd been waiting for. I needed to be smart. Acting too quickly would only hurt my girl. No, we needed to strike at the right time, and at the same moment. Harry retreats a couple of steps, shaking his hand after hurting her. He wouldn't have a hand left after I was done with him. I watched him carefully, every breath in my lungs growing still for a moment as he looks to his wounds and back to Ashley. You see what you do to me, you fucking cunt? His voice grows loud as he hisses at the swollen state of his wrist. You leave me and go out spreading your legs like a fucking minx, making me drag you back to where you belong. Was it your fucking brothers? Keep your mouth shut before I cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs, boy, Fist growls lowly. Harry bites back, Lloyd, Grizzly warns. This is fucking ridiculous, Zane whispers, shocked at what was unearthing before him. This piece of shit has lost it. Harry didn't look like he heard a word of what was being said between both of our prezes as he dropped his wrist to give Ashley a good look. He lowered his arm down and takes Ashley by the shirt, dragging her up to his face as his lips drew into a thin line. You tell me who the hell he is, he demands in a hiss as he curls his hand back up to her neck. Or so help me. Everyone's breath stopped the second he drew out a gun from behind him and poised it to Ashley's temple, hard. The click was initiated, and I automatically felt myself lose it in that moment. Ashley's breath picked up quickly, and I could feel her adrenaline rise with the panic. Only, it wasn't panic that made her breathing rush through her lungs. It was a choked resemblance of a laugh as she leaned her head forward into her ex-husband's gun, almost like a dare. She looks up at him now, blue eyes cut like the coldest steel I'd ever seen. "Do you think I'm stupid, Harry?" Her smile measures up to her lips, almost sad. "You don't search every house on my dad's properties for your ex-wife unless you think you lost her to another man. And yeah, you did." "Shut the hell up!" He nearly launches forward, repositioning the gun to the back of her head as he takes her hair again. "You don't know shit!" Ashley's face twists in pain, but she continues despite it. "Are you really going to kill me because you can't admit to yourself that I had the best, passionate sex with someone who wasn't balls deep in a whore or a 4-inch beer bottle, for crying out?" "You shut your mouth!" he roars, the weight of his voice echoing through the entire warehouse. None of us moved or even dared to say anything as she continued. She shakes her head, her tears already dried by now. When she looked up at me, I could feel her eyes grow urgent. They moved from me to Grizzly, and it was then that I knew what she was going to do. "Monroe, that's too risky." I furrowed my brows as my thoughts rejected the idea. There wasn't an ounce of her that was scared to take the opportunity. "Oh, Harry," she exhales at last. "I'll tell you who he is." Harry's lips pursed, but he waited for her to answer. It was then that her eyes raised up to Grizzly, and my stomach sank. "Only if your prez hears it from me first." Her voice falls heavy. Grizzly and Harry both look up to each other. Harry looks down to his ex-wife and takes a second to contemplate her request. She knew that he wasn't in any position to say no unless he wanted to look like an idiot to undermine his prez. Ash was always smart like that. It may have been smart, but it didn't leave me any time to think as to what would unravel before me. As Harry's eyes paced back and forth between Ashley and the floor below them, time was ticking in the barrel of every man's gun. "You know what?" Harry scoffs at last. "Have at her." He pushes her forward in Grizzly's direction before standing up to walk off into a corner distance. As Ashley brings herself back to her knees to rise, the bear prez himself walks in her direction, and I could hear Fist's breathing grow rapid. When he finally stoops down to the floor, Ashley leans forward to his ear in a low whisper. The room goes silent as we wait. No one speaks on either side. I tried to read her lips, while a part of me was urging her not to do anything stupid. The prez was just about to lean up until Ashley's hand reaches up to his shoulder, urging him back down. Her voice grows louder with urgency, and all of us could see the shocked expressions coming from both, though none of us understood what was shared between the two. As the prez's hand drops to the floor, Ashley looks down for a moment and cuts off her speech the second her hand comes up to his throat. What happened next made every man put his gun up to the scene the second they saw blood. "You bitch!" Harry's voice bellows in the distance. None of us saw it coming when she bit down on his ear and ripped it off like a vicious animal. Both the bears and the reapers pulled out their guns, trained on one another. Booger, being the trigger-happy bastard he is, started shooting up every bear within sight, and soon chaos had ensued. Bears and reapers were fighting amongst each other, but I only had one concern: Monroe. As I ran to her, I noticed Harry's dragging himself just behind her with a gun low to his legs. Harry grabs her shoulder, and my stomach clenches at the sight of his face. My feet ran harder than ever before as I pushed away every fucker that so much as got in my way. Harry tears Ashley away from his prez before forcing her on her back with his pistol cocked to her forehead. "Blackjack," she mouths in the stark distance. In that split second, I pulled out my gun and fired at the abusive bastard. Harry screamed harder than a bullet against steel. It was then that he looked up at me with bulging eyes, shaking in his own skin. "You!" He grits his teeth. "Let her go, Harry," I demand, drawing myself from the floor without my eyes leaving him. "It's over. Look around you." He blinks fast, taking in the sight behind me without a word to deliver. "We've got the upper hand here. Your men are running out of this warehouse as we speak." "Shut up, shut up, shut up!" he repeats, scrambling to his pants before he pulls out a knife to Ashley's throat. "Take one more step and I slit her fucking throat." I stopped, not daring to move. I believed he was insane enough to do it. He'd lost everything in the last 10 minutes, and when people have lost everything, they become unpredictable. "You don't want to do that, man," I insist. "Listen to him, Harry," Ashley urges weakly. "Shut the hell up!" He seethes before stopping in his words all too suddenly. "Oh my fucking God. It's him, isn't it?" I watched him carefully, unwilling to respond till I knew he would calm down. As the realization strikes him, his eyes swell up in anger. "I've seen you before. You're him, aren't you?" "Harry, please," Ashley whispers and closes her eyes. "You're fucking him?" His voice turns raw with an ugly tone. Shaking his head, he gives it all up in that moment. "You bitch! Thinking you could get away with that?" The air turned dangerous as he started to push the knife down to her throat. I pulled my gun up, my pulse practically running up to the peaks of my fingers. As Ashley let out a sharp cry, 2 shots rang out in the moment, and the man before her was painted in red. Fist's bullet reached Harry's head before I could so much as aim for the man's face. Ashley laid there with her chest rising and falling hard. Harry's last exhale fell with no words against her before he sank to the floor. I stood there in brief horror of what just happened, the deafening glaze of the bullet still kicking my eardrum into deafness. With his blood caked on her neck, Ashley pulled herself out from under him and kicked him away in a cry of horror. I raced down to her and dropped my gun to take her in my arms before I could so much as see her tears. Her arms reached out to me like nothing else mattered in her life, and I could only let her voice replace the silence of the violence before us. Her breaths came out heavy. I tried everything to coax her to settle down. I needed her too, for both her and our baby. Fist's footsteps were just behind me, more ominous of him than I'd ever felt before. As his boots stop an inch away from my back, he put his hand down on my shoulder and grants the only words I felt were necessary in the aftermath. "Take her home, Rob. Take her away from this shit show."
Epilogue. Ashley. 1 year later. Blackjack took me straight away from that shit show. He took me away, into the comfort of our own home. When Harry had ripped me from my house, he broke almost everything in sight. It took a long time for me to be okay, to not be worried, to just forget about everything that had happened that day. I stuck to myself for a long time after that. I wouldn't have called it depression or even anxiety, but I knew I needed time to truly process everything that I had been through over the last year. I lost my child because the man I had loved didn't want it. I was almost used as a pawn in a fucked-up game because he was determined to please his prez, and in doing that, he could have taken everything that I held close to my heart. I came back home, broken and bruised, thinking that I'd never be myself ever again. The boys at the club brought me back to life, specifically Blackjack and my dad. If it wasn't for them, I feel like I would still be the same shell of a woman that came home over a year ago. I was able to flourish.
I suppose I should thank Blackjack for most of that. With his unconditional love and support, he was able to bring me back. If you'd have told me a year ago that I'd be sitting here in my living room, rocking our baby girl Noelle in a chair overlooking the lake, I'd have told you that you lost your damn mind. Yet, here we are. She's the perfect mix of both of us. My light blonde hair, Blackjack's dark eyes, and she even has the same freckles on her nose that Dex has, a trait that must have been passed down by their father. I never thought about motherhood being like this. Sure, I thought that it would be amazing, but I truly didn't know how amazing that it would be. Granted, Rob and I were blessed with the best little girl ever. She sleeps through the night, hardly cries, and smiles all the time. It's as if she makes up for every horrible thing that we've endured over the last year. I'm torn from my thoughts when I hear the front door to the house whip open and close with a bang. I turn around quickly, ready to berate whoever the fuck just came through my door and could wake the sleeping bundle of joy in my arms. When I turn, I'm met with my brothers, Dad, and Blackjack in tow right behind them. As usual, they all stop dead in their tracks to take off their boots. This is my house, and I do run a tight ship. There isn't going to be dirt dragged through my entire place. Blackjack tears his boots off and rushes over to me and Noelle. He brushes his lips across my forehead and scoops her up into his arms. "How's my favorite girl?" he coos. "I'm fine, thanks for asking," I scoff with a smirk. He chuckles softly, leaning down to give me a lingering kiss on the lips. "My woman," he declares. "Would you both stop that shit and give me my grandbaby?" my dad grumbles. I swear, ever since Noelle's been born, he hasn't stayed away. He's over at our house for breakfast and dinner, plus the weekends, too. Blackjack hands Noelle over to my dad, his smile lighting up like it was Christmas morning. "So, are any of you going to tell me why you barged into this house and almost woke up my sleeping little girl that I just got back down to sleep?" I look to Zane and Kate first, who look to Blackjack, who then looks to my father. I know this look. "What is it?" I demand, wanting to know exactly what is going through his mind. "We've got some news, sweetheart." Any time my father had news, it wasn't good. I'd learned that from a very young age, and since then, not much has changed. He still has the same way of making me nervous as all hell before he says a word. "Okay, so tell me." "It's Catherine." Cat. I blink quickly, looking to the twins to find out if this is really the truth. They both nod, and I'm overwhelmed with fear. I know what's coming. They finally found a body after all these years. "She's alive." "Wait, what did you just say?" I ask, my lip trembling. Kat is my cousin, my Uncle Tex's and Aunt Roxy's little girl. She's my age, just a few weeks younger. When we were 13, we went into Billings to go to the movies. It was the first time that we went by ourselves, and we were absolutely thrilled. I couldn't tell anyone how excited we were, because it was our first taste of independence. We were 13 going on 30, so to speak. Long story short, one of us didn't come home that day. Obviously, I was the one who came home. "Catherine is alive, baby girl. We know where she is, and we're gonna figure out a way to get her back, okay?" Catherine, my cousin and my best friend. A girl who had been missing for years. A girl that we couldn't find, no matter how much we scoured the ends of the earth. And suddenly, we found her. "Where is she? After all this time, it's hard to believe that you just magically found her. How do we even know it's her? How?" I ask, tears welling behind my eyes.
I want my baby girl back so I can rock her, but I'd only be using the movement to soothe myself and not my little one.
You don't want to know, Blackjack interjects.
The twins stare at me, both of their faces filled with concern and a dash of anger. Where the F is my cousin? I snap, keeping my voice low so I don't startle Noelle into a crying fit.
Rage has her, my father says lowly. He's had her this entire fucking time.
Rage. He's the type of man that your mothers warn you about, the man who will take advantage and cripple you. He did exactly that to my aunt. She and I are the same in a lot of ways. We both left abusive marriages and moved on to something better. She married my Uncle Tex, and I married Blackjack. I shut my eyes for a moment. When I open them, my father is staring out of my window, looking down to the lake.
We're going to get her back, whatever it takes, he declares.
Whatever it takes, I agree, taking a few steps towards the window. As I overlook the crystal waters, an idea hits me in the face. Dad.
Yeah, sweetheart?
Where's Damon? I ask, turning back towards them. I look to him and then to the twins, who both have a knowing smirk.
Around, he mutters.
Good, 'cause Damon is going to help us get Cat back.
This concludes Blackjack by Elizabeth Knox. Narrated by Gillian Macy and Aidan Snow. Copyright 2017 by Elizabeth Knox. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Elizabeth Knox, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.